What do you want me to call you?
You can call me Bo, Foil, Jacob. You can call me whatever.
What's up? And welcome to the Raven Forge Set Champs. I'm here with Bo, and hopefully you didn't hear all of that, but we made it. And how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. Let me mute the stream real quick because I am hearing everything. And we've got production issues already. Yay.
Well,
We'll get
that
that fixed up
is.
in just a second.
I
And get you
l-
back on screen.
I love the Inception thing that we have going on. I'm not sure if you can hear me, but if you can't, then I guess it's up to you to just continuously entertain everyone. So you might as well just,
No, I'm pretty sure people hear you, right?
Who
Right,
knows?
chat?
Let
Right,
us
chat?
know if you can hear us. I love it. As soon as
It's
we've
just
been
the
live,
video.
I like it. I'm like, we're just like going in just a little bit.
Scooting in.
Yeah, I must have moved some stuff around, which is super fine. Like, hi, let me
I
get
should
on
sit
in
back a
here.
little bit.
Let me get in here, you guys. All right, so we are here. I know that there is a lot of Disney Lorcana around waiting and available for you to watch, but why not come and hang out with me and Bo? You hang out with us all the time in chat and Twitch, and now you get to see if Bo, I mean, we've casted before,
We've
right?
casted before.
Yeah,
As our video goes out, we'll be right back.
it's good
I'm
stuff.
pretty sure our audio is always fine.
Yeah, just let us know if the audio is good. If the audio is bad, then, that's actually horrible. But at the same time, it's kind of like an audiobook, right?
Perfect. I
Like
can hear.
just like an ASMR. Welcome to Disney Lorcana with Bow and Color,
At Ravenforge Games in Sanford, North Carolina.
where we have about 50 players who will be competing for. Dang it, we're back. Okay, and we're back. Yep. And all right, so yeah, we have about 50 players that will be competing in the local set champs there in, I believe you said it was Sanford, North
Sanford, North
Carolina,
Carolina.
which is a real place, which is a wholly and completely real place. What do you tell us about Sanford a little bit?
Well, last time I was there for a set champs, they had a strawberry festival going on, and
Oh,
they had like strawberry ales, strawberry ciders. It was delicious.
okay. Well, we love that. Yeah.
Hopefully players today had a good time parking because if they did have a festival again, it is
Oh,
all of
yeah.
Main Street is just packed. Everybody in the surrounding area goes. Apparently, it's a bigger thing than I knew about, and it was honestly a lot of fun because just between rounds, if you got done early, you weren't playing Sapphire and making everybody wait an extra 15 minutes after
Yes, yeah,
after
of course. Yeah.
rounds go to time. Uh, you get to
Oh,
go out and you get to we got gameplay. All right.
oh, we got gameplay, and we have essentially what I would like to call, I mean, are this like hand cams? But we got Ray versus John here, and I wonder if these colors are correct because we will have an Emerald and Sapphire against Emerald and Amethyst. Now, this does look like, I mean, again, I love this. I love when they have like the big mat where it all kind of comes together, and I'm pretty sure this is the mat that I've seen used several times during these set champs.
That's correct. They had these mats custom made primarily for the team Uninkables. It's a shared name between the team and the community in the area. Um, we try to just include as many people as possible, and then for the community, and then team gets to be its own small thing. But our community houses like some members of Team Ohana, some members of Team Uninkables, some Ink Credibles. So lots of ink.
Lots of ink for the Uninkables here, but I see the Ravenforge games, and I love their little logo because it looks like it's not a Phase Mom voodoo doll, or maybe that's just like oh no, it's an anvil with a purple mohawk? I am so sorry, but it kind
With a
of looks
raven.
cool. Oh, it's a raven. Oh, I see it now. Sick. That is way cooler. I don't know. My brain actually saw it as like a little voodoo doll with a purple mohawk. I don't know if you can see that if you squint at it, but I apologize to the owner of Ravenforge. That's way cooler than what I had in my head. But we are going to get started here. We're going to take out that altar. It seems as though John and Ray are altering at the same time. Not quite sure if that means that who won the die roll here, but we are gonna go ahead and ship some cards back. We are seeing Cusco, Wanted Llama, and we're just gonna keep that and throw everything back on John's side.
Perfect.
And over here
Let's see,
for
we've got
race, oh yeah,
two cards down.
yeah,
That looks like
Ray.
Visions of the Future go into the deck.
Yeah, Ray seems to have thrown back only 2 cards. Or no, we kept 2 cards. Or no, we actually have our pile over there. Okay, so it was just the 2 cards shuffled back in. A little bit harder to see on Ray's side, kind of what they were doing. But what do you think that he was looking for there?
On Ray's side, he's definitely looking for Clarabelle. Getting that Clarabelle out is going to be the most pivotal thing at this point in the set. Um,
And look, he
and
found
then
it
he
as it
found it.
does come to. Yeah, absolutely coming on down. There she is. She's clumsy. She's a guest. And she's also spells a whole bunch of problems later as a shift base for one of the most powerful cards in this game at the time. We'll go ahead and ink a Mother Gothel to play. Hey, in your face, I liked your Clarabelle so much. What if I just played my own Clarabelle? So that kind of
I
tells
don't think I've
me.
I don't think I've seen that Mother Gothel in quite a while. Um, uh, Probably since like set 7 is whenever I last saw that actually being played.
Is that the larger shift cost, Mother Gothel, that lets your opponent choose what they want to bounce back? Which I hate that, but she still is a rather large body that you are able to quest for 4, and she shifts for 4. So we'll see if that ends up being coming into play as Tipo makes his little appearance. He's got to get in there, ramp us up. Our game plan is chugging along for Ray.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to get a bunch of ramping here from Ray, and John's probably going to be looking to increase his hand size. If Ray's able to shift out that Clarabelle, that's going to kind of double duty for Ray as he's emptying his hand to ramp up, and then John's going to be feeding his hand back after Ray throws down that shift.
And being able to shift that down before John does, just because of all of that ramp into the Inkwell, but we are actually going to go send Tipo and Clarabelle on a little bit of a quest as Donald Duck, a perfect gentleman, comes down and will be able to draw John a card and Ray a card at the beginning of Ray's turn. But challenging in twice here. Clarabelle and Alyssa, our 1 and 2 drops have gotten quite active in this matchup where you typically do not see that happening. So that kind of tells me potentially we don't have a Clarabelle shift on either side.
Yeah, I think that's right. We can see a good bit of John's hand here. It does look like he has the 3-cost Clarabelle, though, which is coming down right now. No
Oh,
trigger because it looks like Ray's hand is bigger.
yeah, that is the Contented Wallflower. And as you said, she is able to draw a card if your opponent has more cards in hand than you do. But because we went on that challenge with the smaller, clumsy guest, we probably needed to establish another Clarabelle shift base for the. What is she? The unlivened. Oh, okay, no, she is the lively. What is she?
Which
I
one?
have
Right?
absolutely blanked on the large Clarabelle's name. She is dancing freely and carefully and
Oh, uh,
wow.
light
That
light
info
on her hooves.
Yeah, I was that information is gone as Prince Philip comes in. He's a 3-cost. He's got Ward, and he is a wonderful shift base for the scariest board wipe we have going in the game. Let's see if we actually get to see that here, or if this is another, dare I say, bait for what's going on for John.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if we don't try to take out this Donald Duck. Um, he might just send it on a quest because at this point, I think John wants the cards in hand. He's wanting that draw. I don't know if he wants to take that challenge, lose his characters. Oh, he doesn't
Oh,
get a choice. He's going to be losing his characters anyways.
look at that. Donald Duck, perfect gentleman, going on and trading down that Clarabelle because, listen, only thing worse than 1 Clarabelle is 2 Clarabelles. And Tipo, now we're kind of deciding if we want to challenge in and get rid of this Cusco, but it will replace itself because when it is banished, it does get to draw a card. And actually, I'm saying, hey, I'd like the lore. I don't know what you're doing over there, but I'm going to go take him on a quest.
Yeah, I think at this point it's much better to be concerned about your hand size. Don't give your opponent all of the tools to deal with you. You want to keep their hand low. Strike a good match is going to make that a little bit difficult.
All right, we
Um,
will be able to draw 2 cards and then discard 1. Now, we don't have enough ink on John's side to shift that Clarabelle this turn. So maybe we were not challenging with the Tipo because we said, hey, I don't want to give you more cards. But at the same time, they don't have enough to shift that Clarabelle right now. So we'll see what happens over here with a full hand. We will go ahead and discard another Strike a Good Match because I don't want to draw too many cards. Because, hey, if Bray ever finds a Clarabelle, we're starting to get it up at the ink threshold where we could actually just play it outright.
all right, color. It's time for a little bit of a card quiz. What does this Cusco do? This double, this dual ink Cusco that
Oh,
is sitting in
that
John's
guy.
hand.
Oh, that guy. That one says, is it whenever you, I don't know, that is the blurriest card in existence. But Cusco, let's see. He is I don't know, he's a dude and he does some stuff about some bouncing and things, potentially as discard strategy. I actually will need to find out right now.
Let's see. When you play this character, each opponent chooses one of their characters and puts that card on the bottom of their deck.
Oh,
Then each opponent may draw a card.
so I was wrong on all accounts. Fantastic! God, I
Are
love
we
a
gonna
little bit
see a
of
future card?
spice.
It
That
does
is
look like
interesting.
John is going for that Prince John strategy as well.
Yeah, that was a little bit of an interesting thing. So, wondering if we should take out the Tipo, but then the Cusco continues to keep questing, even though we have seen that shift is available for them. So, I think that it's like potentially maybe Ray and John play against each other quite often, and we know that there's that Cusco in the list. So, potentially why we're getting to this place, like, should I take it? Should I not take it? Where are we going with this? And he's
And
back.
he's back. And that means that
Discord.
our audio is most likely back.
Potentially. So, yes, we'll see where this is going. I do believe that we have the game still in progress. So, I guess if you can hear us, if you can hear us, if not, yeah. And we are.
It looks like Donald Duck just exerted to sing "You're Welcome" onto John. Uh, I believe it was on the Clarabelle. All right,
Okay.
so John is
So,
currently shuffling up as we figure out our technical difficulties. He's drawn his 2 cards. He pulled out a Malicious, Mean, and Scary, and I believe a wrong lever.
ooh.
Ah, and we got the Phillip shift, which only takes care of Cusco and draws John a card.
All right.
I'm not sure if you're able to look back over at your. Nope, not able to look at your stream.
Where are we looking here? It might be on a little bit of a delay. Um, so please bear with us here. And we're back.
We're
Okay.
back.
All right. You know what? So sometimes Discord does stuff and things, and we don't get to be the person that decides that. So we are back here, and it does look as though that Cusco did get taken out. We have put an Amethyst Chromacon into the Inkwell, which now we are doing. Okay, so we actually did the Malicious Mean and Scary combo, potentially being able to just shift the Prince Philip, and we're gonna bounce that Mother Gothel, or the using that Mother Gothel coming in. Now this is the Mother Gothel that does allow you to choose, so we will elect to put that Prince Philip back into your hand. It is the shifted one, so you get both of them back in your hand. And now that would make them have to replay that, but we do seem to have the Malicious, Mean, and Scary in our hand. Now this doesn't look like a great matchup considering this. The two decks are doing essentially the same thing, but because of that Sapphire ramp, Ray is just doing it a little faster.
Yeah, I'm sitting here wondering if John is going to be able to do anything to recover after Ray gets through all of these combos and he's finding all of these pieces. I'm just not sure if will we put the Philip back in hand with Mother Gothel, correct?
Yes, so yeah, we did take both of those shift targets and throw it back to hand. Now, the only thing that I'm kind of thinking about here is Unfortunately, neither of them seem to have found that Clarabelle, but we are going to bend to
Oh,
my will, which means every single card that Sean has drawn up into this point now just goes into the discard. Bend to my will being one of the most disgusting cards in Disney Lorcana. Having that Jafar just on the front of it being like, bend to my will, and you just willingly give up all of your cards is about the meanest thing you could do in this game. As we go for a quest, and we're all the way up to 11 on Ray's side, John is probably I'm angry. I'm frustrated. I'm mad. I'm questioning why I'm still playing the game. How about you?
I I'm wondering if you actually want to take out the. I guess you can't take out the Donald here. He's a 2/5. You don't have enough strength on board with the 3 and the 1. Oh well, you do. Actually, yeah, you do. I wonder if that would have been a better play. Taking that out just so that you
I think
don't
you
get that
were
draw,
I
but
was gonna say, I
you don't
think
want them to
John
have the
just
draw.
like, I need the cards. You took all of my
Yeah.
cards, and I now need some to be able to battle back. But I think at this point, with Ray at 11 and John sitting at a comfortable one lore, it's really an unfortunate situation. I have no cards. I have one lore. I have two characters that you'll be able to deal with quite handily because that Mother Gothel is a 1/3, I believe. 1/2. A gust of wind will take her right on out of here. But is she just like a certified manipulator? Or I don't know what her name is, but I do truly hate Mother Gothel. So that is
I
just a
think
fun
I
little
think
piece of lore.
conceded manipulator.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
It looks like we are going to be taking out the Prince Philip there, really removing any chance and hope, I think, for John's side right now. What is that? I think that's
You
Into
see
the
that?
Inkwell for Cinderella Trigger. I think it was
Oh, yeah.
oh man.
Yep, two
Under the Sea.
Cinderellas coming. Yeah, two Cinderella's dreams comes true coming on down. Now this Clarabelle, here we go. Maybe that's
Okay.
why we're being a little bit more patient here, being able to ink that Mother Gothel off the top. And now we have our Clarabelle down, which will be able to refill our hand, getting us back to kind of where we need to be. We'll take that the Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman out here with the Mother Gothel. She was a 1/30, so she is going to be able to hold the damage from that Donald Duck, who is a 2 strength. And we will be able, at the end of her turn, to draw up to a whopping 3 cards.
I believe only two. Uh, I think Ray has actually already drawn for turn. Um,
Ew.
yep. Yeah, he has drawn for turn. Uh, but we still have the Prince Philip combo in hand, and we have a Clarabelle of our own.
Yeah, so we're just gonna go ahead and do the thing. Potentially, we're just gonna go ahead and quest here. We're challenging into the Mother Gothel, getting rid of that, and going through our options. I mean, we're sitting well in the driver's seat over on Ray's side. John kind of just trying to figure out how to get back in this game. Now, if we had the ability to sing Malicious Made Scary, then maybe play this Prince Philip, but I don't know.
I
Yeah,
think
we don't have
Ray.
enough ink for that.
I think I saw a glimmer of malicious, mean, and scary in Ray's hand. I believe this one is over.
Oof. All right. So, little bit of a bend to my will shenanigans happening there, and being able to, you know, just be one of the most unfortunate things that has ever happened in this game. But we will go ahead and ink this Cusco, and we have just enough ink to go ahead and play another Clarabelle. But we are going to actually ink the Prince Philip, and we're going to play the Cusco. So we will do that, and that will now allow us to bounce potentially the Clarabelle back to hand. We had that
Oh,
Cusco up here.
we're doing Cinderella. Oh, I believe it has to be. No, there's no. Huh? Why not the Clarabelle? I'm not sure.
Yeah. Hey, listen, the world works in mysterious ways, and sometimes
Oh, the opponent gets to choose. That's why.
that's why it's one of the. I was like, I don't remember really loving that or the Mother Gothel because it does give your opponent so many choices, and there is a little reason. Sometimes, I don't remember all of a card, but I remember I don't like it, as we do see the Malicious Made It Scary Prince Philip combo coming down and taking out the rest of John's board, getting rid of that Cusco, getting rid of that Clarabelle, and getting rid of our hopes here as we are 12-1 in the first round of this set champs at Ravenforge Games. I just wanted to
I'm
do that.
I'm very interested in what John is thinking right now. He hasn't scooped up his cards, so he must be thinking still has a way out of this. When I'm
Sometimes I
looking
just
down
like to
that
play
board,
my
I
cards. Just
Ah,
sometimes it's like it feels good. Like I shuffled them up, I drove all the way down here, and I would like to play my cards.
well, we are bouncing with Mother Gothel.
There we go. I mean, look, if you look at the board, it is a lot more cleared up than I anticipated it being originally. So, you know, John said, I ain't heard no bell.
Yeah, yeah. He's found a way to somewhat regain board control. Albeit very temporary, seeing that card right there in Ray's hand.
All right,
It looks
and
like
we do have
Milo
the
is
things.
coming down.
Oh, Milo's such a good card. Yeah, let's go ahead and read it. That does say whenever you play this character, you may discard a card to bounce a chosen character back to your opponent's hand. And then at the end of your turn, if you had two cards hit the discard, you are able to draw a card. So Milo works really well with that Gaten Motlier that did come out in the same set. All of these cards being able to, and that's it. We're going to scoop it on up and go to the next game. Moving
Yep.
on to the next game. Yeah, we just wanted to be able to
Deciding we
see it. Yeah.
deciding we can't do anything against a warded character that quests for 3 when your opponent is at 18 or 17.
Ah,
Sorry.
yes. Oh, yeah, he does have Ward. My goodness. And that is such a wonderful finisher for this deck. Is like you were able to gain incremental lore and keep going and keep going. We've also known that Emerald and Amethyst is typically the quicker deck, but it is seeming to be more mid range, more control with a lot of that Cusco, but they've got the bounce shenanigans, is what I like to call it, in there. So seeing your opponent at 17 and just slamming a warded character with just enough lore, you're really going to need that malicious mean scary Prince Philip combo, which we were saying, we had a ton of resources, then we got Bend to My Will, and then we ended up having to ink our Prince Philip. So it was really just kind of low on resources, low on options there on John's side.
Yep. Well, John will be on the play this time. I assume that this deck does not want to be going second. I don't think we saw any underdogs with the White Rabbit or Christopher Robin. Um, I do wonder if John can adopt any kind of more aggro strategy to try to run under this deck as it tries to ramp up. What do you
Yeah,
think?
potentially. We do see, I mean, I'm looking here and I see the Mother Gothels where there is the Amethyst Chromacon, which is kind of interesting to me. That does signal that there could be more aggressive lines in this deck, but those Mother Gothels are just useless right now. The Prince Philip also going down to be shipped back to potentially, like you said, find those more aggressive lines, which is, I mean, hey, the Amethyst Chromacon into a Clarabelle is kind of like a non-bow, because if you're drawing all those cards and then you throw a Clarabelle, you're not really like, you know what I mean? You're not you're not gonna be drawing a lot, as Mother Gothel and her triplets there show back up. So this deck seems to be really, really centered around just disrupting your opponent, getting as many things off the board. Unfortunately, that's why I don't love the Mother Gothel package along with the Cusco, because it does let your opponent choose. Now, Ray playing bigger things is able to choose. You don't have many things to choose, right? Like if you just have a
Mhm.
Milo or a Clarabelle, like, okay, well, I guess I'll just bounce this. But it does seem like Ray was playing down Tipos that were saying for a little while. They were also playing down multiple Cinderellas that were also getting around that, hey, choose a character and put it back in your hand effect. So that's telling me that like either Ray is kind of adapting to John's strategy, or just kind of flooding the board and saying, hey, do whatever you think you can do.
Yeah, I'm also thinking about if you're bouncing a lot of Ray's characters back to hand. If you're bouncing Tipo back, that's more ramp. If you're bouncing back um, the Cinderella, that's also more ramp. Uh, it's not a great pairing for John. So we will, as these players decide to mirror each other here, we will see how this plays out.
Yeah, now we do see the Cusco in hand, and it does have a shift of something important. It's a shift, we'll say 4, just for the vibes. But again, we have that Tipo line coming on down. We're hitting our ramp when we need to. It's posing around for that Cusco wanted llama that will be able to replace itself if it is banished by this double challenge from the Tipo and Clarabelle. But as we saw last game, we didn't really find that Clarabelle early, but we do see in John's hand, and now they have their own Bend to My Will, which last time they were the victim of the Bend to My Will. So we will play down the Amethyst Chromacon. Go ahead, draw a card. Now, Clarabelle not looking as good because, hey, if your opponent's going to keep giving you cards, then I think we just ride with it.
Yeah, and I do both players? Nope, that's another Prince Philip. Okay. Uh, last game, both players did have Bend to My Will in hand, but Ray, being able to ramp, was able to get it out much faster.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was going to say is typically you don't mind giving your opponent cards if you're able to go very, very quickly. But unfortunately for John, Ray has that ability to ramp. If we don't see a Cinderella here, but if we could just ramp, then we are utilizing the cards that John is giving us much, much faster. And that is going to really just accelerate our game plan because, hey, the hardest thing to do in a TCG is draw cards, right? like, so Amethyst Chromacon is just like, here you go. Let me solve that problem for you, friend.
Interesting decision there to ink the Shift Clarabelle in order to play the small Prince Philip.
Well, we are giving our opponent cards. You know, hey, look, that Amethyst Chromacon is here. And unless we find another little Clarabelle, which would be able to then banish that Amethyst Chromacon, it's just kind of sitting there and doing my job for me. So let's go ahead and set up this Prince Philip to where if you do go too wide, if you overextend a little bit too much, I can just sing Malicious Meaning Scary and then shift on to this little guy here. So it's kind of putting John between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what his move's going to be here, and I think he's feeling the same pressure. He does seem to have the 3-drop Clarabelle in hand, but that's not going to get him any cards as he's been putting cards into Ray's hand, and Ray has just been putting them into his inkwell.
Yeah, absolutely. Just being like, hey, like if you're gonna give these to me, then like I'll just utilize all the resources. As if I'm John, I'm just gonna throw down that second Amethyst Chromacon and just for the vibes run it and see what happens. And
Oh,
that's insane. I was
he
kidding. I
agrees.
would have never done that. Oh God. Okay. As we draw.
A
No.
third one.
okay. John said, "You like drawing cards? Let's draw cards." Okay, I'll calm down. All right. Sometimes, you know what? We just have to figure out what our options are. Now, we do have the bin to my will. So if we're able to get up to that high 7 ink threshold, then we will just take away all of the cards that we've been giving you to begin with. So it's a little less scary in a situation like that. However, we know that
We're at.
Ray also has that available to them, and they also have a ink geyser. So
We also have an
this is a
MMS.
and we are just going to malicious mean and scary here and go ahead and shift that Prince Philip. We're only getting rid of a Clarabelle and a Cusco, which is going to replace itself. So we've got Chromacons on board and 4 ink in the inkwell to John's. Okay. All right. We'll see how this goes for John coming here in this turn.
Haven't noticed. Does Ray have the Bend to My Will in hand?
I do know that they have the ink geyser in hand. They have another malicious meaning scary. They just added a sail to the pile. I'm not sure if they have the bin in my will, but if they do, it should be coming up here real quickly.
Almost next turn.
Woohoo.
Ooh. Uh, looks like we did activate all 3 Amethyst Chromacons. Searching
Why
for our
wouldn't
answers.
you? You've got it on board.
Um,
Do it for the vibes, John.
Unfortunately, it doesn't look like we have any small characters to just kind of try to flood the board right now. Oh, it's looking a little rough. We could try with that Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman. Um, but that's only committing 1 body to the board when you know he's just done the MMS.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're just going him into the inkwell. So we will just go ahead and you're welcome that back, getting rid of that Prince Philip, putting it back into the deck and drawing Ray 2 cards here. Now, I think John's plan is just really slow Ray down and be able, I think we're just clinging onto this bend to my will theory here as we potentially can swing this game back in our favor. Now, those Chromacons, if I bend to my will my opponent, those Chromacons are going to gather dust. They will literally never exert ever again. But we just have to get to that 7 ink threshold.
I mean, if I'm Ray, I just drew 6 cards since my opponent since the end of my last turn. I am thinking that I most likely have the answer that I need in hand.
And I think the answer is the bend to my will. We don't have any characters in our hand or on the board to be able to really get rid of here. So why would we? But we will go ahead and set up for that just in case you do decide to flood the board. You got to have something in your hand. And I don't know, maybe Ray doesn't really see that potential bend to my will line coming, but also we do have the ability to play the ink geyser, which is like kind of another really funny, messed up thing to do in this matchup. Sometimes people like to play one before the other, and so you have no ink and no hand, but hey, why not?
Looks like we're inking MMS so that we can play the Donald Duck. I think we are still looking for that bend. John's going
Mm-hmm.
to be giving 3 cards every turn. Donald Duck's going to then give 2 more cards between Donald's trigger and the draw for turn. Um, I don't know why we would be questioning if we should quest or not. Okay, we're not.
Yeah, yeah, we're just thinking about it a little bit. I don't know how many cards I'd be drawing on this turn if I were John. Maybe I would, maybe I wouldn't. But of course, if I get bent before you bend me, it's going to be game over here. But we are going to go ahead and look for 3 more cards here. We've got a lot of things working for us and against us going ahead where we will be able to ink this turn, getting up to 6, maybe playing something on the board to where it maybe seems like we're going to do something because you've got to know by this point. You're like, are you going to bend to my will me? No,
Well,
dude, don't worry about it.
are you gonna bend my will, or are you going to shift that Philip after singing MMS? Um,
Well, I'm
Kind
talking
of a
on
tough
John's
spot.
side.
Oh,
John's side is like it's a little bit harrowing because it's like, well, what are you doing? And it's like malicious means scary into malicious means scary, and that is actually going to clear the board, except for that Donald Duck perfect gentleman taking out the Tipo, the Clarabelle, oh my gosh, and the smaller Prince Philip. So you took away that shift baseline available to you. But listen, you still have so many answers as we gave you that many more cards. We are not at 9 ink though, but there's nothing
it
on the board
seems like
still to get rid of.
John did not draw for the Donald. Maybe he's prepared for a bend my will. Or
Clarabelle
maybe
could
he's
have come down this turn, but I don't think it really matters at that point. And we are just going to rebuild the board, take a little bit of time to shape our hand. Now let's take a look. If this happens, it'll be crazy. John is at 6 ink. All they have to do is keep the cards in hand and ink, and everything that they have given Ray over these last few turns is actually gone, leaving them a Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman that we will need to be able to get rid of, as well as that Prince Phil. And it's an ink geyser.
oh,
No!
he had it predicted.
No! He had it. He had it, and
Oh,
now, oh my
and
goodness,
we
it
have to
was
read it.
no. Ink Geyser was the play here. It was the only future that we could take after having that. John could not get down to 7 ink. If they were allowed to get 7 ink, so many horrible things were going to happen to Ray's hand. As you can see that it's actually getting a little bit thick over there. Like that's not his inkwell, that is his hand.
Yeah, that's not that's almost a small deck. Maybe like a drafted deck
Yeah.
size of 35 now.
Woo! That would have been the
Ooh,
juiciest bend to my will of all time, as it was staved off there. Emerald and Sapphire. Probably Ray has probably played this Emerald Mirror many, many times and went, "Hey, I know what you're about to do to me because it's what I would do to you." And
and
now John
did do
has
to you.
and did. And now John has all of these cards and no way to ramp, no way to accelerate and be able to get back to that 7 ink threshold the way that Ray will be able to. And here is the difference between that sapphire and that amethyst choice in ink colors is now I'm sure Ray's inkwell was full of sail and tipo and other things that will be able to get them back up. John does not have that available to him.
Yeah, I'm thinking I almost want to make my opponent count cards. Yeah, and I want to play that Clarabelle. How many do you have? I have
Yeah,
19. You have more than 19? Yeah, you have more than that. I'll get my 20th. Okay.
sick. You can have 20 cards in hand because listen, now we can hold cards in hand because you only have 3 ink and I have 3 ink and we all know to the pain of this is we can we have oh my goodness, John. But it's okay. It is all right. We still have 800 Chromacons and 2 Clarabelles as we will go ahead and take that Donald Duck draw because we're safe. Bend to my will costs 7. Ray can't bend to my will again. You know, and if he ink guys again, who cares?
So we're at a bit of a standstill with lore
Mhm.
being at 6-0. Not much lore gaining happening here. I I wonder if John could take a strategy where he tries to deck out his opponent.
hilarious and viable strategy, as that is an additional win con in the game of Disney Lorcana. But we will go ahead and use two, which I'm assuming sail. There it is. Drawing a card, being able to ink additional card for turn. That will pop us up to that 5 ink threshold. But hey, we'll TPO. Uh, what? What? TPO goes onto the board. All
Yep.
right, yeah, there we go. So we will go ahead and TPO. So then we will ink a card out of our hand, and then we also still have the availability to us to ink for sale as well. So we can ink a second card this turn if we so choose. We also need to leave our ink up until the end of our turn. Please and thank you. Opting not to ink anything out of our hand for sale.
Oh,
Interesting.
he was flipping it back over because it was the end of his turn.
Wow, following the rules, but also not following the ability to. You just want all those cards? Oh, that's so greedy. But now we'll go over to John's turn. John does not have Sail or Teeple available to them, so they are going to have to play this a little bit slower. We do have the availability to shift a Clarabelle, but unfortunately, we know that Ray has their entire deck in their hand and the ability to do just about anything to control the board here.
Yeah. And something to point out here, I don't know if John, maybe his local meta hasn't been running much Sapphire, so he might not have actually been too concerned with this. But with this tournament having as many people as it is and bringing numbers from all over, it's kind of showing just how varied local meta could be. But then whenever we actually get into these set jumps, we see a bunch of different deck types, stuff that you might not have accounted for whenever you were doing your deck building.
Absolutely. We will go ahead, shift the Clarabelle. Here she is. And then she is going to go sing Under the Sea, getting rid of the Donald and the Tipo, leaving you the Prince Philip onto the board, which still leaves that Malicious Meaning Scary and Prince Philip combo available to us. Now, the thing with that, what you were saying is also this deck typically would run Webby. Webby is a really good counter to the Sapphire decks because you're able to keep par with that ink total on the other side. So every time they ramp, you get to ramp with that Webby as well. And that is kind of to your point. Maybe John wasn't expecting the Sapphire, so they didn't tech in the Webby Vanderquack. And now they're kind of like, well, now I'm left with all these cards that don't really do much.
Yeah, and I'm sure that this won't be the last green blue that we see today. I know that a few members of the Team Ohana who have been signed up for this tournament um, are also very partial to that ink combo.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I have a feeling that we're going to see at least one more instance of it on stream today.
Yeah, I would say so too. Now, if you're talking about core, I know a lot of people have been paying attention to Infinity, but listen, this is what we've been doing over here in core. We've been playing toys, and Emerald and Sapphire has been reigning supreme, but the dogs are there. They're still biting as we do go ahead, and maybe we'll just quest and not do the Prince Philip combo as we sing Malicious Meaning Scary and throw the
And
Prince
do the
Philip back down, getting rid of that Clarabelle twins over there on the other side. Now, hey, we approximately have our entire deck into our hands, so we will go ahead and please don't. You can't eat geysers, not the right colors, but we will go ahead and Mother Knows Best. That Prince Philip getting him on out of here, proving that both of these decks still have plenty of answers. Notably, those Amethyst Grobicons haven't been on their side very much recently.
I think at this moment I'm counting my opponent's MMSs in the discard. I
Nice.
want to know because I want to know if I'm knocking that back to hand. What are the odds that it's gonna bite me again?
Yeah, 100%. So now, yeah, the little tiny Prince Philip says we do see the larger Prince Philip into the inkwell, but we have approximately 66 cards in our hands. Now John is back at that 7 ink threshold at the beginning of their turn. Will they be able to get to that bend of my will that they have been death gripping this entire game? And I am a sadistic person. I want to see it. I want to see it, but will we see a bend of my will before John can get to his bend of my will? And it does look like we're going to have all that ink exerted and then unink it. Ray, come on, man. Make a choice.
I think
Make a
he's looking
choice.
at both
Is
Milo
it
and John Silver.
does he not have his own bend to my will? This might be the opening that John needs to be able to do what he's going to do. Milo comes down. That's not it. We're going to discard the Under the Sea as we will read Milo for the second time today.
Got to read to make sure.
Absolutely. What he does is he says, when I come down, you have to discard a card, and then you get to choose and bounce something of your opponent's. But if you've had 2 cards hit that discard, then I get to draw a card at the end of my turn. And John's like, I finally got here. We can ink whatever we want. You're about to get. Did you say cards in hand? Did he say that? Because that's diabolical. Cards in hand? Sick. Are we gonna see it? Is he gonna rip it off?
Oh,
We're gonna
we're saying no.
no.
I'm not gonna.
1, 2. Oh my God. Ray saying, I'm not drawing cards. You already asked me how many cards in hand, and we see it.
Cusco?
Into my will.
Okay.
Let's go. John finally got it. And then he's like, hey, Ray kind of saw it coming though. He was like, bro, I'm not drawing for Chromacon, you actual monster. But here we go. John's been waiting for that the whole time. Look how big Ray's discard is.
All John needs now is that Cusco to make Ray choose a card to go back to hand.
It absolutely do. We need that Cusco, and we need it fast because, hey, we've got Ward over here. And there it is. Shift the Cusco. You get to choose, but if you only have one, my dude, you do get to do that. So, hey, that's going to be so silly. It goes on the bottom of the deck, and now it's gone.
Right.
You do get to draw a card, though. Look at that. This might be the opening.
Honest. I haven't seen this Cusco that much. I believe I have the Enchanted sitting behind me. And I don't think I've read that card since it came out.
We will go ahead and ink an Ursula, playing out our own other Cusco to play out. Is it a twin Cusco? It's a Mother Gothel, but that's okay. So now I might have said that Mother Gothel, but at the same time, hey, we're looking. You don't have any cards in hand. You do have, God, he has another Milo. He has another, he's a You're Welcome as well. So we do have answers upon answers here as we are 11-2. Lord John has a huge uphill battle against him here.
Interesting. We're gonna send someone will lose his head.
Yeah.
It's a mouthful of a card.
It really is, and it actually isn't that great, but oh my gosh, we do have the Mother Gothel. We can go ahead and shift her down, and guess what? You choose again, which, by the way, that does get around Ward, and we were discussing this beforehand, and I think we're taking the scoop. Ray said,
we're going to game 3.
We're going to game 3, you guys. See, you don't even have to get to 20 lore if you take your opponent's will to play away.
I think I might have continued to play that out. I don't know how that would have went. Maybe just looking at the
time. It would have
maybe
time.
Maybe thinking I can get you whenever I'm back on the play.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to have a little bit more control of that. We know that the timer is counting down. I'm not quite sure how much time we have left in the round. But at the same time, I think we need to just get on to that game 3. It's gotten a little bit away from us. We got bend to my will. My will is broken and bent. So let's just go to game 3. Reset, start over. Yep.
I'll just go ahead and set these cards to what I believe will be the first turn play for each player.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this Emerald Mirror, this is the Brainiac strategies I'm seeing in chat here, being able to kind of manipulate through the deck. Emerald and Amethyst is a deck that I have, I don't play Emerald and Sapphire, but I understand Emerald and Sapphire. I don't play Emerald and Amethyst, and I don't understand Emerald and Amethyst. Every time I think that they're behind, they sweep the leg and do something insane that looks like they should not have been able to do it, and all of a sudden they're in a winning position. So obviously, Bend in My Will is a very powerful card. But at the same time, throwing the 3 Chromacons, I made the joke. I would have never done that. But at the same time, sometimes you got to take a risk.
Absolutely. I'm going to turn my attention over here to chat. Looks like DJ from Team Ohana is actually in the chat. So yeah, shout outs to Team Ohana. And DJ, congrats on your amazing run at in Indy.
We love that. Shout out to that. I mean, top 32, that's fine, right? Right? Did you get top 32? Speaking is hard. But where did you place in Indianapolis? Was it the top of something?
I wish I remembered. I'm sure he'll reply soon.
Yeah. It's that was a test for you, Bo. You failed. I'm kidding. You should know everything about the
It was a whirlwind. We've had so many card reveals.
It has been insane. As we go ahead, Ray is on the play. They will go ahead and throw that Clarabelle Clumsy Guest down onto the board. Now these Illumineers have been going band for band. Here we go. Clarabelle for Clarabelle here racing towards this finish line. Now the first game went decently at a nice pace, and the second game was insane. So I'm not sure how much time we have left on this clock, but it has to be getting down to the wire. Each Illumineer picking up the pace with that sail into a develop into the ink geyser is the diabolical choice here as we throw that other Clarabelle to the bottom of the deck.
Did we take the Inkizer?
Yep.
Whew, that's gonna be great for this matchup. It worked so well in game one. You gotta
Yep.
just try it again in game three.
But we will go ahead. Turn to Amethyst Chromacon, turning that thing sideways and drawing each player a card if they so choose. And at this point in the game, why not? I'll take a little treat in the form of some card draw. Taking a little bit of time to think about our hands here, as now we do have to pick up the pace, but at the same time any little thing could be the end of the game for us. Now we wanted to see potentially a Cinderella Dreams Come True come down here, but instead we are passing the
Oh
turn.
no. One
Passing
ink
the
shy
turn.
of that shift.
Yeah, one ink shy of the shift. And also, like I said, that is a beautiful place for us to also go ahead and double ramp to get to that ability to potentially hard play the Prince Philip if we so choose later on. Again, the advantage of playing Sapphire in this situation is being able to utilize all of the cards that the Amethyst Chromacon will be giving us. But there's I see our dreams really do come true a little late there for Ray, as it is the card he drew off the Amethyst Chromacon that John gave him.
Oh, interesting. We're putting the Cusco in so that we can put down the small Prince Philip.
Yeah, Prince Philip, we hopefully potentially finding that malicious meaning scary combo and hoping that Ray doesn't have the follow-up answer, which that is kind of the thing. This Prince Philip combo was like, oh, it's so oppressive. And then everybody's like, sick, Horseman strikes your Prince Philip. And you're like, no. Or they're like, you're welcome, your Prince Philip. And you're like, no. I would have loved to have kept the three questing evasive vanquisher of foes, but people are ready for it these days. But we will play that Cinderella Dreams Come True down a little bit late, but that means at the end of our turn, because we played a princess character, will be able to ink out of our hand, ramping us a little bit more, and drawing into a card that'll hopefully get us a little bit closer to victory.
And it looks like we're inking that Clarabelle, but if we look to the very left of Ray's hand, we can see a small glimpse of
Eh,
Inkizer. So we
eh.
are thinking in a future turn we will get that Clarabelle back.
I think maybe that's the most disgusting thing you could do is like throwing everything that you need in your inkwell and like this is a special tool that we'll use for later. As John is still playing quite the fair game over here on the 4 ink. Not sure. I didn't see the light on her hooves, but let's go ahead and draw for Chromacon and see what else we have. Now, we could play the Ursula, but that doesn't really matter at this point in time. I'm not really trying to snatch a song from you. We could Mother Knows Best to some things, which would be actually kind of funny, but you got to pick the right target. And we do go with that Cinderella, so we're not worried about breaking up a shift line as Ray has a ton of ink available to them.
I do think that that is still probably the right target, but Ray is going to be able to drop that and ramp again next turn.
That is another thing, but we did go ahead play the contingent wallflower, and we did get to go ahead and draw a card because hey, you do have more cards than me, so kind of like that. We love some card draw. Now we saw another on this Chromicon over in John's hand. We also will ink that immediately because 3 last game was too many. 1 seems like the perfect amount.
I don't know. He did win that game. Maybe 3 was the right amount.
3 is too many. No, I'm just kidding. But back over to Ray here now to make some decisions. We do have a lone Clarabelle Clumsy Guest onto the board. We kind of have to think about what we need to do. Again, I have no idea where the timer is for this round, but we have to be getting down to the wire coming up. These Emerald matchups are so lengthy at this point, but we will play down the Prince Philip, and he is rotating out next set, and I am so excited to see him gone. And there we go. Let's do. Yeah, this is really good. Yeah, that's why I like bouncing back that Cinderella, potentially not bouncing back the Clarabelle Clumsy Guest because we wanted to protect our Chromacon.
Yeah. Um, Inking that card. I'm not sure what I'm looking for if I'm John. I think I'm looking for any way to disrupt a bend to my will at this point. Ray is at 7. We do have a good number of cards in hand, and we can rebuild with the Chromicon on board. Kind of an interesting decision to ink it last turn, when that is probably your best draw options here. It looks like we're trying to play around the MMS, and we're trying to play around Under the Sea
Hmm.
at this point. I think maybe he's can he play that Mother Gothel and still get the effect?
So if you were to play the small Mother Gothel, yes, you'd be able to choose and bounce a card back to hand, but then you would be able to shift, and then next turn, Ray would be able to choose. So kind of a you choose, I choose. You know, I'm doing a nice thing for you, but like really, it's for me, and that seems to be really on par with how much Mother Gothel sucks. Sorry, I meant as a character, not a card. Truly scarred by Mother Gothel and her
We've all seen your
shenanigans.
Dreamlight Valley
I
videos.
can't. It's terrible. It's terrible here.
You
But
can't escape her.
I can't. She follows me around. Ursula, Deceiver, coming on down. We're going to go ahead and take a look at the hand and see how many cards you have available to us. Also, taking a look into our demise that's coming in closely here with the Bend to My Will and watching the Milo and the Double Milo and Prince Philip. So we have, oops, all answers with that vision in the middle. It could be anything, it could even be another Visions.
So I think that we are looking to get as much out of our hand as possible at this point, if you're John.
100%. That staring down the barrel of another Bend to My Will, you're like, bruh, please no. What if you just let me keep all these cards? And I
I think we were
doubt that
I
he's
think we
gonna
were
let him
more
do that.
afraid of that MMS combo that we just really wanted to not commit the Clarabelle and then lose it. And then seeing that bend to my will had to be a very sinking feeling for John.
100%. 'Cause you're like, oh, what? And that's basically what this Emerald and Sapphire deck is doing. It's basically saying, hey, I'm going to attack you from every avenue. I'm going to attack your inkwell. I'm going to attack your hand. I'm going to attack your board. And it being that relentless on so many axes means that you're just kind of never safe. And you have to put yourself in a position to where, like, I hope they don't have that answer. Oh, look, they do. I lose. So we are going to go ahead and play that Mother Gothel down. I think we are opting not to use her trigger, not bouncing anything back to hand. Now it is a pay one, so we might not have had the ink. So we are just, like you said, trying to get everything out of hand because we're not going to get to keep it anyway.
I believe it's a pay 3 actually.
That's expensive.
It is very expensive. But it's a body plus Mother Knows Best.
Right. And now we are going to go ahead and you're welcome our own Cinderella here. I wonder what we're looking for because we could have just you're welcomed literally anything off of John's board and then been to my will them, but maybe we're just playing with our food here, playing a little bit of mind games, or knowing that using the bend of my will on just 4 to 5 cards is really not that worth it.
I believe we're looking for MMS. I think we have the shift in hand.
Did we find it? If it was my opponent, they would have found it.
Same. I believe it's Donald, and is it two Donalds? Surely
Interesting. Now
not.
we do have the Vision of the
Looks
Future
like a
available
Clarabelle.
to us. And we will go ahead and ink the Donald that we found. And I think we are just going to send it, try to look for it in this potential situation because we still have enough ink left over to be able to shift it if we find it. I think that's it. It was the second to
There it
last
is.
card. Yep. I think we found it, looking for it, getting that board. And so we will go ahead and combo off this turn and then bend you next turn. And then I'm pretty sure I'm going to be scooping if I'm John, but we'll see. Maybe Ray doesn't take that line.
He does seem to be considering it for a while. And I'm
What
not.
are what are my options other than saying malicious, demeaning, and scary and go ahead and shift that Prince Philip on there, getting every character up on out of here and into the discard. Now John knows that there is still a bend of my will in hand, so everything in his hand might also join the discard quite soon.
I imagine on Ray's side, he was just looking at his hand saying, is there a downside to this? His
Oh,
best Hades impression.
yeah, as I say, his Hades Infernal Schemer, because that is a scheming thing to do, is to board wipe and then bend your opponent. And the only thing worse is to Ink Geyser then bend your opponent. But you know what I mean? Like, stop it. We're basically going to play out our hand here, getting everything out of our hand, hopefully, just to kind of say, hey, we'll put that back, playing down the Mother Gothel, paying the 3, putting that back into your hand, and just passing and watching all of these cards go away.
Interesting. Knowing that that's what's coming, we didn't try to go wide. I guess we don't
Or
have the option
establish the
to.
Clarabelle. So I would have loved to potentially establish the Clarabelle, because then you would have had to answer the Clarabelle or bend to my will, right? So if you don't answer the Clarabelle, then if you bend to my will, then I'm just going to refill my hand. So that is absolutely, I think, the line where I would have went to. But
And Clarabelle is a May.
one,
You don't
two,
have to do it
three,
at the end of your
four,
turn,
five,
correct?
6. We did not have enough ink. We did not have enough ink to establish that. We were only at the 6th ink threshold. So that is actually tragic. And we will go ahead and draw with the Amethyst Cormicon and see what we get here.
Well, now it's time to establish the Clarabelle.
Yeah, let's get that on there. And we're actually just going to Cusco it on up. You go and you get to choose what character you get to put on the bottom of your deck. I'm assuming that Clarabelle is going to get gone up out of here. Goodbye. Bottom of your deck. Thank you, Cusco. As we do keep on trucking with a Mother Gothel on board, Cusco, and a Chromicon against the world.
And Ray will draw that card. It looks like there's an Under the Sea in hand. I don't believe we're going to be playing that against this 5/5 Cusco.
No, that would only hit the Mother Gothel at that point, and I don't think we're really super ultra worried about her. So yeah, Cusco, shift 4 would play this on top of one of your other characters named Cusco, because that's what shift means. When you play this character, each opponent chooses one of their characters and puts it on the bottom of their deck. Then each opponent may draw a card. See, he is an impulsive llama, but he's a giving emperor. So shout out to Cusco.
Everybody's favorite Disney princess.
Yeah. He belongs on both tier lists, if we're
He
being
does.
honest. And we love him for that. But we will go ahead and shift the Prince Philip on top of the smaller Prince Philip with no value whatsoever, because there is no damage on John's board. But hey, it's still an evasive 3-quester, and that's enough for Ray.
It looks like we're going to establish that Cinderella again and the Clarabelle. And we'll ramp.
Going ahead, inking a card at the end of our turn, and just go
Oh,
to
we want to
quest
quest
first.
first.
We're questing first, then we'll pass our turn, ink that card, and draw a card because we played a princess. And good thing too, because Cinderella considers herself a princess, and you'll be able to get that trigger.
Absolutely. I saw another.
Not
Okay,
another Cusco.
so another Cusco.
And
I knew
honestly,
I saw another Duel Link in hand.
this is a wonderful strategy coming in from John, because, or coming in from Ray, because he does keep playing things like that down, because we know that the Cuscos are in the deck. So what they're doing, they're basically like Lady Tremaine proofing themselves at this point, playing down something that I don't care about, and then making sure that if I only have a couple characters on board, I can just throw this character I don't care about back into my deck. So really heads up play there from Ray, being able to put that little Clarabelle onto the board.
Yeah, I'm thinking about if I were John, I really want a snow fort right now, so I can turn these Cuscos sideways, without fear that I'll get smacked by a giant knight on a horse. Uh,
I mean, at this point, I think, I mean, with Cusco down with 2 lore each, so we're at 4, 5 lore on John's side, but they have 0 lore on the board. To Ray having about 4 lore on his board, but he's already at 5. So if you can maybe shift this Mother Gothel, Ray will have to actually choose again what character that they would like to get rid of. And at this point, it's probably, I'm going to throw the Cindy. But then John would start winning that race and outvaluing the lore from the Prince Philip and the Cinderella. So we're going a little bit wide here. So we're probably looking for answers as we sail into a visions, of course, just typical Sapphire things. And are we going to do it again? No, we are
thank
going to
you.
get
You're
your
welcome.
welcome onto
Oh,
our Cinderella. We are digging heavy for answers here on Ray's side.
yeah. I'm used to these Brainiac decks, from John here being on pull the lever and wrong lever, which we haven't seen at all from
Mm.
his deck this entire game.
Yeah, those are very, very good pieces of removal. They are typically how this deck would handle Shark, because I mean, hey, a Shark coming down on the board is pretty much GG's, but we'll take another Develop Your Brain over here on Ray's side. Again, Sapphire doing all of the Sapphire things. Don't put those in your hand. That's not how that works. There we go. As we do go ahead and put the worst card out of the two on the bottom of our deck, keeping, oh, it's the Someone Will Lose Their Head. Playing that, are we going to sing Under the Sea and get rid of everything on John's board?
I don't believe so. We would need another. Someone will lose his head. I believe it's a -2, right?
It is a -2, so that would mean that they are, yeah, you
Three
were right.
fives.
Yes, we would have to reduce that a little bit more. Now, if you do quest though, nope, that doesn't, do we have it again? Nope, Clarabelle. We're gonna go ahead and break your Chromacon. Nope, we're actually gonna, so the Someone Will Lose Our Head was just for the vibes, I do believe.
Okay,
Oh, we do have the Under the Sea, it's right there, but it doesn't
we
work.
have it, but
Yeah.
it
All
wasn't
right, we're,
worth the ink to play it.
yeah, the Someone Will Lose Our Head was a little bit weird of a thing. Maybe we were hoping to find a second one, which would have been able to get everything down below that threshold, or probably we just looked at it and was like, hey, it's like throwing the Mother Gothel under the sea wasn't worth it. So we'll just go ahead and pass it back over and put a quite under the seeable Cusco onto the board here. Maybe we will shift the Mother Gothel, maybe not, because we'll just pass it back over, not really questing with our Cuscos. I like what you said about the fort, and then that would make those Cuscos 6/5s with
Six
resist
fives
on.
with resist.
Yeah, that would be kind of cool because, of course, Prince Philip being a massive 6/6 with 3 lore and evasive, I'll never not get over that.
The evasive is a bit much. Just a bit.
It's like if I could get up there and hit him, I would be banished. So why did you make him all of the things? It's just a stat monster. But we will go ahead and play the Under the Sea outright, paying the full retail value with all of our ink, most of our ink there, as we do have enough ink left over to do a bunch of stuff. So shout out for Sapphire setting up that last few turns to be able to then play down what I'm assuming is a Clarabelle light on her hooves. So we will be able to quest for 2, 3, 4, 5. Do it. Quest, and so I can say 6, 7. All right, fine. Don't do it. But I'm questing. Give me
It's
that 2
okay.
lore.
We're up at 13 to John's 0. So it does seem like Ray is kind of running with this. That evasive
Mm-hmm.
threat and no horseman strikes in these colors.
Often we did go for the quest there, getting us all the way up to 15. That's
It's a
pretty
bend.
comfortable.
It's a bend to my
Yeah,
will.
it's a bend of my
Rip
will,
it.
but is that enough? You have to be able to get everything off the board. If you don't, then they're just going to quest out. So even if you bend to my will, you have to be able to answer these characters. And unfortunately, you will not be able to answer all 3 of them. Oh, you need something like You're Welcome. You need something. This is looking a little rough. All of the answers coming in the wrong order. Yeah, being able to get all those cards out of your hand is kind of nice, but at the same time, not being able to get rid. Now, this is a
Okay,
little
we can
bit
get rid of
better.
4 lore.
Yes, yes, we can. It's a little bit better. And if we do find our Prince Philip of our own, now we are not clearing our board. We do get to keep that. That will leave you 3. So we will go up to 18 next turn. But 18 with no cards in hand is going to be kind of sick as we
Do
pass the
we
turn.
have?
One,
Does John have his
2, 3,
own
4, 5,
Sift
6.
Philip?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Did we already ink for turn? And we didn't want to ink so we didn't want to bend to my will? Oh dear. Yeah, we
Oh.
just, yeah, those are warded. Those are Milo's, and that is approximately what, 3, 6, 9. That's like 9 lore. There is literally nothing on. I mean, you need a Prince Philip. Oh,
We didn't.
not that one. Not that one. And that is
Ray didn't discard.
game. Oh man. No, we didn't need to. We just put them on the board. What are you gonna do about it?
I guess. I guess that's fair. I mean, you have so many cards
Ooh.
in hand, you might as well.
Yeah, I thought we could have inked for turn and then potentially been to my will there, but I guess we did not have that ink available to us. Um, yeah, so Emerald Sapphire. Hey, guess what, guys? It's still good. Isn't that fun?
It's always been good.
It's fun, but let's take a tour of all the cards that will be rotating out this next turn. So we've got Sail, Sail gone. Get out of here. Sail's gone. We have what else do we have? Sail, Tipo, Visions, all gone. All gone. So the bulk of the Emerald and Sapphire strategy will rotate out in like less than a month.
Yep.
Less than a month. So we
Uh,
do,
I mean, you lose the Clarabelle shift line. That's
yep,
huge.
as well as the smaller Prince Philip. So
And
even
you're welcome.
though, and you're welcome. So even though we are being slightly terrorized by Emerald and Sapphire for a couple more weeks, the end is near for a lot of these decks, and I'm very, very excited to see the the different strategies that are coming out because even with the amount of cards that have been spoiled so far, it's it's looking it's looking interesting. How have you felt about some of the new things coming out in Attack of the Vine?
Attack of the Vine.
Yeah,
I'm very excited. I don't know what I want to play. I want to play all of it. Every
it's
card
like
that has
I
come
know.
out has been like, oh, I want to play
Like,
with that. I want to play with that.
yeah.
Ooh,
Ooh,
look,
piece
it's
of candy.
candy.
Ooh, piece of candy. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's basically what it is. I mean, spoiler season is one of the most stressful times, but like also the most exciting times because I get into this point where I'm like, oh, this card looks really cool. Wait, is it really cool? Where does it fit? What can we do with it? We can't do anything with it. Does this card stink? And then you get like a professional player that's like, that card stinks. And you're like, oh. So,
Yeah, but they play blue steel, so
how bad how good could their card analysis really be? But
yeah.
we did
What, they have a
just
golden
see
Mickey or something?
we got this bodyguard, 6 cost bodyguard for 4/6 with 3 lore on it. So, that's kind of cool. And then we have Pacha is a new card coming in. He is reckless, and during your turn, this character gains 4+4 strength. So that's kind of cool. Holy. And
I don't know. I kind of like the old Pacha, the Sapphire Pacha, the one where if you had an
the
item
one
out,
he gets
and
like
if you
a
gain a
ward or
lore.
lore. Yeah, 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 yeah.
He was
I know.
interesting.
He was
He was never
interesting.
used, but
No. That was a card I'd always be like, "Is this good?" And they're like, "No." I'm like, "Was this good?" And they're like,
yeah.
"No." And when I say mean they, I mean it's R&B, and I know he's
Well, it
probably
came out
here,
with
so
it came out like at the same time as Brawl. I think it was a hard
oh,
thing
because he
to
was a
justify putting in.
0. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if it dies to Medusa, that whole meme, but let's see. We have a Antonio Madrigal coming in here is a newer card. He's a 4 cost 4/3 with 1 lore. When you play this character, you may remove up to 3 damage from chosen character of yours. If you removed a damage this way, put the top card of your deck into your inkwell face down and exerted. So that's turn 4 ramp, which Sapphire players don't love. Remove up to 3 damage if you removed damage this way. So I mean,
It's
I guess
inkable, and you're getting a little bit of a Cindy effect.
a yeah, I suppose. So it is an inkable Cinderella at that point. I think that Sapphire players around the world are just going to have to lovingly accept that we ramp on turn 3 and 4 now.
I I
Or
think it
if you
might.
can out a giant mini and Mickey, you can ramp on 2 if your opponent can out that on turn 2. So
You could out it yourself. You could find a way.
oh, I was like, how are we doing that?
I don't
Because
think
we're
you
doing
want to, but you could quest
that
with it and then.
and that was another thing too. By the way, it's still quest for 5. It's still quest for 5 as we are still here, but we're just here in spirit really, and I think that that's what really counts,
I think
being here
sometimes
in spirit.
Discord just likes to disconnect from OBS whenever it's been in the background for a little while. So we do
We'll get
have
it back.
on-site production.
And we are back to the NPR version of this stream. You are watching the Ravenforge Set Champs in Sanford, North Carolina, where they have about 50 players going head to head to win the Woody Championship mat. It's a beautiful mat, isn't it, Bo?
It is. It's so good. I want to foil it. You got one, right?
I did. It was a gift though. So,
Hmm.
it's like I won because I have the gift of friendship, you
All right,
know?
I've got to ask because I feel like this card is very contentious, but not like in a bad way. The Aladdin and Genie card.
Mm, you want
I think it's fair, and I don't think it's awful. I think it could be decent.
So I hear your hesitation on the genie and the Aladdin card, and let's bring that up for the folks at home who are now listening to the radio for the first time in probably 30 years. So shout out to them for hanging in there with as we have a little bit of a blackout here. But the genie and the Aladdin is very, very interesting. It is a 5 cost inkable 3/3 mischievous pals. You have shift 3, so you can shift this onto a genie or an Aladdin for the vibes. And when you play this character, you may put any number of cards from your hand on the bottom of your deck in any order. Hey, if you do, draw that number of cards plus 1. So you can opt to do 0 cards and still pay 3 to shift and then draw 1 card. Or you could say that you have a tech card in your hand that is meant for a specific matchup. You could see that you're not playing that matchup. Oh, I altered incorrectly. Oh God, shift this, ship your whole hand, and kind of get a new hand from that. And so in doing so, I think that the because you get this on play, you don't have to wait till the end of turn. It's real like you don't have to worry about the amount of cards in your opponent's hand, right? It's all you're kind of in control of how you want this to go. I
Mhm.
believe that this card probably has a home right now in Infinity, and as more and more cards will release, this is going to become a stronger and stronger card.
And if we ever get a one drop Ana, we could be looking at turn one Ana, turn two Prince Ali, who has Ward,
He
turn
does.
three Aladdin and Genie, and since a
Mhm.
card went back to your deck, you can then shift your Soothing Sister for shift zero.
Ew.
Oh, sorry,
Shift.
that's if they leave the
Mhm.
discard.
Mhm.
I thought it was
Mhm.
if it went back to the deck.
No, but that was still a disgusting world that you just tried to paint there, and I hate you for it. So, but we do look like we are getting into round 2 here, probably because round 1 went a little long, but we are looking at Dan versus Visionary Storm, and they are on an Amber and Sapphire strategy, which you kind of keep seeing it lurking and waiting in the wings. But this Ruby and Amethyst, not so great in Infinity, but a lot better here in Core.
All right, so we are going to be trying to ramp up to that Raging Storm to take care of all of these probably boosted characters. I'm thinking maybe a Scrooge from Dan.
Scrooge is one of the most powerful cards in Ruby, so if it's not in the deck, they are trolling. But I've also seen some super strategies coming in from Core recently, being able to leverage that Mr. Incredible, which I got to admit, I don't see it, but at the same time, we are looking like we're just going to do some shark things as we have a whole bunch of Uninkables in our hands. So we are going to be able to shift a lot of that. And that is the Ruby and Amethyst curse is oops, all Uninkables. You can brick so easily coming in, but we do, like we see here in the card reader, have that liquidator available to us if we are going second, having that underdog ability. We do have Scrooge McDuck, which has been amazing to have our card resources, but Dan electing to keep 2 and shipping those back and drawing into some Uninkables, some non-Uninkables. And I think that this is shaping up to be a lot better hand than we originally saw for Dan.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think over on Visionary Storm's side if are we going to be playing an Aurora strategy to try to ramp out a little bit faster? I'm not entirely sure what the first three turns of this deck look like in this set. I played it a little bit last set, and
Oh,
I've played so many things since then. I have completely forgot the strategy.
all right. So apparently we have a storm rolling in, and that's actually literal. That's not some kind of weird North Carolina like, haha, here comes the storm. So the power might be flickering. So if we lose you, don't worry, we'll come back. We're relentless. But we do see the fist bump coming in as we will have and potentially on the play, and we will go ahead and ink that Olaf and play. Why are we inking over there? That's diabolical. And we will play the fancy footwork fairy Tinkerbell coming on in at a 3/1. Sometimes we like to play that Olaf on 1 because we like to be able to bounce that Scrooge back to hand. But if we don't have a Scrooge on 2, the fancy footwork fairy, I don't know her real name. I'm sorry, guys. I really tried. But she's a 3/1, man. She can do a lot of damage.
And if this is the Dan that I believe it is, these two are frequently at Ravenforge. So they have played against each other a good bit this set. With Visionary Storm here previously, usually, well, he has typically been on Amber Ruby, now moving to some Amber Sapphire shenanigans for the set champs.
We love to see it. I do love this deck. And now we can kind of see Visionary Storm's hand a little bit better. And it does look to be like a classic version. We did go ahead and sail the Azurite Sea to be able to ink something out of our hand. We see that we have the Cinderella available to us. And we will throw the Pete Christmas, Ghost of Christmas Past, Future, dang it, into the inkwell there. And again, Amber has gotten so many amazing tools. As we see the third Olaf go into the inkwell, we will go ahead and just quest these glimmers on out. Not really worrying about boosting Scrooge or Cheshire Cat because Visionary Storm hasn't really done much yet here in this matchup.
Yeah, nothing being committed to board just yet. I don't know if this is going to be okay. We see some evasives in hand, so Visionary Storm may know to keep that Horseman Strikes just in case.
Oh yeah, there's
We are going to get our
the
first number out.
the hallmark of Ruby and Amethyst these days and going into the foreseeable future with that new Peter Pan Tinkerbell team up card is Oops All Evasive. So get your windstorms now. Well, when they come out on July 17th. But we go ahead and ink an Elsa here, not really worrying about exerting anything on the board, taking everything for a quest because that Cinderella Dreams Come True only has 2 willpower. You will not be able to battle the Scrooge. You will not be able to battle the Cheshire Cat. And if you do, we'll be able to move some damage around and make your life miserable. But Visionary Storm has been ramping. They hit the Tipo on 2, Sail on 2. They hit the Cinderella on the 4 ink. And now they can go ahead and opt to play the Moana to ramp just a teeny bit more, but we will
Oh,
Horseman Strikes and draw a card, getting rid of that genie and being able to then take the rest of our ink and Vision of the Future so we can find a special card that'll help us later.
oh, spooky sight. That would clear the rest of the board.
Oh my goodness. Yes, it would. Being able to then go ahead and put all 3 cost or less characters into the inkwell seems like a really good answer to everything that Dan has going on over there on the other side of the board.
It does look
Yzma
like
cost 3.
Dan's gripping that Yzma. If he, I don't think he's gonna put that one down next turn.
I mean, at this point, you're at the start part of the Ruby and Amethyst strategy where you have to start drawing cards. Your genie is gone. We don't have like an infinity, the friends on the other side available to us, so we are getting down to 3 cards in hand. Which notably, as a Ruby and Sapphire or Amethyst player, that's you're in pain, right? Like you really want cards in
Ooh,
hand. Now,
the Demona off the top is going to change Dan's plan here. I I do think he's going to want
6.
to ink that Madame Mim elephant, slam down the Elsa, and take out the Cinderella with Scrooge.
Now, here's the problem too, is you could do that, you could battle back, but at the same time, I think that hopefully Dan recognizes that this is a Sapphire control matchup. In this matchup, as a Ruby and Amethyst player, you are not the control player. You cannot go over the top of this deck because once they start getting to that higher ink threshold, they have everything and anything available to them. They have the Hades Infernal Schemer. They have the Raging Storm. They have anything and everything. They have Let It Go. There's a lot of pieces of control in this deck, and if you try to battle back like this, you are giving up lore. But we will go ahead and bounce the unboosted Scrooge back to our hand with the Madame Mim Elephant, establishing that she does allow you to move a damage off of her at the beginning of your turn. Now, that helps a lot in steel matchups, but not too much here.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be able to take any damage while Visionary Storm is not adding any characters to the board. Maybe we'll see something change here now that Moana's back in hand.
We love Moana, but it looks like she's about to hit the inkwell, and maybe we'll get to see her twin Moana come on out and be able to be played because we're going to start just spooky sighting things for the vibes as it does hit the 3 cost characters, leaving that Madame Mim elephant behind. Notably, a probably uh, hilarious answer if you have a boosted Scrooge, because all of those cards would go out from that under that Scrooge into your inkwell, so you would just have like a bazillion ink.
I do like having ink.
Yes.
Who doesn't?
Well, Dan definitely does, as we do see that other uninkable Scrooge that is interesting enough. Whenever he quests, what you're able to do is then your opponent loses a lore, and then you draw a card for each lore lost this way. But unfortunately, Visionary Storm is sitting at 1 lore, so that's not really going to help us in this instance. It's not for this matchup, but it's so uninkable, you kind of have to throw it down. As I lied, it's the other Scrooge. I got really excited though. I like that Scrooge. I'm going to look him up and show everybody. It's for fun as we boost the one Scrooge I was kidding about.
Uh, which Scrooge is that?
Focus on the game. I got the Scrooges.
There we go. I got you.
Oh. The
Oh no,
art
you
is
put
like
it up
literally almost identical, because I was looking. Look at this.
there. Oh, ah. We're gonna keep switching back and forth.
Pay attention to the game. Well, nothing
It's
has
okay.
happened. Dang.
They're
I
still
was like,
figuring out their turns.
and we are still figuring out the card reader. But look at that. Look how identical those Scrooges are. And I like how one is an alternate future for the other. So this is the Scrooge where he did the right thing, but he's also like, a little bit of an Ebenezer miser. And this one's a ghostly Ebenezer, to where he was like, you know what? Marley had it right. Let's just become angry ghost full of chains, and I get to keep all my money, kinda, right?
And no matter what, he's always rich.
Which that means I have nothing in common with Scrooge McDuck, just the attitude with none of the money. As we do see, we're taking a little bit more time to think about our turn there. I think it's exactly what you said. We drew that Demona, and we're like, well, wait a minute. This is an option.
Yep.
As we see,
It
Moana.
does. It does still look like it's Visionary Storm's side. We're thinking about what to ink. Perfect. We
So
don't need that
Moana,
anymore.
Curious Explorer, says that you can ink cards from your discard. They do have to be inkable now. Don't go crazy, but at the same time, if you were to play a sail, you could then ink the sail out of your discard and then another card out of your discard. So very, very powerful. A lot of people love her, a lot of people hate her, but she's a very good card in this matchup, because you do leverage that Cindy dreams do come true, and be able to trigger the princess trigger on the Cinderella multiple times. So going Cindy on 4 ink, Moana on 5 ink, and then you are able to then ink out of your hand, draw a card, ink out of your discard. You just ink it from everywhere. You got so much ink advantage that
It looks
you're
like
doing
we
pretty
are
well.
gonna boost the Scrooge so that we can choose either Demona or Elsa here. I think you take the Elsa so that you can crash the Scrooge right into Moana.
Yeah, you definitely could here. You could get rid of that. And this is a very interesting take here from Dan,
Oh,
as we are at that 9 lore threshold, but it is an interesting choice because we are able to just clear the Moana with the Mim elephant, because we put that Lumiere onto the board, and it was able to buff up the elephant, being able to take out that 4/4 Moana, and also surviving that challenge, being a like 3/7, 2/7. God, she's like a lot. That elephant's a lot, you guys. It's a
she's a
lot,
three
but it's
seven,
also
and
a
with
three
Lumiere,
seven.
that makes her a 4/7, which is going to be a big hurdle to get over. Um, I think that Visionary Storm is going to have to be looking very hard at that Let It Go in hand. Ooh, as we draw a Casa. Um,
Hmm.
any character that comes down now is going to be subjected to Mim's other ability and have 2 damage placed at the start of Dan's turn.
Which could be good, could be bad. At this point now, I think that what this deck is really trying to do, it is trying to find that Raging Storm, because like you mentioned, that Casa Madrigal in hand is a excellent thing to follow up a board wipe. And listen, if Ruby and Amethyst did it first, Amber and Sapphire is trying to do it now. As we go ahead and ink that Stitch, throw down a Merryweather. She's got Ward. She's a 4/5, and that's a crime. But you guys got to get real used to her, because you're going to see warded character into warded character into warded character next set. Rotation is oops all ward, and keep it in your fears, guys.
We are not going to be able to move anything because of that ward.
Yep.
So Madam Mim will just sit there with her 4 damage.
Looking real silly with your ability that doesn't work with ward. Isn't that right, Madam Mim? I'm kidding. I'm sorry. But I'm just trying to get used to the ward overlords of the future. Just feeling it out as Dan is trying to consider what they would like to ink here. If I am Dan, I am full questing. Merryweather be darned. I do not care. You're at 1, I'm at 9, and I know that Raging Storm is a huge part of this strategy. It is about the only board wipe that we have that is not one-sided. So you are going to have to take out your Merryweather in this instance, but I don't think I care.
Yep, we play the Tink, we play the Demona, and then we run Scrooge right on in. Then there's no
Request.
problem.
We're actually drawing 2 cards to get up to 3 because when Demona comes down, she will exert everything on the other side, and each player will draw until they have up to 3 cards into their hand, which is going to refill Dan's hand. But we will challenge into that Merryweather. I am so insane. I was just full questing here because I love lore, and if you want to challenge in, you can challenge in, and I'm winning this race 9 times out of 10. But saying, hey, I guess I'll just keep my Lumiere around, going a little
Yeah,
bit more here, and keeping it a
Dan
little safe on
really,
the board.
Dan really showing us that red purple has become, it always has been a bit of a tempo control deck, but really showing that it still is.
But I am terrified as that's exactly what I was worried about, Dan. I would have loved to have had that 1 extra lore, been at 15, but it might not matter as that Raging Storm comes on in, which will banish all characters, sending every single thing to the discard. And we know it, you know it, I know it, but I wonder if Dan knows it, that Casa Madrigal is imminently into the Well, what
Into
are
the
we doing?
inkwell.
What are we doing?
Huh.
I disagree, but we'll see what happens. Now we did
Okay.
go ahead and we drew a Be King Undisputed for turn, which is actually kind of funny. So we will probably want to establish our card draw here in the form of this Yzma. Go ahead and throwing her down. Maybe we have 2 Casa Madrigals and we just don't want it. But hey, we will throw Elisa Maza here. She says that your characters cannot be reduced past their printed strength, and she counts herself. And you want to know why I know that? Because I played a toy deck with Jesse in it, and you can't target anything. But we are going to go to double let it go, getting rid of those characters, giving Dan a little bit more ink,
Oh
and
no.
all of getting rid of all of the options for some card draw that they had available to them. Hades is going to look for a deal. You can't do anything. Madam Mim is in our hands, so you're going to have to like play the Hades and then bounce it with Madam Mim just to get something onto the board. Oh God. Oh, gross. This is like drawing foxes back in the day and you just couldn't do anything. Yep, we'll go ahead and do that. Show you that I have a Hades in hand and then have a lone Madam Mim elephant left onto the board. Again, that Casa Mazda. Let it
Oh,
go!
I think that's the
Stop!
fourth one.
Stop! Is it? Is it the fourth or
I'm
fifth?
pretty
Oh my
sure
God.
that that is the fourth let it go.
And now there's 1 card in hand. So if you play this Demona, you're literally just refilling your opponent's hand. Sick. So I think you just have to play the Demona. Like you
I
literally
think I'm
kind of
okay inking the Be King Undisputed
you
and
can't
then
ink it.
ripping
It
it.
is literally uninkable.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh
That was
no.
the third let it go. So we'll go ahead and Hades looking for a deal. There ain't nothing to look for a deal in. That Lord of the Dead walked into the room and went, where'd everybody go?
Third to let it go. That
Ah!
one went to the inkwell.
Hades onto the Hades. That was off of the top. Visionary Storm did not have that in hand. And now they did. And so Hades took himself out into the inkwell. And now Dan's entire deck is in his inkwell for the most part.
Okay,
My
but we're
goodness.
gonna recover with a cat. We're still in it. And are we gonna rip off that band-aid?
100% get rid of that Hades. This is the only time that Be King Undisputed is going to look good. Get rid of it! Oh man, if I could yell a little bit louder and Dan could hear me now, we need to
I
just get
think
rid of this Hades. Yep. It is the only thing to do. You have 1 character in hand. Be
perfect.
King Undisputed goes ahead and says, hey, you get to choose a character to get rid of, but if you only have 1, you get rid of the only one. As Pete Ghost of Future Christmases or something along the lines of that comes down, being able to let you boost for 1. And every time you quest, when he's boosted, you get to look at that many cards and put the best one into your hand. So at first, it's like a take off the top, And then it turns into Develop Your Brain, and eventually into a Visions of the Future every time this sucker quests.
Well, we have committed to the quest, so I believe we're going to want to pop that back to hand with the elephant. And then we're going to want, yep, and then we're going to want Demona.
Did we not want to boost it maybe a little bit? Oh, we're just going to replay it? So another additional thing was we could have boosted the cat and then bounced them both back to hand to give ourselves a little bit of a card advantage situation, since we were just going to go ahead and replay the cat anyway. But at the same time, you know what? We're trying to keep our cards low because we're just going to put enough challenging power onto the board to be able to take out this Pete when it does go ahead and quest this turn. So throwing down the Demona, drawing back up, and then challenging in and getting rid of the Pete will be good.
Okay, so we were looking at those top 2 cards. I did not see what he grabbed. Let's see.
We have approximately...
We're counting out ink, so I think it's
Is it a Raging Storm? Yeah,
Oh.
it's a Raging Storm. Going ahead. Hey, the cool thing is now the other Raging Storm was actually underneath the Pete. Yes. So now we are 3 Raging Storms down.
The difference of 13 lore.
Yep, and now our opponent is... We do have a Genie. That's a really good thing for us to start out with. Yeah, wish fulfilled. Coming on down, being able to draw us a card is much better than giving our opponent cards here in this situation. We draw a Cheshire Cat. Will we put it down for the 5?
I think I want to... I almost want to ink it so that I can get full value out of that Demona.
Now, how many cards does Visionary Storm have in hand? Now, the problem is you're overextending, but you are drawing the cards. Trying to run Visionary Storm out of answers, I think, before we do the Demona, because they are on low resources. They have the Stitch in hand. The Stitch isn't really going to help them here. Drawing a Sail, being able to look at the top. Well, okay, well, there's the 4th Raging Storm in Visionary Storm's hand. And will they be able to just rip it off? Actually, this is really heads up by Dan, because this is removing answers. That's the 4th Raging Storm. We get rid of the Cheshire Cat and the Genie. So now we know there's already 3 Let It Goes down. We'll be able to play... Oh, yeah, absolutely. Playing the Demona and then going ahead, drawing our hand back up the 3 cards. Are we going to save the Hades? I don't think I would.
I don't think I would either.
If we played at Hades, we're playing a little scared here, but we might have enough ink to do both, and that's pretty good. Oh, that's a lot of ink we have available to us. Jesus. Playing that Demona, finally coming down, drawing 3 cards, and Visionary Storm only gets the 1 card off of it. Dan's hand is full. They are at 15. Now that means that we're going to have answer after answer for the rest of the game.
Yeah, now Visionary Storm is probably regretting all those Let It Goes, the Hades, and the Spooky Sight. All of that ramped up Dan so that he would have 11 ink and be able to play that turn.
And that's an excellent, like I said, excellent turn coming in from Dan there, because basically you're like, I want to play the Demona. I want to play the Demona. Well, Dan actually saved it. He ran Visionary Storm out of answers. We saw all 4 Raging Storms go into the discard. We've seen 3 of the Let It Goes. There's not a lot left in here, but being able to play the Demona and get 3 cards is being able to refill our hands. And now we know we can actually start to go wide here, because the answers that Visionary Storm has available to them are very low.
We're just going to be questing out here on Dan's side, going up to 18.
18 with a Genie on the board. You're going to have several answers here. Now, the Stitch Rockstar will be able to challenge in and take out the... well, let's just throw some things on the board for the vibes. Yeah, I mean, hey, I'm throwing that Isis Vanderchild down as well, just to make sure that you can't do anything. But that Stitch will have to challenge. He can't quest and draw any cards. He doesn't have enough friends on the board for that. We didn't update our lore, I think.
That's on, there we are. Play.
No, it's on quest.
That's Snowboarder.
Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Ooh, I forgot about that card. It's terrible. So and then we are going to... Ohana means, hey, family, go ahead, draw some cards here. Drawing 4 cards. We got a Spooky Sight, but that only hits the Lumiere. But that doesn't get us there, because we still have 5 lore on the board over there, and Dan just needs 2.
Looks like we're going to be counting.
We're counting. We might rip it off Yep, 3 going in for what in the world? We
Horseman
have
strike.
the Horseman Strike, so that is enough to get that off the board, but can we get rid of the Demona?
We
There's
don't have
not
to.
much in,
Dan has 3 cards in hand.
and it doesn't ready because we have 3 cards in hand. Stone by Day taking effect and going over there. Now we are inking another Casa Madrigal, so I have no idea how we are going to win this game, but we did save off for one more turn. So much removal coming in from Visionary Storm and Dan having those, but you will have to do it again and again and again because look at how many cards we have in hand. We can just throw down 2 more ink for the vibes. And
I
will
hope
we go ahead?
I hope that Visionary Storm's been taking into account how much removal he's already used, because between the 1 Hades, the 3 Let It Goes, and the 4 Raging Storms, he's starting to run out of options.
100%. And being able to get rid of this Demona and this Scrooge, like, is going to be very, very difficult. Like, even if you have the spooky sight for the Scrooge, you can't get rid of the Isis, which is kind of fine, but you still have to figure out how you're going to get this Demona, which is a 6 willpower character, and Stitch only has 4 strength. So, again, you are at literally 2 lore for Visionary Storm and 18 for Dan. And Dan does have 2 cards left in hand.
He's got the 4th Let It Go in hand.
No. No, not like this. I mean, now we did use the Ohana Means family to draw a ton of cards last turn, and there is that it's Let It Go. Gah! Ah! So we will be able to Hades onto the Demona, and we know that we have the Let It Go available for that. Now we could take out the Isis Vanderchill, but again, if we have another spooky side in our deck, that is the answer for the Scrooge. So we have to really play our cards right. But at this point,
Is that 4 more ink left?
I
I
think it's
don't.
actually 7. So maybe we're thinking about playing that Stitch Carefree Surfer to draw a card, or we are going to actually, no, it was 5, and we're going to hard play that onto the Isis Vanderchill, leaving the Scrooge here active and ready.
I
Now,
suppose that way we can still quest with the Surfer Stitch.
I suppose, but at this point, what are we looking for? I mean, that's a Horseman Strikes. It's another piece of removal. So we are going to continuously be on the back foot this entire game while Dan just is able to just put things down turn after turn. So if Visionary Storm can't find answer to ready characters for the rest of the forever and ever, we're just going to be able to quest to 19 and throw down more cards and keep vibing. Oh no, another
I
Demona.
almost want to just throw down the rest of my hand at this point. Say,
What
can
are you
you
going to
deal
do
with
about it?
can you
Right.
deal with
Yeah.
my Demona, my Elsa, and my Horseman?
Drawing another card. I mean, hey, let's go ahead and throw down. You're like, yeah, just like whatever, man. I was just like, here, take it all. You can have this Elisa Maza. What if I threw down a horseman? Who
Maybe I'll just
knows?
boost a Scrooge.
I got plenty of options. I only need to get to, I need one more lore after this quest with a Scrooge. So Dan is feeling pretty good here as Visionary Storm has made a really impressive effort to control this board with Oops All Answers. But Dan accurately recognizing that they are in the beatdown position, being able to utilize these Demonas to get more card advantage while also utilizing all of the ink that Visionary Storm has given to them over the course of the game.
Looks
And
like
we
we're
are at
throwing down that
19.
Detective Maza, and we are at 19.
Going on that quest now, you're just going to have Oops All Answers. Now, that's why that
And a
Casa Madrigal would have been
Hades.
good, but yeah, well, Hades is an answer. We love that for him. But unfortunately, we just need the one more lore. So you got to get rid of that Elisa Maza. Which, how much does she cost? 3?
She
4?
costs 3. She's a 4/4.
So Spooky Sight would hit her, but I don't know how many we are running at this point. We've already seen 2, and
We
unless you're
don't
a
have them in hand.
madman, yeah, like yeah.
I don't know about running 3.
That is quite a bit here. As we are going to go ahead and play a Stitch Surfer, throwing him down. We do have 2 more friends on the board. We will be able to draw. Is it 3 cards? 2 cards? It's only 2, right? Good
It's only 2.
God. Yeah, but one of them is a vision of the future, and that's going to help us dig a little deeper to get some answers here. But I feel like we're running out of answers.
Yeah. I can't imagine what. Hmm.
So we do go ahead challenge in, getting rid of that Scrooge McDuck. We had to double challenge in with our Hades and our Stitch there, but now that still leaves three lore on the board, and we need to have answers for every single character. Going ahead, counting on our ink here, we do have a develop your brain in hand available to us, but do we have enough to? Do we have answers in our deck? That's actually the question.
I don't think we do. Not with this amount of ink. We wouldn't be able to get rid of the Maza. I think we can Hades onto the Demona. I don't think there's anything else left.
Yeah, there can't be. And then there we go. Show them our
Yep.
hand. And that is game one. It was going to be a Tipo
Cheapo.
into a Visions, into a develop your brain. But at the same time, if we played the develop your brain, we could have played the Hades. Again, Elisa Maza, that third character being exactly what we needed to make sure that we got all the way up to that 20 lore. And now we go to game two. Woo!
Yeah. Had Dan played the uh Elsa, it would have been Horseman Strikes and then
Mm-hmm.
Hades and then Challenge.
Mm-hmm.
So playing a non-evasive actually saved Dan in that instance.
100%. Now, these Illumineers get to go to game two, where Visionary Storm will be on the play. Now, Dan saw that they were inking all of the manners, saying, hey, in this matchup, these manners aren't really going to serve me at all. And we did see that Dan continuously flood the board over and over again, which wouldn't have been able to equal out to enough challenging power to make sure that those Casa Madrigals are just not that great. So, that makes sense to me. You know, my little Ruby Amethyst boomer brain wanted to just board wipe and throw locations, but maybe this isn't the matchup for it.
Most likely not, just because all of all of Dan's characters have high strength.
Mm-hmm,
I think
mm-hmm.
I think the big counter here to the dog stacks being in red purple is that strength, and the Eliza being able to come down to negate any strength reduction.
Yeah, that is definitely rough. Um, Ah, okay. Well, it's definitely, I mean, now we know that Visionary Storm's deck is oops, all answers, and Dan knows that as well. So it seems like the ticket here is to try to find the amount of card draw to keep flooding the board and keep requiring those answers over and over and over. Now, I don't know how much challenging I would have done. I don't know how much I think at this point, if I were Dan, I would just be flooding the board and refilling my hand, flooding the board and refilling my hand. I don't care if you got a bunch of stuff on board. I'm going to put you in a position to where you just have to raging storm your own board over and over and over again.
Yeah, I think I agree. Through all of that, I don't believe I ever saw Dan play a liquidator.
Yeah. Maybe he said liquidator, never heard of him, but that would be a crazy thing to do considering that the Amber and Emerald matchup is really held down by that liquidator coming in, especially when it comes down on that underdog on the draw ability, just kind of keeping those forces at bay, which we may or may not see because this is Ravenforge game. It is a set champs, and sometimes within your local community, set champs and your Lumineers have this unspoken agreement where we ain't playing dogs here. And I think that that's really interesting.
I think
But
it might actually, for us, it might be a little bit less of an agreement and more of we play enough red purple in this local meta that we just don't allow that.
which is crazy because I've seen dogs beat up on them so much in the past. But we do go ahead and throw this Tinkerbell. She has the fanciest feet, apparently, I think. Unless I'm getting this wrong, which would be crazy. But it is a 3-1, and not that matters. But you know what? It has a lore on it, and what's what we're going for. Fancy footwork? Sick. We love that for her. I put the epic on the board. Yeah. So we will go ahead and Vision of the Future on 2, not ramping, not doing what we like, and really being probably pretty upset about that. Now, this deck does have multiple ways to come back. If we can throw maybe a Tipo and then get to that spooky site, we will be able to heavily ramp ourselves coming up. But actually going into turn number 3 without that sail, without that Tipo is a bummer.
Boosting the Scrooge early after learning that your opponent is running the spooky site, I think that's such a power move.
It's
Of
so
yeah, you can go
beautiful.
ahead and do it. I'm gonna put it into my inkwell. Don't worry about it.
Don't even worry about it because notably, yeah, you play that spooky site and it will just send literally everything into the inkwell. And so when we have that available to us, let's just boost Scrooge to the moon. Either you're gonna have to challenge into him or you're gonna have to send 5 cards into my inkwell. And as we saw last game, Dan knows how to utilize all of that ink really handily. As we ink a Tipo
We inking and passing?
to to
Oh no. Oh no, we've
why
inked
did
and passed.
why didn't we ink a
When we
Tipo to
play the
play it?
Tipo.
Yeah, we play a Tipo. Tipo's our friend, and then we ink, and then we ramp up, and then we spooky sight the Tipo, and he becomes an even better friend when he's in our inkwell. I promise you that Tipo would have been in the inkwell if he spooky sighted, but it's okay. We have a he's not a Cogsworth. It's actually Cogsworth's better half, Lumiere, here coming in, buffing all our characters by 1 strength statically.
Wow, the better half.
I don't know, man. I said a thing, and then I
Well, it
felt
says
really
a lot about
bad.
you that you think that.
Listen, I think I see a lot of myself in Cogsworth, so I'm like, that can't be right. But we are going to see Cinderella Dreams Come True coming on down after the Moana goes into the inkwell. So this will give us our shot to be able to ink one of the many Moanas we have in our hand to then draw a card at the end of our turn, which turns out to be another Cinderella. So we got a lot of princess synergy happening here on Visionary Storm's side. A lot of ramp available to us in this mid game, as well as Dan kind of over here inking all the Olafs, saying, I'm not bouncing anything back to hand. We're just going to get moving and grooving here.
Now, I do
Oh,
wonder if Visionary Storm's next turn is going to be that Cinderella instead of the Moana. That way you can start filtering and looking for that Raging Storm.
I would love that. It can't be Spooky Sight. That'd be crazy because then you're about to see this Maui half shark even faster, which is gonna be annoying, I think. That you ramped your opponent into oblivion and then they just play a Maui shark against you. Notably, you're not really challenging a ton in this matchup.
And your opponent doesn't have any actions in the discard.
Yep. So that shark is probably just gonna be a scary thing that gets let it go immediately. But we'll see what Visionary Storm chooses to do here on their turn.
We do have the Sail the Azurite Sea. We could start ramping there and then play the Cindy.
What I think we are just gonna go ahead
We
and
are going to do.
spooky sight, getting rid of everything
Oh,
here,
we do
and
not
that
turn that over. Oh well.
nope. That's not how that works. You don't get to see that. If it's boosted, it's not yours anymore, but it will go straight into the inkwell, face down and exerted. But we will go ahead and pass our turn after getting a quest with the Cinderella, getting us up to 1 to Dan's 5 lore here in game number 2.
I think if I'm Dan, I'm gonna take that challenge. I'm gonna run into that Cinderella.
What? Oh, we are
Yeah,
going to play a library. Oh my goodness. Get that on down and say, hey, what are you going to do about this library? I have locations and you have a too challenging little gal over here. And I think you're right. Going ahead and challenging into that Cinderella would be
oh,
really funny, but we're going to
we're not
take,
going to do it.
no, we're going to use that ninth Wonder of the World's ability to go ahead and pay 1, gain a lore, and draw a card.
Certainly, we're moving in, right? We're moving into
Move.
that library.
There ain't I mean, for the vibes, or do we just go ahead and throw down the Yzma as well? If we move it into the library, the odds of you actually banishing it and getting that library trigger is so low, you're probably going to let it go. But now I have 2 avenues of card draw. Dan's saying, listen, I'm going to gain lore, I'm going to draw cards, and then I'm going to draw more cards. So Dan's setting up exactly how they want to at this point.
I think that Horseman Strikes is coming down. Yep, taking out that
Amps.
Dumbo. That would have drawn a card had we moved in.
I think you were correct about that. So I would have drawn a card and then you would have drawn a card. But you know what? We didn't do that. We wanted to establish the Yzma, which I think is another source of card draw here now. He would have to hard play the Let It Go, which you really don't want to do that. But it might be the only thing available to us as we go ahead and ink
Yep.
the Moana.
Oh,
Oh, Cinderella
interesting.
doing? We're going to double
I
Cinderella.
I suppose we didn't have enough ink
Right.
to hard cast it. Let it go. Are we
And
going
we
to take this into the library? Gonna go for a quest.
You gotta challenge the
He's not
library.
gonna. Yeah, he's not gonna challenge with the Yzma. You're fine. You get
Right,
to go
Yzma's
around.
drawing cards. But then again, it might be advantageous to then go ahead. Like, how many cards do I really need? Like, put the Yzma onto the library, challenge it in, and make sure that you can't continuously double up into this library and just play protect the library as long as possible. I kind of like it. Ooh, cat. Hmm.
Cat.
Interesting. Now we will run out of cards with my strategy, but at the same time, you could challenge in and then move 2 damage over to the other Cinderella, which I do love that kind of preparing. And because then you sit in this position where I'm taking your ability away to. Oh, we're questing. Fancy that. We're questing
Interesting.
to bounce it.
Instead of doing the draw, okay.
Okay.
I understood the bounce. I saw that one coming. Are we
Now, do we have
looking
a way to
to?
remove these 2 Cinderellas? Because that's basically, I would have loved to challenge in with the Yzma, then move the 2 damage to the other Cinderella, and then put that cat onto the library just for the laughs of it. Because I think that uh, if I make you Raging Storm, what are you gonna do? You're just gonna leave my location? But now we already have 2 damage into the library, and we'll be able to do 4 more damage here, which will still kind of leave it on its last leg because it is 8. So we're gonna have to start removing these Cinderellas, um, if we're gonna be able to kind of protect this strategy that we've started to put down here.
How much ink do we have on Visionary Storm's side? I don't think we have enough to play both the Hades and the Let It Go. And we don't have any characters that can sing it either.
This deck is good, but our options are expensive. As we said, take a little bit of time to think about our turn here, but we will go ahead and play the Hades onto the Cheshire Cat, ramping Dan by 1, but also getting rid of a potent threat here in the form of that damage removal. Now, kind of like you said, I think we're going to have to send both of these Cinderellas into this library, leaving it with 1 damage left on the library. It is up to 6. It is an 8 library thing. Now, I think that's kind of why I wanted to, like, I don't know, do something with those Cinderellas, get them off the board, because now we're left with the Yzma, the Cheshire Cat, and the Shark in hand. Notably, no actions into that discard. We saw that Dan does have the Be King Undisputed available to them in their deck, but we have not seen one this turn, or this game.
This is a tough spot for Dan. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I
You know
don't think
what?
he knows about the Hades in hand, and he definitely doesn't know about that Let It Go.
Yeah.
Oh, and we are playing right into the hands of our control player.
And that is the unfortunate thing. Like I said, I do believe that this deck has an issue with trying to get rid of locations. And so leaning on the back of that library and really trying to keep that around as long as possible might have been the play here, because we know that Visionary Storm's Oops All Answers are really they're for characters only. So Hades plus Cinderella is going to be able to take out this library eventually, but we did give them a little bit of a chance to build up on board. So we will go ahead and take out 1 Cinderella. Now that does give us 2 back damage on that, to where if at the beginning of our turn, we will be able to move that freely if we so choose. However, it's not enough damage to take anything out, and the way things are looking, I don't know if we're gonna be able to. I don't know if we're gonna have that elephant on the board going into this future turn.
I almost wonder if we play the Maui Shark there.
Just give him another
Just
target,
just to ink.
maybe.
Because we're gonna
Yeah,
be able
we're.
to move the 2 damage off of the elephant onto whichever character we would like, likely the Cinderella. And just having another target on board to make him use his removal options, even if
Mhm.
we're
Oops.
not doing too much.
Oops, all removal is the key. We will go ahead and play that Hades and the Let It Go. So we are going to get rid of both characters, sending them into the inkwell. We knew that he had the answers, but he didn't know he had the answers, as now we have a Cheshire Cat and a shark left in hand, staring down the barrel of a Hades Cinderella combo. Visionary Storm taking a minute to Visions of the Future. Gonna find the best card available to us. Looking like a Hades is probably another answer. 3 Hades is too many.
Dan having nothing in his hand with Rush, no Elsa's, no Sven's. This is looking pretty bad for him.
Now, this is game number 2. Dan taking game number 1. And now we are going into this second round of the Ravensforge game set champs. Now, this is your core specialty. We are done with Infinity. We are playing with the core toys, notably a lack of toys today, but we might see them a little bit later. If Visionary Storm can take this, we'll go to game 3, and somebody's got to check the clock. As 3 Hades is too many,
Oh
I'm scooping and
man.
going to game 3. I'm done. I'm out.
I think I would be too at this point, knowing that not a single raging storm has come down,
Yeah.
and my opponent just got 5 lore, with
And
me having nothing on board.
yeah, I am absolutely scooping it up. I'm going next. 3 Hades is too many for most decks. And yeah, he's like, bro, what? It's like, bleh, bleh. Well, I'm doing the math and I'm scooping those cards. And but Dan says, hey, I ain't heard no bell. Let's see what we got left. And it's a genie. Amethyst players love drawing cards. Let's see what our options are. Is it a be prepared? It's
Oof.
not. It's a shark. Go ahead and play it. There's not a lot of ways to outvalue and outrace you in these situations, especially if you're going to bounce the genie and replay it to draw another card.
So it does seem
All
like
right.
players have about 13 minutes left. So I think if I'm in Dan's position, I am scooping up my cards and
Scooping.
going to game 3.
100%. 13 minutes left is not enough for me to deal with this situation. And after I'm scooping it now, like now. I saw we played a Surfer Stitch for the full retail value. You didn't Circle of Life it. You just put in the end. No, dude, no, that's it. Come on, Dan.
Yep, that would be
Get
it
on
for
out of
me.
there. Dan.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 14. One more turn, and
Yeah.
yep,
Oh, and there
good.
we go. He's like, okay, all right. It was like 3 seconds later than what I would have done it, but Dan saw the writing on the wall, and the writing had a lot of the Lord of the Dead just raging on in there. The TPO was for the vibes, and I hate that for Dan. But we will go to game number 3. Amber and Sapphire against Ruby and Amethyst. Visionary Storm against Dan here in Stanford, North Carolina.
Sanford, no T.
Dang it. Dang it, you guys.
So close.
So close. What do you think that Dan's gonna need to do here?
I mean, just find the the luck that he found there in game 1. I don't think that this is a bad position for Ruby Amethyst, as long as the Amber Sapphire player does not find their removal.
It's
There's
oops
been
all removal.
It is oops all removal, but you can recover so well whenever all of your characters are drawing back cards, and if you can get that library down and have it stick before any of those characters come down that can start to remove it and chip away at it, and then your characters are going into the library. All of your characters that get removed, whether they're evasives, getting hit by Horseman Strikes, or Raging Storm coming and sweeping down your board, if they're in the library, you just replenished your hand, and most likely he's ramped all of your inkwell up for you, so you can just recover very quickly.
Yeah, and we did notice that Visionary Storm actually was on the play that last game, and they stumbled a little bit there, not being able to ramp on turn 2, but being able to come back from that, even missing that sailed Tipo, inking the Tipo on that turn 3, passing, then playing a Cinderella, then playing another Cinderella. So that is something that this deck has available to it, is when you're playing a matchup like this, Dan's characters aren't really questing for a lot. You have to go really wide. You have to get a lot of them onto the board. And that gave Visionary Storm, even though they missed that ramp on turn 2, the space to build back and get back to where they needed to be to then get into this game and cause a whole bunch of problems.
Absolutely. Let's see. Let's clear some overlays. We haven't been seeing too much of a one drop from Visionary Storm's side, but we do see develop every so often from this deck.
That
And
would
I
be
believe it was
my one drop of
Tinkerbell.
choice. going for that Olaf this turn. We've seen Dan opening up with Tinkerbell every single every single game this turn, but I do love the ability to play down the Olaf, play down the Scrooge, boost the Scrooge, especially when we know, but we will ink and pass from Dan, giving us that ability to put the Scrooge down early. Dan now knows Sight is in the deck. Go ahead, boost that Scrooge as many times as possible and see how much value we can get out of that guy as we do hit our sale on turn 2 from Visionary Storm.
Yep, that sale allowing Visionary Storm here to ramp. Very standard for what we have seen the last the last two games. And I do think, like you said, Dan is going to be putting some cards under that Scrooge in hopes that he can send Olaf into something like a Tipo in order to bounce it back.
Ooh, but we did go ahead and take the line that you mentioned earlier with the library gift for Bill coming on down with that 8 willpower. Now, with nothing on board with Visionary's turn, they're going to have to start building up. And the only character we can really play that has 4 costs is a Cinderella. Dreams come true. There she is. She's only got 2 strength. So it's going to take a lot of beating down the doors of that library to get it off of the board. Oh, we got so excited.
We're going to
Being
ready the library.
Yeah, yeah.
You
I'm
can't
ready my
challenge it
library.
anymore.
Yeah. Love
Looks like they're
that.
inking the Elsa for the genie.
This is a beautiful curve coming in from Dan, getting that wish fulfilled onto the board, being able to draw a card. And now we've just kind of gone wide here. Now we will go ahead and exert everything, going on a quest, getting all the way up to 6 lore. And with a wide board, maybe you spooky sight, maybe you don't. But at the same time, spooky sight doesn't hit libraries. You can't spooky
And it
sight
doesn't
a
hit genies.
building.
And I think that was a great call for Dan. Questing with the Olaf, you don't want to hit the Olaf and send the genie back to hand. I'm just going to get more cards that way.
Yeah, so and you can't the only thing you can take is the Olaf at this point, or you could try to do the 2 damage into the library to start to build up to that 8 threshold to get that up and out of here. Again, now we do see the Ohana means family. That might be something you want to do. Challenging into the Olaf, getting off the board, seeing if you like down tempo yourself, which Dan chooses to go ahead and bounce. He's not bouncing it. He's like, hey, listen, you're
Oh,
gonna have to deal with this. Deal with my genie. He's here and he's gonna be problems, but we will play Ohana means family to go ahead and heal the 2 damage off the Cinderella to draw 2 cards and hopefully get something that we can help us here in the future.
yeah. Knowing that Horseman Strikes is in the deck, I don't know if that was the right call. I guess he was thinking you would have already done it if you had Horseman Strikes. So
There. Or you
thinking
just make
I
him
can see
do
it.
it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to. If you got it, you got it. You have so many answers. I got to run you out of some of them at all times, but we will go ahead and ink this to Mona. It looks like powerful because we have another one in hand. But hey, look, we got Hades looking for a deal. You're gonna. I'm shipping that. Yeah, there you go. We don't
Yeah.
make deals with Lords of the Dead. I'm putting that under. You can't have the 2 cards because the card advantage is what is going to bury Visionary Storm at this point. But
There's
that
the
did
Horseman
take the
Strikes.
challenging power away, and that library is going to stay eternal.
This library is really putting that clock on Visionary Storm. Uh, Being able to get rid of that genie is big, but there's still 3 lore stuck on the board that you can't answer right now.
And it's getting real bad as we go ahead and visions at our opponent who has a library and 2 characters onto the board. They only quest for 1 each, but that's still 3 lore a turn that we are kind of getting into a situation where it's hard to answer. So we are going to visions again. But oh, we're developing, so we're going to look for it. It does seem to be a let it go. So we are mounting a lot of answers. So we have Hades in our hand. We have let it go in our hand. I think we have a spooky side in our hand. We just have to establish some things to get this library up out of here.
Yeah, it's not looking great. We're gonna be looking at three lore gain this turn, going to 13. What are we looking to play? A Scrooge. And if
It's
if
a
we boost it, if we boost both, we can also still move something into the library. Or we can just
We're
move
just
all
gonna
three.
move them all to the library and send them on a quest. Why not? Look, get some learning and get yourselves in that library. It's a gift for Belle, but Belle's given knowledge to everyone as 2 Scrooges and a Hades walk into the library.
Oh, that's the joke? That's the full joke?
That's it.
Or
That's a full joke.
oh, okay, perfect.
It's up to you to decide what happens after the words because I'm pretty sure it's not going to go well.
Well, Hades does have a lot of gems in the underworld, so Scrooge might be making some deals himself.
There we go. Dan accurately seeing that, hey, the writing's on the wall, the raging storm is coming through, and I'll go ahead and draw the 3 cards as you banish them with that raging storm, leaving the Eternal Library to continue to tick up to that 20 lore threshold.
I think right now I'm just thinking I can just throw some characters down and make them deal with it. Uh, let's see if Dan's feeling the same way. I think I almost want to put the Elsa in.
Now
Oh,
we
okay.
have
We could put
those,
in
we have
Inkwell.
them. We'll put the shark down. We'll see how many horseman strikes you have left in there. Yep. And we'll see if you can do anything about it. But the let it go is going to be able to. But listen, we got to do something. We will establish the Hades, putting that immediately into the inkwell. But Hades does only challenge for 3. So it's still going to take us a little bit of time as Dan ticks up and plays the Bee King Undisputed,
Bee King.
immediately getting rid of the Hades, saying, listen, you only put 1 character on the board, and I got an answer for that. We also see another Bee King Undisputed in hand and a Horseman Terror of Sleepy Hollow, which will be able to get rid of a 2 strength or less character. So if we just starting trying to flood the board, well, that thing has Ward, Merryweather. You can't Horseman strike, so Merryweather, because she got Ward.
She's also too strong.
That's true.
Just too strong.
At
We
4
could Demona
5.
it, but I'm not sure if we would ever do that.
I mean, God. Oh no, we did a Vision of the Future and we see a Raging Storm, a Let It Go, and 2 Hades. Visionary Storm opting to take the Hades, but like when you look at your visions of the future and it's like, oops, all answers. Wait a minute, I wanted every single one of these cards, but again, the library is the problem. It
Oh,
will.
another library. Let's drop that library and
Oh
then drop
my
Bee King.
God. Oh my God, no!
That's the answer to the warded characters.
Not like this. The Bee King Undisputed, we knew we had that, but the second library is just insult to injury. And Visionary Storm says, bro, you got it. Game 3 going to Dan, Ruby, and Amethyst, recognizing that locations are the answer.
We need control for locations. I don't think we have any in those colors.
And not in those colors, but hey, listen, you do have, what is it, Freeze the Vine? We got Sabotaged. We got maybe Windstorm. That one's kind of funny, but not going to do anything. We got oh, look at that Hey Hey deck box. That thing is kind of cool.
That's
Dice
really
Worlds?
nice.
Yeah. I love
That's where they were
Illuminaires.
pulling all those counters out. The prize support kit has Woody versions of those for this tournament.
Oh, all right. Well, congratulations to Dan here in round number 2 against a Amber and Sapphire strategy that looked like just oops all answers until it was like, wait, what if I just started building real estate? Can you deal with that? Looks like no. So, oh wow, okay. I just clicked over to the JDZ stream just because I was like curious, and like they're all on the couch drinking Diet Coke and just kind of looking a little weirded out by it. It looks like Katie drank Diet Coke for the first time. She's like, oh, but yeah. So we do have the set champs here. Are you frozen? Are you just really still? Am I alone? I think we may have lost 50% of the broadcast team. It's you and me, guys, me and you. And oh, if you can still hear me, let me know. Yeah, he heard
Good.
Diet Coke and dipped. He was like, "You know what? Bye." Yep. Okay, cool.
My power flickered. I'm here.
Power flickering there in North Carolina. Everything is going off the rails, but here in Florida, it's fine. See, guys, Florida is fine. There's not that much wrong with us. Kinda.
Do you believe the stream is down?
Oh
Or no, that's just
dear.
my internet. That's just my internet. Never mind.
Well, we're still here and we're going back to the NPR version of this program. So, thank you guys for joining us at the Ravenforge Set Champs here in, well, there in Sanford, North Carolina. It only took me 6 times, but I finally got it right. I hope.
Nailed it.
Yay! Thank you for the follow, DJ the zoologist. I appreciate that. I needed that little boost in these trying times. So if you're here and you like what we're doing for some reason, you give me a follow. It's much appreciated. Helps support the broadcast, which is off the rails entirely. But if it wasn't, would it even be as fun if everything was going right?
Did the power go out in Sanford too? Am I seeing that correctly?
um, I am not quite sure. They did say they had some storms rolling in, but I do love this like Inception thing that we have going on. I think it really adds to the broadcast. So that was round number 2. So we should be going into round number 3, unless they are all just in the dark now, which, if it's me, I'm probably just going to play by phone light. You can't stop me, but that means that our broadcast is a little bit paused. So you do get the smooth tones of Bo and I as we wait to see what shall happen
Dan
here.
won just so hard that it just knocked all the power out across the entire state.
Coming in from the chat. Oh, it's a me and me. Isn't that what everybody's always wanted? Is just like 2 of me. Look
Okay,
at
so
that.
it seems like the stream is at least kind of working over there.
The narcissism cannot be contained.
Have you ever watched Gallivant?
No, what's up?
Oh, it was on ABC, but it kind of made fun of a lot of the Disney Renaissance movies. It's on Disney
Uh-huh.
Plus. It's worth watching. There's a scene where the essentially the evil queen is looking at mirrors of herself.
Yeah. We can high five each other. Mm. This is probably not how I should be handling this situation. And if you are in any kind of production, maybe you could help me.
I think it's because I lost video
Ah,
and I
okay.
do not. I'm connected through my cell phone now while I wait for my internet to come back.
Oh, wow. That's crazy. Well, it is me. I am color and also color, and this is a weird thing for you guys to have to deal with. So Bo is coming back slowly but surely as we do wait for round number 3 in the Rave. I keep saying, oh yeah, it's Raven Forge, not Raven Forge. It's the Raven Forge Games Set Champs, which they are broadcasting because they had about 50 people show up for a Set Champs, which is actually insane. And I would be so upset. It's only 90 rounds of Swiss to get your Woody playmat, as I think we did lose him. Now it feels like, what is that? What is that show? Oh, okay, he's back. What is the older show? The Brady Bunch, where they would all look at the squares at each other and they'd be like, and then like looking up. That's kind of what that felt for a second. If you are here, I appreciate you. Um, we are going to get back to the action. We have a little bit of a storm problem going on in North Carolina, so everything is a little wonky. Hey, look, that's our. Oh no. Okay. Just showing
I am
passwords and stuff in the Discord. That's crazy.
I'm
Uh,
replugging in my router, so
oh.
hopefully hopefully that'll make everything go back to normal.
See, this is what happens when you drink the full octane Coca-Cola. They have the Diet Coke invitation going on over here, but this is the full. This is this is the full Coca-Cola invitation. No, I'm just kidding. It's just the difference between Diet Coke and regular Coke. Things get a little unhinged. You get too much sugar in your bloodstream. Bad things happen. So I don't know. I need to hear from the chat. Do you guys like Diet Coke or regular Coke? I don't know why I expected you. Let's see. You did it 1 month in and reached top 4 with toys today. Set champs. There you go. Coke Zero. 2 Coke Zeros coming in from the chat. Oh, come on. You guys don't want to drink a soda with 39 grams of sugar in it? Oh my god. that's actually that's actually that should be illegal. I probably need to change my habits immediately. 39 grams of sugar? Has it always been like that? Has it already you die when you drink regular Coke? I mean, oh man. You know, I'm here
Only
for a
from Sweet
decent
12.
time, but not a long time. There you go, DJ. We're all together. I get you. You get me. Although I will say I did spill a little bit of the regular Coke just now, and I don't know if you know this, but our hobby is primarily made out of paper. So, it
Fair
was
fun.
horrifying. Yeah, but it's okay. Everything was sleeved, but I spilt regular Coke. So this is absolutely how you get ants. So,
I'm back, but now we have other Inception.
yeah. I love regular Coke, but I'm not to be trusted with carbonated sugar. Yeah, neither is like the heart palpitations that happen, but I still drink it.
All
This is
right,
the difference
production.
between a Diet Coke and a Coke broadcast. If you're still here,
Produ-
you guys are
production, we
awesome.
need you to fix me. I'm back. I'm here. Am I am
I s-
I audible?
Oh, I can hear you. You're absolutely
Oh, okay.
here. You're here with us in person and in spirit, as well as.
This is the nice thing about having a backup battery on your house. Whenever
Oh,
the
do you not
power
have
goes
power?
out, it just flicks. I believe
Oh,
my neighborhood does not have power. So
oh, you have a generator?
it knocked us out for a second.
Fancy.
I have solar panels.
Oh my god, that's even fancier.
They're super nice, and it comes with a big wall that sits on your a big battery that sits on the side of your wall, and scares the crap out of me because one day
It just kicks
lithium
on.
will get wet and it will explode and I will die. Uh, that's my fear.
What? Wait a minute.
Lithium
I've
batteries scare me.
I don't know enough, but now apparently I have a new fear. Let's see. I respectfully ask people to put their drinks on the floor as I use my DLC Elsa mat. Yeah, the thing is like if people, I don't do that like at tournaments. Like if I have a drink, it immediately goes on the floor, and I'm more liable to kick it over than I am, to spill it on anybody. But in my own house, I'm a savage, and I think that I can have drinks on my desk. And I learned quickly that that is not the case. Um,
I've seen you use your
Also.
playmat as a coaster.
I might have also been doing that. So, and we're into it. Thank goodness.
Hey,
We have Shay versus Ellie, and this is an Amber and Ruby deck. Thank God. I mean, hooray. Shay, I hope you do well. But this is actually a really terrible matchup for the Amber and Ruby toy strategy, but we do have a few options available to us with this Amber and Ruby ink pairing. It could potentially be that Boosty Boys strategy that I know that you are actually partial to, or this could be toys, or it could be something insane.
I I love the Amber Ruby boosts.
Yeah, that Boosty
They
Boys.
are
But
so
we
fun.
are seeing a lot of Horseman Strikes here. We are seeing Rex. We're seeing the toy in a box. We are so this might be
This is
that
the
toy
toys card.
strategy with that the Horseman Strikes in it. So now this is the worst deck to try to alter. It's got a really funky curve to it. Your best thing here is to do turn one Woody into a turn two Bullseye into, you know, this is like the God Hand, right? The where you sing the You've Got a Friend in Me by Bullseye, and then you're able to shift the Woody quest, play something for free while also drawing a card and putting two toys in your hand from now. That is the ultimate line. That's what you want to do. It's very hard for most decks to come back from that. However, that is almost harder to achieve than Diablo, shift Diablo, put Diablo on a cove, and then sing Sudden Chill. It's almost harder than that to do. So it's not impossible, but when it happens, you do feel like a god.
Ooh, look at that pretty Clarabelle.
We are going to watch this Emerald and Sapphire strategy once again. Again, I think that this is a pretty unfavorable matchup for toys, but Ellie might have a lot of reps on this deck and a way around it. Having 3 baby heads in hand is not how you do it, though. By the way, remember how I said that this deck can. I'm going to throw up. This deck
Oh, no
is
one drop.
so. Yeah. So the thing with this is this deck loses a lot to itself. There's a lot of smoothing that it needs to have done, but the uninkable count is quite high. So we are going to go ahead and play a Mowgli here. We will hit the end of the sea, but we will see that you have extra Clarabelles and John Silvers and Prince Phillips available to us. Now, we didn't ramp on turn 2, so each deck seems to be quite off course on what it would like to be doing. Oh my god, we're
That's
passing, aren't we?
That's true, but I do believe Shay may have the better higher end. So if we continue to do an ink and pass on both sides, but don't believe we will. Does Ellie have another piece of ink, or is it three baby heads? What is that last card? Is that
It's a Jesse
friend?
and a bunch of yeah. So the Sid is also an oh my god,
Oh my gosh!
no!
Shuffle your deck.
No! Oh my god. Okay, so this
Shuffle your decks.
I will say this has happened to me more times than I could actually count with this deck. Where I
Triple Sid, triple baby head.
well, I only have
Specifically.
two. I only have two baby head in the deck because things like this happen so much. I only have three Sid in the deck because of things. So what I did is I actually took the baby heads out, and I have two baby head and three Sid, and I just threw a bunch of bare necessities in there because I was like, I just want ways to find it because otherwise I'm going to lose my mind. Um, I feel Ellie's pain all the way into my soul. I had this happen to me several times during the DLC over the weekend because I was playing toys in the core side event. And when your deck is not, I told you the opening line, this is the nightmare line. This is the other side of the coin where
Oh,
if anything else could go wrong, I can't think of much more. So we are gonna have Babyhead, you're welcomed, which is kind of fine because Babyhead wasn't really doing anything because it does say when you play something two or less, you can buff a character. And if you have a toy that is banished on your or if character is banished on your turn, you can also draw a card. So this you're welcome coming down onto the Babyhead just draws us the two cards that we were potentially going to get from Babyhead to begin with. Um, Maybe drawing us into some inkables that we could play on our turn. Unfortunately, we got a lot of high costed cards.
Shay
And
is refilling their hand from that Clarabelle too.
this was the worst timeline for this toys deck. And I feel so bad because it is like truly unplayable at this point. We do have tons of cards. I love how Ellie is just showing us the and the hand cam like, look what I have to do. Now we are going up to that 5 ink threshold. We will be able to establish the oh man, we will be able to establish the horseman if we so choose, being able to take out that Tipo. Unfortunately, we see malicious mean and scary over on the other side, so we will opt to take that line, getting up a quest onto that that Mowgli there.
Now, the Horseman does only trigger whenever your opponent's characters are banished. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So running the Mowgli into Clarabelle will not be able to boost up the Horseman next turn. I'm not
Right.
sure what we're going to be able to play to out the Clarabelle in the near future.
That's what the baby head is actually really good. So if you were to potentially play the baby head and then have Mowgli sing a song and then do something else, you'd be able to buff up the headless horseman because the baby head's effect does give +1 strength every time you play a card two or less, and singing songs does count towards that. So there's a good chance of being able to buff up the horseman, but I don't know how much ink we really have available to us in that aspect because the baby head does cost 4.
Okay. It does look like Shay opted to take the Buzz Lightyear there. Hoping to, I guess, get back some actions next turn. And give additional lore to Clarabelle, probably.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a lot of stuff there. Now, why did we ready the Clarabelle?
I believe we readied her just because we forgot to ready her at the end of
Okay, I was like,
turn.
fair enough. So we will just go ahead play a Jesse here, and that does say that whenever you play a character that is cost, or whenever you play a card cost 2 or less, you actually get to do -1 strength to chosen opposing character, which ends up working really nicely. Now, if you have 2 or more toys on board, you are able to quest with Jesse to draw a card. But hey, Horseman and Mowgli are not toys. So unfortunately, Jesse isn't really going to do much other than reducing the strength of some characters. Maybe you'd be able to kind of power out some stuff and get that Clarabelle down into the range of another Horseman. But we look like we're going to be exerting quite a few ink here. Drawing for the Donald that
Oh,
we missed the trigger. Playing
that was,
down
yep,
this
Milo.
Milo coming on down, discarding this Under the Sea, and we are going to bounce that Jesse back towards your hand because yes, you could theoretically chain a bunch of 2 cost or less things together to get that Clarabelle down within horseman range. But I'm gonna go ahead and you're welcome onto the terror of Sleepy Hollow, shuffling him back into the deck and allowing Ellie to draw 2 more cards, which will help Shay refill their hand with that Clarabelle on the table.
I'm in pain for Ellie.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
She
Mm-hmm.
was definitely looking to banish the Jesse next turn by playing the Sid to gain some lore and get rid of some of Shay's characters. Oh, I feel like everything that could have went wrong is going wrong for her right now.
100%. Drawing into 3 Sids and 3 baby heads is something that I did one time before systematically dismantling this deck and finding a better way. I have never been that more upset than that. It's just the unequal threshold of this deck sits around 11 to 13, and I think 11 is still just entirely too high. It is a really difficult deck to navigate. When it works really well, but then when it doesn't, you do get into these situations. And we saw that Ellie did take the more aggressive, oh god, an aggressive point as we do go ahead,
We're gonna gain
play
3.
the Pterodactyl Janie doll into the Sid, banishing a toy character of ours, which is that Janie doll, like you said, being able to -1 lore from Shay and then gain 1 lore from the Pterodactyl Janie doll. But then because it's a toy that was banished, it will gain 2 lore from our Sid trigger. So that is the dream combo, but you kind of want to be a little higher in lore. However, we do have the we are at 8 lore to 0. So if we could maybe start chaining some toys here. Sid only works on our turn. So you would have to just
We need to discard something to do that, right?
yes, we do.
Okay. Judge, we need to
Yeah.
discard.
Yeah, that is an unfortunate thing. You do. Milo does say whenever you play this character, you may choose and discard a card to be able to bounce something of your opponent's. Now, it would not work that way. And then if we have 2 things, yeah, you didn't discard. So you need to discard.
So can't discard
Oh,
that last one that you had. There we go. Perfect.
yeah. So we discard, and because of that, I was going to say it does work in your favor because at the end of your turn, if you have discarded 2 things into the discard, then you are able to draw a card. And because we have 2 Milos, we will be able to now draw 2 cards at the end of our turn, which we opt not to
Uh,
do.
I
Sick.
don't think a second card hit, did it?
He went visions into the discard from the Milo.
Ah,
So that would have been able to get rid of that.
2. Did we do that this turn? I only see
He
5 ink
played one.
exerted. Or
He played
7 ink.
one. He played the Milo, and then you should have discarded from the Milo. But then he also. Oh, well, I don't know why he discarded 2 cards then.
I don't think we did a vision.
This game, so a lot of these cards are new. The Milo coming out was last set there, so it is a fairly new card in that respect. But then, of course, all of these new toy cards are also very, very new. And hey, I don't know about you, but we have been paying attention to Infinity for such a long time. God. Okay, we're gonna play the
Looks
Mills
like
just
we're
being
gonna.
scary.
Yep. Then we're gonna be flapping down the Prince Philip. That way we can take out the Sid, control that board a little bit more. We don't need, as long as we're controlling the board each turn, we can keep questing for 3 to 5 each turn, and just tempo out.
Yeah, Sid is a 5/5, so it would have been able to challenge and trade into that Milo, getting him off the board. But hey, we missed our curve. And the beauty of this deck is being able to just quest incrementally and then throwing a Sid and just power bursting lore towards the end of it. Now the Woody finally shows up later on in these turns, being able to play the Sid because hey, by the way, we have 3 of them in hand. So that is our second Sid, as we did have one bounced, then we had one banished. So I think we should have one more Sid in hand unless we've been able to take care of every single one of them going forward. But the thought that Shay is not going to be able to deal with this Sid is yep. Okay, so we do have this third Sid in hand, so we can continuously play toys and hopefully get up, but we will probably be able to only get to 14 lore by doing that again next turn. So if we were a little bit higher, you can definitely see how this deck has a way of just crawling back.
Let's see. So we're playing that Buzz Lightyear. We're going to get back. That's Visions. We're going to play Visions so that we can give an extra lore pip to, I believe, pointing at Prince Philip.
Questing for 4 seems totally fair. Going ahead,
Well, I think it's
visioning.
something we might have to get used to here in the near future. Unfortunately.
Oh, yeah.
Possibly even 5.
Yeah.
Especially in these colors. And that's the color that is law.
But yeah, I see what you did there. That is a lot of questing power for Shay, being able to go up to 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 this turn alone. Unfortunately, even if Ellie, now, will we get rid of that I mean, even that point, it'd be 14, 15, 16, so we'd only be able to get up to 16 lore. So if we...
Are we at 18? Is that right?
God, if we had 2 extra
19.
lore, Ellie could go
Oh, it
ahead.
was Sale.
I was about to say Ellie could have gone ahead and played that second Sid. So you play a toy, play the Sid. Yeah, you should have played you but that still only gains you 4 lore. But you know, if you were up a little higher, we could have just won out of nowhere. And if I'm Ellie, I'm not showing Shay that. I'm just gonna go next. Because I don't want you to know that you should have just removed the Sid, and the fact that you didn't. Oh wait, wait, no, 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 no,
What?
no, no, no.
What are we doing?
No, no. Okay.
We're scooping.
14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We could have won the game if we would have played the second Sid. But we didn't have enough because it was a Jessie.
Yeah.
Oh, because of the Jessie, you couldn't play the Jessie and the Sid at the same turn, but we could have quested with the Sid, played the Woody, and then played the other Sid, and that would have been 6 lore, and we would have won the game. That is
I don't think we were inking every turn because of that hand of so many Uninkables.
But you see, like, that was, I mean, that hand of Uninkables, that was a nightmare hand. It was 3 Sid and 3 Baby Head. That back to back to back like that was actually the worst timeline of things that could have happened to make sure that that deck wasn't working. And now that is another thing too, is even though we had the 3 Sids in hand, that could have been our game plan, right? Is making sure that each time that we played a Sid, we were getting closer and closer to that 20 lore threshold. So where, listen, they're gonna under the sea your board. They're gonna mess you up every time that you can. So the Sids all in a row were kind of our only way out there, and that was just truly unfortunate that it was Jessie that we drew for turn.
All right, I think it's about time that we be a little bit selfish. And we're hoping for a game 3, so we're going to be cheering a little bit for Ellie here.
I've been cheering for toys the whole time. What are you kidding?
Oh, we're supposed to be a little bit unbiased.
Nah. I want to see the deck that I play win, but taking a look at these sleeves now, making sure we're going to shuffle up and go on to game number 2. This is round 3 here in our set champs for Ravenforge games. We're going to go ahead and we're taking a look at our opponent's deck here. Looking at the sleeves, I guess maybe sometimes those dragon shields can get chewed up pretty quickly. I do love the toys deck, so I'm always rooting for toys, but you know what? Let's Let's hope that Ellie can alter in a way better way because all right, I think we are going to go ahead and try to figure out some of these sleeve differences here. Now we
I'm hoping
are
one didn't
on
split.
yeah, it might have um but again, so this matchup is actually not the best, but there are ways to um go about it.
Trading
I
a sleeve.
know that it's sort of the way that they were. They're like there's the Under the Sea that's going to hit mostly every single toy in the deck. There's also, the your welcomes and this and that. And so if you can build a board and you're just incrementally gaining lore. Now, notably, Ellie did not do anything, unfortunately, for the first like 2 to 3 turns. Now that's quite a bit of lore that they missed out on. And so had they had that lore, they wouldn't have needed to do the double sid. So the deck really has a way to be able to climb itself back in these situations. So it's not an unwinnable matchup. You just have to know exactly how to get around and do the thing that you're trying to do. And breaking is not one of those things, unfortunately. So we'll see here now going into game number 2 if Ellie can hit what they need to hit.
We just need some of those low cost toy characters to come out early. Hopefully, not sending back the one drop Woody. Certainly not.
So no, that was probably the Woody Jungle Guide that they sent back. I'm sending that sucker back. If I don't see a small Woody, Jungle Guide is getting sent back 9 out of 10 times. 10 out of 10 times. I don't want that thing in my hand because the fun thing about Woody Jungle Guides is they come in threes most of the time. Yeah. So again, this one's really, really difficult. You want to find a one drop, especially in the face of this matchup. You are on the play. So having that one drop, even if it's a poopy one drop like the Janie Pterodactyl doll, it really does help you in this situation gain at least a couple lore before, Sapphire and Emerald starts employing all their messed up strategies. It also helps you set up to where if you are able to get down the Jessie, you can start questing and drawing cards, which is going to give you a lot of card advantage, as well as just being a body on the board to where when the Sid comes down, if you can get that Sid out early, you're able to start doing some impressive things. But we will go ahead, ink the toy wind up frog, and play the Woody waiting for a friend. So let's see. We do have the bullseye. Let's see if we
So
can draw into that jungle guy.
Amber Ruby Toys is not utilizing that Shift Woody. They are not trying to flood the board, correct?
In this matchup, yes, they are. Absolutely. I am trying to flood the board and get as much lore as possible because basically, what you're trying to do is after you've gained as much lore as you possibly can, you will then just start to throw Sid after Sid after Sid. And being at such a high lore total, there's not really much they can do in that instance. So going ahead and questing after throwing down the bullseye. Bullseye's an excellent singer for You Got a Friend in Me. And hopefully we'll be able to accelerate our game plan because we are inking a sail to play a sail. So our Woody and Bullseye are quite safe going into this next turn.
Absolutely. I don't know what we're trying to find here on Shay's side just yet. It looks like we're going to ink the Donald
We're
in
probably
order
trying to set up for
to
the
develop.
early Under the Sea because again, if we shift that Woody, it is a 1/5 and it will go straight up and under the sea, under the deck, and get rid of it. Anything that Woody plays for free is typically a 2 cost, a 2 strength or less. Now, the Emerald and Amber version of this deck has a lot of things that are just out of the range of Under the Sea. But if we go ahead and play You Got a Friend in Me, which is
A
this is
friend of
the
me.
opening. You go ahead and look at the top 4 cards, and you get to put 2 toys into your hand. Jessie is an excellent thing here, putting that wind up frog and the Jessie into hand. So you can go ahead, play the Jessie, set that up. She's also a 3/3, so very hard to Under the Sea at that point, unless you have a strength reducer available to you. Now, I don't think we have the Shift Woody, but that's okay. Jessie's a very powerful card to have on this board.
I'm worried that since we didn't see it in the last game and we haven't seen it in this game, I'm worried it might not be in the deck.
We did see them ship it during their altar phase, so it is there. We just gotta find it.
Okay. Let's see. So we're gonna do a little bit more ramping over here on Shay's side. What are we putting in? That looked like the shift base for Prince Philip, didn't it?
Yep, we're probably opting not for that line because we don't have it, but we will ramp up the Cinderella dreams come true. Now, here we get to see things happening for us. Now, going at inking that Horseman Strikes because we have another one available to us, playing down the Pterodactyl Janie doll, which will give us -1. So we could have done that actually in the other way around and give Cinderella -2 strength. So if we would have played the Jessie first, then the Pterodactyl Janie doll, it would have triggered both Jessie and now Cinderella would be -2. So she'd be a 0-3, which would be pretty sick. But um, that is the benefit of Jessie for sure. And that's why it pairs really well into that Emerald strategy because it does have the End of the Sea available to it. But playing down the Clarabelle and
Don't believe we're going to be breaking any items here.
No items indeed, but we will go ahead and shift the Clarabelle for a cost reduction, singing your welcome onto, it's got to be one of the Jessies, back into the deck, drawing 2 cards, and then being able to draw off of that new Clarabelle shift, going in, doing it for the reduction of 1, and also getting that extra Clarabelle out of your hand. So Shay doing one of the most powerful things that Emerald and Sapphire has available to them.
I love it. I like anytime I can play 1 ink cheaper or any ink cheaper for my characters, especially if that means I can put a card under them in case. Not so much in this matchup, but if somebody, I don't know, say let it go on my Clarabelle, I get 2 cards.
The more ink, the better. But we do have that drawing up at the end of our turn, being able to Shay refilling their hand after a very powerful turn from that Emerald and Sapphire strategy. But we do still have Woody, Bullseye, Pterodactyl Janie Doll, and the Jessie available. We are on that 5 ink turn. So if we have a Horseman, we could play that down and get rid of that Cinderella Dreams Come True. But we are seeing quite a few Ruby cards in that. But we take our Jessie for a quest, and because we have 2 or more toys on board, we will draw a card. It's a ham. We have yet to find that jungle guide, unfortunately, but we will go ahead and play it, which means we can reduce that Clarabelle by 1 strength. Playing the Woody, we can also. So we go ahead and play. What?
Why aren't we? We have a Sisu in hand. Why aren't we playing the Sisu to get rid of the Cinderella?
Because I think that, well, I don't know. We could have done that for sure, but I think we were trying to go wide and make them sing Under the Sea at this point. Maybe saying you don't have it, taking down that Clarabelle, giving her a reduction of 2. So maybe we're just trying to go as wide as possible, and our Jessie triggers aren't really what we're looking to deal with. Unfortunately, because of all that card draw, Shay doesn't have it. They don't have the Under the Sea at this moment. They don't have the ability to 2, 4, 6. Yeah, no, you don't have the ability to take down.
Strategy?
No, so you basically said, hey, I'm going to make you have Under the Sea, or I will be able to gain a lot of lore in this turn, going from 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 lore is what we'll be able to get up to, but we will see you. You're welcome. Come down, getting rid of that last Jessie.
Yep. That's going to give another +1 lore over to the Clarabelle, who will then be questing for 3.
Because we did get that back from the Buzz Lightyear. Which Buzz is this? He's a Buzz. He's the Jungle Ranger. Jungle Guide, Jungle Ranger. Oh, I love that for them. He's a guide and a ranger. Aw.
Every time the thunder rumbles outside, I'm so worried I'm losing connection.
Oh no. All right.
That Clarabelle drawing back some extra cards here. And then Cinderella, unfortunately, Buzz, unlike Cusco, is not a princess. So we will not be getting any cards sent to the Inkwell to draw another card. Let's see. We are at Sid turn though, and we did have one in hand. Looks like we're inking the Mowgli. Are we going to play the Sid? We're gonna quest with our quest first, yeah. Always
Quest with the
smart.
pterodactyl Janie doll. All right. Well, we will go ahead and quest with the Woody and banish the. Yep. We could have
Yep.
quested with the pterodactyl Janie doll, and that would have actually gained us 3 lore and lost Shay 1 lore. But opting to then go with the pterodactyl Janie doll, we could opt to send in 10. Oh hell. Sorry. So 12. 14,
I,
16,
bel
18 lore, and then we win the game. Let's go!
I believe we weren't doing that
Oh
because
no.
we could still, yeah, we could still do that with the pterodactyl genie out there.
Oh, that's unfortunate though that you don't have anything exerted, so we will just go ahead and quest the old-fashioned way. Now, this is actually one of the strategies that people forget about. Once there's a Sid on board and you don't answer the Sid, you this Buzz Lightyear cannot exert because if you do, you lose the game because each one
Yeah.
of those toys represents 2 lore each. So if you quest with the Buzz Lightyear, I'll just throw my whole board into your Buzz Lightyear and I win.
Or if we had another Sid, once again, you win.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We
So we
are
need to get
at
something down.
15.
I
I was like,
okay.
yeah, I'm like, I'm not bouncing that
You're not
Sid. You
sending
can't
that
make
Sid.
me. Mm-mm. Now, if Shay quests
Did
here,
we
they
discard
lose.
a card there for that again?
I think
I'm
we're
sure we
thinking
did.
about it.
I think we just got rid of the Cinderella.
All right.
Yeah.
Now we do have the ability. We are going to go ahead and count our discard here. That means we probably have a bouncing ducky into our hand, which means we will be able to put a 5/5 card toy onto the board with a reduction of each toy in our discard. You go ahead and throw that. I like to call him Turnaduck, but instead we're just going to start with the
Oh,
Mowgli man cub, being able to take a look at the hand and hitting a vision of the future.
we do have that other Cinderella in hand. I wonder if we want to ramp. I think we're probably fairly settled. We probably want to do the Basil next turn. Let's see. We're going wide.
Laying down
We're doing
another
ham.
ham, and we're just going to quest out here, getting all to a respectable 18 lore.
We're saying,
Now,
I don't think you have the answer. I just saw your hand. You have no actions. That Prince Philip doesn't scare me.
well, you're welcome. Might do it. Gives us a little bit off of it, but you have to get rid of the Mowgli and the ham over there. So Basil will be able to get one of those ready characters back to your hand. So sending ham back to your hand there. You're welcome is another way, but you still have to be able to get rid of all 3 characters. You don't have enough ink to play the You're Welcome.
Fortunately, I think we sing You're Welcome on this ham.
Mm-hmm. We just challenge it.
That works too.
Yeah, challenging, and then I save that You're Welcome for another day. You just have to have a Sid and a 1-drop.
Yep.
And you win.
I don't know if I like the ink there. We could have sang. How much ink do we have? We could have sang You're Welcome on our own character to look for that MMS.
Yep. So we will
in
go
order to
ahead
keep
and
refilling the board.
do the bouncing ducky strategy, which now is a reduction of 4. We put those 4 characters, 5, 6. And there he is. He's a 5/5. He's got 2 lore and he's a big old body. And like you said, we just inked a You're Welcome. And we played Rex for the vibes. And Rex actually gains us a lore when he's banished on your opponent's turn.
Definitely going to be game.
Yep. That is actually game. That is kind of like the fox of the goat of ye old, because if we banish that, you have to You're Welcome it because it is banished on your opponent's turn. It will gain you a lore. So either you You're Welcome it, or you Mother Knows Best it, or we do have that Milo, I think, in hand.
We do, but I don't think that we're going to be able to get rid of the ducky.
No. So
2,
inking that You're
3,
Welcome
4,
is a
5,
little
6,
rough.
7, 8, 9. we'll have 2 ink left over after we do Milo. Go out on your own terms. Just challenge the Rex.
I don't lose to me. Or you don't, I don't lose to you, I lose to me.
Bounce the ducky. It's literally in the name. Bouncing ducky.
Yeah. You gotta
And then
bounce the
challenge
Rex,
the
but I
Rex.
mean, yeah, and just lose. There we go. We got there, as we will have a game number 3. And here in round number 3, it just feels right.
Unfortunately, even if we kept the You're Welcome, I don't think we had enough characters on board and ink to sing it and control everything. All right, you have asked me what I am excited for. I told you I'm really thinking about that Aladdin Genie card. What about you? What are you excited for coming in set 13?
Gosh, just like literally anything else. I am excited for that Woody card, the one that says it's an uninkable 4-drop that says when you play this card, you may return a card that is 2 or less to your hand, and if it's a toy, you get to just play it. I like that card a lot.
Playing things for free does seem to be the Amber strategy now. They said, I really like that the way that lady card worked. What if
I
we
know,
just
right?
print like 5 more of those?
Free is good.
Free is good.
Who
There's a
knew?
buzz that has that similar effect, right? Of if you have
Except for
another toy in play.
it's for actions though, so that's pretty cool.
Maybe we could see that with a new MMS strategy.
Ew. Don't put that evil on us, but I mean, hey, those players are gonna find it. They're gonna find that evil regardless. As we are going to go here into game number 3, we're gonna take this altar on Shane's side. Shay's side probably looking to double ramp into those big haymakers, and Ellie is just trying to get a playable hand. As we do see, we are shipping only.
Only
Oh God,
one.
we're shipping 1 card back. Never have I
That's a good
ever.
hand.
It is probably a playable hand, and sometimes you just got to roll with what you get. And again, we have gone into this will be the 3rd game. Let's see if we actually get that Woody shift available to us, because let me tell you, it happens so much less than Diablo happens. It's just I hate it here. You know what I mean? Like the deck is
I
so
want to see it.
powerful until you miss that over and over again, and then you also start losing the will to deal with anything. But we will get into this game number 3 here, and round number 3. How many rounds do we have? Production, if you could help
Uh,
us out with that.
I believe it'll be 6 Swiss rounds, if I'm not mistaken. And then cut to top 8. So 9 rounds total?
That sounds pretty good to me.
Looks like we're not going to keep that John Silver off of the Develop Your Brain. And then we're going to be passing back over to Ellie. Woody's going to come down. Very standard opening.
Standard
Inkatipo.
if you're God's favorite, but yep.
Inkatipo, play a Tipo. Means only 2 Tipos left. I don't think these Tipos are winning the DLC.
Not anymore. They're rotated right on out of here. Yet. But
Okay.
we
That
do
Mowgli
see
coming down.
Yeah, Mowgli coming down, and we have a lot of things that Shay gets to choose from here. Probably going ahead getting rid of that. You're welcome. It's not going to help us, but we do see that, hey, look, he does have the Prince Philip shift, or the Prince Philip mean, malicious, and scary line with a vision of the future available to them. So all we need is that 3-drop, and we can get going here.
And it looks like we are going to Ink a Vision. Are we going to play a Vision? Oh, we're
Oh,
going to play a
yeah.
Vision, then probably Ink a Vision.
Yeah, but then look, we got that 3-drop Prince Philip right there. This Toys deck does
Tasty.
not have, this does not have a way to interrupt your hand other than the Mowgli. So we have The vision that we probably ink, unfortunately, if we hit another, if they Mowgli us again, we're fried, actually. So Shay
Absolutely.
really leaning into this line, hoping that you don't double Mowgli us for no reason.
Yeah, with this being the last weekend before the final weekend for set champs, which is taking place on the 4th of July, a lot of people are probably thinking this is our last hurrah for this rotation. We're losing 4 sets after this. I really want to play all of these cards, including the small Philip there, and
Yeah, because he is up on out of here on the 17th of July. Thank goodness. But we will go ahead and take the Woody and the Mowgli for a quest. Notably, Tipo not having enough hands to be able to challenge down these two characters. So we're just going to go ahead and do the thing that we all expect you to do. And we will draw 2 Malicious Mean and Scaries. Oh my gosh. If you Mowgli, there's an extra Malicious Mean and Scary in there to protect, but you're going to have to ink it. I'm sorry. Oh, this is a risky line coming in from Shay. I sense the hesitation because we are going to just skip the
oh,
ink. So that will give Ellie an extra turn. But if they do decide to play another Mowgli, it protects the Malicious Meaning Scary. So this is a very crazy balance that they're trying to keep up with here.
that is a very interesting, very interesting play. I don't know how that's gonna work out here. I I have a feeling that if we draw another uninkable, we're still in the same place. And as Ellie starts to go wider, that's
Hmm.
whenever you want to start dropping more of your 2 drops. So I'm not sure if that's going to work out the way Shay was thinking. It might have just been better to ink it and get it over with.
Well, I can kind of understand the hesitation as we do draw the uninkable, but no, thankfully it is a Cinderella. But unfortunately, that'll put us in the same position where we play the Cinderella out and then have to ink one of these malicious mean and scaries at the end of our turn, leaving us vulnerable to a Mowgli. But there ain't no way. There ain't no
At
way you're
least
gonna play another Mowgli.
at least in this case, they don't know.
Right.
Ellie doesn't know that Shay has inked that. Meaning, if they had seen you ink one of your MMS, they would assume that there's another in hand still and just try to rip it with Mowgli.
Yes, that is probably a huge indicator to go ahead and play it, but we will Horseman Strikes on to this Cinderella Dreams Come True. We're going to go ahead and continue to turn these characters sideways, getting some ink or getting some lore out of these exerted things as they go on for a hefty quest, getting us all the way to 8 lore to Shay's 0. Shay just having the time bomb in hand, but here we go. We're going to have to ink the Clarabelle to get that off the
We're gonna have to
board.
rip it.
We're going to have to, as we are going to sing the malicious, mean, and scary and shift the Prince Philip, never punished, going and taking a little bit of time here to set ourselves up to where we wouldn't lose to a Mowgli, taking the Tipo for a quest and passing the turn, leaving Ellie at 8. Lore to our 1.
That under the sea in hand for Shay is going to be.
Ah,
Oh
Horseman
no!
strikes. Ellie taking the full slam of the table, taking away that ability to sing the Under the Sea, immediately drawing a card, inking our dude, and playing a Sisu onto your Tipo to get rid of that.
That was a nice
Hey,
board wipe. Here's
no!
mine.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we just drew another. Oh, I was a Gate and Moliere. I thought we drew it. I thought that was a second Onto the Sea, but it is a Gate and Moliere, which is evasive. It is a 2/5, and it will allow you, when it quests, you can draw 2 cards and discard 2 cards. So it becomes an excellent filter in this situation. But now with Shay quite low on cards, it is seeming a little bit too late, but we'll see as the bouncing ducky comes on down with a reduction of 2. So it is a 5
That's
5,
perfect.
and it's not going to get under the seed today.
Oh boy. I I mean I don't think Shay's trying to work towards it. I think we're gonna see that filtered out with the gate and mole.
Absolutely. I mean, hey, we're actually going to hard play that you got a friend of me to go look at the top 4 cards of a deck and take 2 toys, and you never don't hit because it is a toys deck. Rex and Jesse going into hand 2 very powerful toys, which will be able to throw down both of them next turn and enable Jesse to be able to quest, draw more cards, gain more card advantage, and also Man, maybe we could have saved that Sisu to be able to like drop down that Gate Moliere to then remove him from the board. But we'll see how Shay responds to this board.
Yeah, can't really see Ellie's hand right now, but if she has Horseman in her hand, she could just take out the Gate and Moliere next turn.
Mhm.
I do believe we are we gonna hard cast the You're Welcome?
Well,
Because
we could sing
we
it,
really want
but
that filter, right?
or we could just sing it on himself there, as we will go ahead and I don't know.
Oh,
Oh, we are going to go ahead and quest, so that allows us to draw the 2 cards and discard 2 cards. So we will use the questing filter ability of Gate and Moliere. And a hard play that you're welcome on to the Bouncing Ducky. It is a 5/5. It is very hard to under the sea of
did
5/5. So let's send that back to the deck.
did we draw 2, discard 2?
Mm-hmm.
I thought I only saw the sail go to hand. Hmm.
So we kept this. We kept the.
Kept the
I
Under
think
the
we.
Sea and the You're Welcome,
Yeah,
but we discarded a sail. I didn't see
it
the other
was
card
2.
that was discarded.
He threw down it's under the sail, so there
Okay.
was 2. So we did draw 2 and discard 2 with the Gate Moliere, but then having that You're Welcome come down, just refilling our hand, and Horseman here,
Excellent.
like you said, just like we drew it up, getting rid of that Gate Moliere because he is evasive, but he has also 2 strength. So we'll throw a Rex for the vibes just for fun, just in case you decide to malicious mean it's scary, you'll still get that 1 lore from the Rex.
I don't know if there was really any reason to throw it down Bodyguard other than to flex. uh,
Go ahead.
that's an interesting choice. We do not have our single rush character in Emerald. That rotated out in the first rotation.
It's probably saying, "Hey, banish this if you feel like it. If you can, get rid of it." Maybe it was a flex, like you said, but we will go ahead. Vision of the future, and hopefully, no. I think that. Oh God, Judge. Oh, okay, we're good.
It's
Oh, I'm
safe.
gonna throw up.
It's
All
safe.
right, and we did go ahead and take the John Silver, which is maybe going to help us slow down some of this questing power. We haven't found a Clarabelle. We haven't found anything. We've had to use your welcomes on our opponent's stuff as we are Ellie being at 10 lore. I think it's kind of safe to throw down a bunch of toys and hope that we get to where we're going. Shay, we got a hand camera. We also have a cell phone camera. There you go. Get it out of here, buddy. Ellie on their turn able to get up to 4 lore. It's pretty hefty, especially in this toy deck. If you're able to start throwing down lots of toys, if you're able to find that Sid, you can just burst into oblivion. It's a bit nuts, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Shay's going to be able to do after this. That Under the Sea in hand is not going to be doing anything next turn. Even if we get an ink, it's still not quite
Oof.
there.
So we will go ahead, play down the Jesse, play down the baby head. Now these 2 cards work insane when they're on the board at the same time, because if you play a card that costs 2 or less, it triggers both Jesse and baby head at the same time. So baby head buffs by 2 for each card that you've played, and Jesse minuses by 1 for each card. So you have to make sure here in these instances that you are triggering where you need to trigger. And the John Silver coming on down, that's sort of fine. John Silver is here giving reckless to our 2 lore character, but if we have a Sid in hand, the game is just over.
Let's see. Do we have it? I think I
We
see it.
saw him, that little bald psychopath. Oh, I don't think I can say that, but we are going to go ahead and quest with the Jesse for the vibes. Being able to draw a
He's
card, get
there.
oh, definitely see it here. So that is 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 exactly. So you can go ahead. We are going to play the Woody. Oh, that's rude. So we'll play the Woody. We're going to play the Sid, make you banish the John Silver, gain 2 lore for banishing our Woody, and then fully quest out to game. As toys take it, 2-1 here in round number 3, showing that even if you brick, this deck has a way to claw itself back. How you
I
feeling?
don't know what to say. This is my first time seeing the toys deck do its thing so well.
Really?
I've seen where people just miss the SIDS constantly.
Yeah,
So
that's true.
I've seen the deck brick more than I've seen it more than I've seen it work.
And that is really the problem with it. That's why it drives me insane. I did end up going 3-1 with the deck there in the DLC side event just because got a game lost for some, deck registration error thing that also a large percentage of other players ended up getting the same thing. So shout out to Pastimes for being like the literal worst. But anyway,
At some point, you just have to give a little bit of grace. If I think if it's affecting more than like 10%, maybe you just be like, you know what, that's on us.
it was like 20 people.
Out of how many?
Like maybe like 100 or something.
That's a fifth of the. No, don't do that to them. That's rude.
It was super fun. It was super fun. So I'm not gonna get into it because that's
It's
was
in the
handled
past.
in the best. Yeah, it was handled to the best of its ability. Everybody, we all talked about our feelings and hopes and dreams afterwards, and everybody's good. But at the same time, I did get that game lost because I tilted off the face of the planet. Anyway, and so
Okay,
yeah,
you went nearly undefeated in draft.
I was undefeated in draft. Excuse you.
Oh, I thought you said you lost one in draft.
Uh, I didn't lose an official match in draft. Strenuous and I played
Oh.
a side game in between rounds, and I lost that game. But everything else, my official run at the DLC was completely undefeated in Pack
Okay,
Rush
officially
and in
undefeated.
draft and sealed.
I'm looking over at chat to see if Strenuous is in there.
We were literally sitting there, and he's like, "You want to play a game?" And then I realized his deck was cracked in half, and I was like, "Oh no, oh no!" So I lost that game, but that game didn't count. So, still officially undefeated at the DLC in limited. So that's all I got on that. But no, that's it. The toy deck can lose to itself, and it will and does quite often. How you alter is very, very important, and sometimes it's like it seems as though you should ship everything back so you can get that Woody Bullseye shift line, but that's not necessarily the case because you can brick into oblivion if you're trying to be too greedy with the altar because there are such a high concentration of uninkables in the deck. So sitting at that 11, 12 threshold of uninkables, depending on how many Ellie was on, you really could see what happened in game 1 where they ended up drawing 3 Sids and 3 baby heads. And you're like, how could this ever happen to me? And it's like, well, because the deck is literally uninkable. So how you alter that deck is really, really difficult. And there are ways to beat Emerald and Sapphire. And Ellie seemed to know that, but so when their deck cooperated, they did quite fine.
Yeah, and I would much rather she bricked in that opening hand for game 1, and
Mm-hmm.
I would much rather brick early than brick late because that is exactly what we saw happen to Shay there right at the very end. Not finding any of your removal options.
Yeah, the deck having so many options and none of them showing up when they need to.
That has been the story of all of my set champs lately, unfortunately.
Just a oops all breaking. Has that been how that's gone for
Oh,
you?
absolutely. My top decks have been horrible. My opening mulligans have been okay. They've been getting better. And then I realized, you know what? I should just play a few fun decks, and I think my luck's coming back. Feeling good.
There you
Rally
go. Have
time.
a little fun. But I will say I was complaining to Humble, who was the one who like put me onto the deck and was like, "Oh, it's super fun. You're gonna have a great time." And I was like, "Oh, that's awesome." And then I was showing him, how I was altering, and he's like, "Well, you're doing it wrong." And then we altered like several different hands, and he was like, "Okay, we'll get good." And I'm like, I can't just draw the cards that I want. If I could draw the cards what I wanted when I want them, I would just I would have a golden Mickey. Okay, I would have a golden
Yeah.
Mickey. And he's like, so sometimes, the deck, if you're not one of the god's favorites, then it's just not going to draw what you needed to draw. So
Yeah. I think that speaks a lot to the game, like the fact that you can be passionate about a certain deck it's likely coming down to you just kind of instantly understand how to mulligan for it, right?
I mean, the altar is so forgiving in this game in comparison to a ton of other games, and
Any other
I
game.
mean, yeah, like really, like the altar is actually insane. When I told you, I'm like, I do what with them? I was just, oh, okay, that's kind of sick. So being able to leverage that and be so consistent. And I think as time has progressed, of course, like our Ruby decks, we were really, really greedy for a time, and that's kind of backed off. I think that for one point, our decks were running 19 or so Uninkables, depending on if you had ways of getting those cards out of your hand. Like Tipo also fixes that. So we have learned to build our decks a little bit lower in ink threshold, but we still have the ability to be absolute degenerate and just throw a lot of Uninkables in there and just like hope for the best. But one of the things that that toy deck struggles with is the Uninkables are the highest part of the curve. And
Mhm.
so if your Uninkables are like the ham or something, you're like, oh, I can get to this, but then like Willow, it's uninkable, but it costs 2, and you can typically get to at least 2 ink. Getting to 4 ink, 5 ink, 6 ink is a little bit harder when you're bricked out of Oblivion. So you're just kind of inking off the top of your deck and passing. And in some matchups, that's okay, like with the Emerald Sapphire strategy, because you are taking a little bit more time, which gives you more space. But in other matchups, like if that was a dogs matchup, you're like, I've lost the game. Like it's turn 2 and I've done nothing, or turn 4
And
and I've
now
done
we've all
nothing, and
lost the
you,
game.
yeah, rude, but yeah, pretty much. So, but yeah,
Yeah, I mean, we saw that with Daisy Donald State too, where like having those low cost uninkables, they almost feel like they're not uninkable at all.
right, right.
Um, so the higher cost, it's like an exponential curve of, oh well, that's a 7 cost uninkable. I don't want that in my hand. Whereas 1 cost uninkable, sure, fine. 2 cost, yeah, as long as I play it, it doesn't matter. Um, you start to get into like 3 and 4, and it's like, I want this card, right? Like, you want Genie, because it's drawing a card and it's replacing itself, and
Right. And you're like,
decent
that's
stats,
worth it.
evasive,
Yeah.
yeah. So it's interesting where we draw those distinctions on different cards.
Yeah, but then having like 3 6 cost on inkable game finishers in your hand at once that you can't actually ink to get to. Now, I will say, like, even in that game, they were very, very close to winning that. If you notice, if they would have drawn the 1 cost toy as opposed to the 3 cost toy, they would have been able to play that and win the game because of the 2 SIDs. So the deck does have this an amazing ability to come back from these situations. So it is important to be able to like know the deck really well. And even though you're bricked, don't panic. Like you might be okay if you have enough space. So that is kind of interesting because that just comes from reps on the deck and playing the toy deck over and over again and feeling kind of bad until oops, I won. And I don't know, like I'm very interested to see how many psychopaths adopt that strategy because I love it. But like I haven't had as much fun playing a deck in a very long time. Um, so I was like an early, like as soon as I played the toy deck, I was like, this is it. This is what I want. Because I missed my Ruby cards and I love being able to just do shenanigans. I will say their deck has a lot less toys in it than I was noticing. It had the Horseman Strikes, it had the Sisus, it had the
Mhm.
Horsemen, which are like kind of facets in there, and they also had like something else in there. That I was like, oh my god. So, but
Yeah, kind of taking a little bit of that removal option from the boost decks,
mhm.
but also keeping the toys. That was interesting.
Interesting for sure. Yeah, so there was like a lot of stuff going on in that deck, but that means that the Sisu, by the way, is uninkable. So I'd be very interested to see like they could like I said, I like to keep the toys deck at around 11 on inkables, but if you have the 3 baby heads, the 3 Sids, the Sisu, maybe it's a one of, I'm not sure. That's a lot. That's a lot of uninkables because
Yeah,
it starts to hurt. It starts to hurt because getting to 6 ink is
well,
hard.
yeah. Something back on Dan's match from round 2. Starting to think about next set, and all of those ward characters that are coming in. maybe there's something there with Ruby Steel, since you would have things like Maximus and being able to challenge
Mhm.
readied characters. Maybe we're also putting Beaking in there.
I think Bee King is going to be another one of those staples. That's the issue, right? Maximus, uninkable. Bee King, uninkable. What was the other one that is also quite uninkable? And that's kind of like the problem is everything. Oh, Firefly Swarm, very uninkable.
Yeah.
Quite a good answer, but you have to start making these really big decisions because even there is the Rush character that replaced Maui, the Dash Par, who is
Hmm.
very, very good, but it is also uninkable. It's got a lore on it, but you almost wish it was just inkable because you'd be able to throw it in a deck. So the Ruby has the answers, but the amount of Ruby that you could splash into a deck really starts to kind of mess with your whole life. So there's a lot of things that we're gonna have to figure out, but the toy deck has it basically uh uh what is it, the toy deck like already kind of has a lot of those tools, so it is
Hmm.
interesting to see that it was like strong enough to kind of hold its own and be like a tier 1.5 deck in this meta, even with dogs running around and like all of like the blurple stuff. So I'm wondering how much stronger it gets in the future, or if everything just kind of if the emerald and amber toys just kind of overtakes it.
Yeah. I do like the addition of Sisu, especially if you're gonna run something like Della's. If Jesse sings Della's or any of your characters sing Della, it it then does a -3. Because it's the
Yeah.
-2 and then the -1 from Jesse. And you get a draw card. That's awesome.
Yeah, and that was so originally when I built the deck, I was like, I don't have 4 horsemen, so let me throw Firefly Swarm in here. And the Firefly Swarm was incredible. Let me tell you, it was amazing. The problem that I found was that I was getting to like 19 and not being able to close the game. So putting in the Sisu over something like the Firefly Swarm is a better option because at least the Sisu has lore on it. Because again, I was like, man, if one of those Firefly swarms that I played was actually a horseman and I was able to quest with it, I would actually be able to just close out the game right now. But because it was a Firefly Swarm, which is an action, which didn't give me lore, I can get to 19, and that happened several times while I was playing that deck with that didn't have the horseman in it, and I was so angry. I was so angry about it because I was like, I'm going to 19, and they're like, yep, and they're like, could you have quested like one more time? Nope, but this Firefly Swarm could have potentially been, a character with lore on it, so I kind of like that Sisu edition in for that reason.
Yeah. I'm liking that too.
Uh, I think my lighting is doing something weird, and I'm like, it's like poking me in the eye. Anyway, I knocked my desk as you do, and so some things happened. But we are going into, I believe, round 4. It was kind of a lengthy round there for us here, but I'm not sure how much time was left in the round, leaving off. But should be getting into the
Do
round
we
4
have
pretty soon. The Ravensburger
do we
Play
have any
Hub
new
would be
reveals?
sick. I would love that. Do we have the Ravensburger Play Hub link?
I do. Do
Can you
we
pull that
want
up?
that in
Yeah, I can throw that in chat.
toss in chat? I got you.
Yeah, let's see. What do we have going on
Let's see if they
here?
started the timer.
Boop. Open link. Thank you. And now we have a
Paul and
few.
Turbo Stomper still playing. They
There
went to
we go.
rounds.
Okay, they are in rounds. So yeah, they will do that here. Now we have
Oh
Bubble
no,
Boy. I think it's so funny.
it
Well,
went
I don't
down
know
to
what.
35. I wonder if there have been some drops for like
Oh, I'm sure.
O3s.
Because I mean, I think going into this round, if you are like X2, X3, you're probably like, you know what, I'm gonna go home and eat a sandwich. You know what I mean? So,
Maybe tomorrow.
um,
Maybe tomorrow's my day. When
yeah,
everybody
like
here is tired after going through 9 rounds.
absolutely. It looks like you are actually, you know, 000, so you forgot to drop the tournament.
Oh,
Oh,
I was in there?
yeah.
What do you mean? What? No.
Last
Surely.
page.
I don't remember ever registering.
Oh dear.
Whoops.
Remember
Okay.
to drop from your tournaments, people, which I probably have. I've done that in the past, but it's fine. So we do
As long as we're
have.
all guilty of it.
I mean, I've done it so many times, and I didn't even realize how awful it was until like somebody explained to me, and they were like, "Mm." But we are in turns here. We will be going into round number 4. So this will be your Raven Forge Games set champs with almost 50 people starting out. We got 35 left as everybody has finally decided it is the point of the day that I am done. I'm going to have a sandwich. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 undefeated
Maybe there's
people.
another
So
festival.
4. Yeah, maybe they're like, let's just go to the Strawberry Festival. I give up. We do have some notable players here. We actually have Uninkables Sam. We have Cheeto. We have Corey from Ohana, as well as another Ohana local. So a lot of really good players here playing for this. A lot of the Uninkable team represented. Again, like a nice smattering of Uninkables and Ohana players here today at Ravenforge Games.
Let's see. I
Uh,
remember Dominic there with the he's got the aloha flower next to his name to denote that he was on Ohana. He made it to day 2 of the DLC in Indy.
oh, nice.
So shout
We
out
love
there.
it. Yeah, we love
If I'm not
when
mistaken, I believe Turbo Stomp did too. And
Turbo stomped his way all the way to day 2. Love that for them.
I'm trying to see. I don't think I see Salabama. He had been registered at one point, but he got his invite passed down. He ended up in 39th at the DLC in Indy. So congrats to him.
That's awesome. Okay, so we are just waiting for this last matchup. They are in turns, and you know how long that can take. I am assuming we're going to start seeing some dogs here soon. I don't know what the meta breakdown is. If production can tell us maybe what the flavor of the room is starting to look like. I do believe we've got Ohana and we have Team Uninkables and we have some pretty notable players here. So the odds of them not playing dogs is really, really low. So um,
What's surprising is I'm pretty sure that the two players that we're waiting on are both on dogs going into
oh,
time.
oh, that's actually entirely possible. I will say, like, I know everybody complains about it, but like, there are layers to the dog's mirror, and maybe I'll get you guys prepped for it just in case we have to end up watching it, and we can have a conversation about it. Yes, there is part of the match that is a under the sea who finds under the sea first simulator, right? Like that is just something that happens. Now there are all these other micro decisions that happen in the interim that kind of make players and shift and pivot their strategy because there's not a ton of card draw. If you find Tramp, you find Under the Sea, but then if your Under Sea gets ripped and you don't give yourself a back way out of that, then all of a sudden you're in this position where you just lose. So there are like the Eleanor shift lines. Sometimes they're running Lady, sometimes there's not. So all of these different tech options put you in the position where if you try to make your opponent have it and you calculated wrong, like they had the other answer, you just lose the game. So sometimes that is a really fascinating part of the mirror is some of the internal mind games that can happen with a high level dog's mirror. Like lower level dog's mirror, which it doesn't seem like the players in this area are low level players. So at least we have that treat. But there are situations where you get newer players in a dog's mirror and they're like, well, if they find this, then they just have it. And it's like, well, you got to get there. You have to make sure that you don't get interrupted. You have to hit all of your lines. And you could go a completely alternate way and just get got. So there's a little bit more nuance to it than I think most people realize. But
I think
I'm also
Eleanor being a late addition here has become more of like, well, if I put the 1 damage over here, then I got to think about it going there. I think that that's actually really slowed down that decision making as well.
Well, and to like at least in this situation, the deck is nearly identical to how it is in Infinity. You just don't have that Rapunzel available to you, and Rapunzel being so inherently strong is like, oh well, the deck can't possibly be that good. Well, turns out it is. Turns out it's just still really good.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we will get
I
to see
miss
here
her.
going in. Yeah, Rapunzel? You miss Rapunzel? Oh
I
yeah,
miss Rapunzel.
you are an Amber player for sure. So,
I am.
mm, yeah.
Which is funny, because a lot of times I think I'm much more of an Emerald player, but uh, when Emerald is starting to be the boogeyman always, between being dogs, being blue green, uh, God forbid green steel again. Uh, green steel was fair in set three, I promise.
Set three. Well, yeah, like what is like Diablo? Cause well, no, that because that was
Diablo wasn't there
no,
until set four. That
yeah,
was
and then
Bucky Diablo.
we still had Brawl.
Hmm.
So you're just basically saying, oh, after Bucky got eroded, then it was fair. Is that what you're trying to say?
No,
Hmm. Yeah, that's
no.
wild.
Set three was before Bucky.
Okay.
Decks were really taking over.
Hmm. Hmm. So what were we playing in set three? Just Ursula
It was
Deceiver of all?
Deceiver, Sudden Chill, Deceiver of All. So you're still doing a little bit of the discard shenanigans, but it was at a slower pace.
Hmm. But then yeah, we did have Brawl. No, we didn't.
Hmm.
I think Brawl didn't come until set four.
I think that's right. I think Brawl was four. Brawl was
So
supposed to be a Diablo answer, and it was a bad Diablo answer.
yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that take about it being a fair deck, but you know what? It's probably I mean it was more fair than what ended up happening to it going forward when we had to deal with
It,
Bucky and when we had to deal with Morph and the Ursula Deceiver of all and Diablo and then Cove and then oh my god.
yeah. At that time, it was Steel Song versus Red Purple mostly in that meta, for set three.
Yeah, yeah. I was an avid
So,
Ember and Ruby player or Amethyst and Ruby player at that point. So you're just basically trying to cannibalize on the mirror because
mhm.
winning against Amber and Steel was very difficult. But shout out to the Rush Queen, the 2/2, because you had like the
Oh, good.
bad Sapphire or the bad Amber people that would just like quest their Cindy on turn two, and you're just like, ha! And then you win from there because they don't have the Cindy established. But yeah, there was things that you could do, but not a lot.
Yeah.
Like play a one drop. That's typically what you couldn't do back then.
I wonder if we're kind of going back to it with this next set. Now that we're not ramping on two, I wonder if it's gonna start being, uh, you play your one drop, you play your two drop, you shift on three. It's something I missed from sets two and three that I really hope we kind of get back to. I liked that cadence. It felt good.
Shifting on 3? Yeah, I think they did they kind of actually took that away from us for a while there. They're like, "Eh, you don't need to be shifting on 3. You just calm down." But
Yep.
now there's quite a few shift 3 available that we can be playing. It just depends on how those strong those end up being. I mean, granted, the Mickey and Minnie shift could be on turn 2 if you really feel like it. So, I am excited to see what this meta is bringing for us. Excited, but also terrified.
The Mickey Mini is a little scary, but we don't have all of our answers given to us yet, so we still need to see those steel legendaries. I'm really hoping to see them soon. Hey, we got a game.
All right, Big Dog versus Sam. We do have our undefeateds here back at it at the tables in round number 4. We got another Ruby and Amethyst player against a Ruby, oh God, against an Emerald and Amethyst player. Here is actually, oh gosh, this matchup is kind of sort of, it's been fine, it's been not fine, it feels good, it feels terrible. So I'm interested to see if this is like a Brainiac style. Maybe this Ruby and Amethyst person is going to be a little upset, but we don't have be prepared like we did back in the day, which was that kind of like I win button. Is that a sheer con?
Oh, it's absolutely a sheer con.
Okay. I don't know what this Illuminator is doing. We got Madam Mim elephants, we got sheer cons. But will you explain this deck to me really quick?
The ruby amethyst.
Yeah. What are we doing?
It's doing standard ruby amethyst things, and then it has sheer con kind of snuck in there. Um, oh boy, I this was about 2 weeks ago that I first saw this deck. Let me remember what shenanigans were going on here. This is the sheer con. Whenever one of your characters challenges another character, gain one lore. So
Mm-hmm.
we're trying to exert with Isis and um, uh, Elsa
Elsa.
in order
Mm.
to challenge in and you know squeak out a little extra lore and keep things on tempo.
That is insane. There's so many times where I've been like, please don't put this card in your deck. And people were like, no, it'll work. It'll work this time. And I do believe, was this little guy reprinted? And that's why we're able to get this onto the board here. I think Whispers in the Well, that's the wrong one. So it was reprinted and Fabled. So this sucker is going to stick around. It is something that when I saw it originally, I was like, oh my God, this is so good. And it just kind of never really left off the ground, but we will see a Rafiki into a Webby Vanderquack big dog, probably figuring that they would see a decent amount of Sapphire here and opting for that Webby shift line, which, like we said before, was really what we needed to be able to propel our Emerald and Amethyst strategy a little further. And hopefully, being on the draw here, we'll be able to get that trigger available to us.
I'm gonna have to find out if this is the same player that ended up playing against me a few weeks ago. He ended up running education or elimination in order to get a little bit of extra reach and making his Webby evasive, just
Ew.
in order to get that extra lore, that extra evasive, and I believe draw card is also part of that
It
text.
literally does everything. So, we do have the Jedediah Farnsworth, which is that cookie coming on down. That thing has evasive and reckless. It is a 2-cost 3/3, which turns out to just be really good in this instance. But we will go ahead and quest the Scrooge and boost it as well. Rafiki just kind of sitting there being a menacing little 0/2, but it can challenge in as a 3/2. Not enough to take out the Webby, but the Jebediah and the Rafiki together will be able to do that. However, we quest with a Webby, and because our opponent has more ink than us, we will be able to throw a card, the top card of our deck, into our inkwell face down and exerted, and still also ink for turn.
Yep, and this is exactly the player that I had played against. Okay, perfect. Yeah, we're also relying on this Prince Philip strategy. Being able to ramp off of their ramp is going to be pretty big for Big Dog.
And we did go ahead and challenge into the
Ooh.
Webby Vanderquack with the screws that we boosted last turn to then play out of our hand the Bee King Undisputed after challenging down and getting rid of that Philip. He has Ward, but if you Bee King Undisputed, you got to choose him. He's the only little guy left on the board. That was a really good play coming in from Sam.
Oh
And
man.
that leaves our Rafiki free and clear to get a little bit of a quest off here, going up to 2 lore for Sam, and Big Dog with that 2 lore as well. No characters on the board. Gotta rebuild.
Yeah, it might have been a bit of a mistake there to quest with the Webby. You might just let your opponent keep going, getting a little bit more ink into their inkwell, keeping that character safe.
At this
We do
point,
see the MMS in hand.
I do like the early ink a little bit more over for Big Dog, so you might as well get that out of here. But we have a
Hmm.
second Bee King Undisputed, which means you will take that Prince Philip and put him into the discard, breaking up that ability to sing the Malicious Mean and Scary over and over and over. So we will go ahead and ink it for Big Dog to throw down a Cheshire Cat, to throw down a boost card underneath it. Potentially, if you bounce it back to my hand, maybe I'll get a card, but we will move the damage from our Scrooge over to the Rafiki, getting him up on out of here.
Sam finding a Rafiki of her own, but deciding to deciding to ink it, tapping down that Cheshi with Isis, and then running right in with Scrooge.
And that was underneath that Cheshire Cat was another Prince Philip. And I do see the education and elimination drawn for turn over on Big Dog's side. But that Isis Vanderchill coming in and exerting that cat is brutal. We have nothing on the board, but it's okay. We will pop a Junior Woodchuck Skybuck. Go ahead, draw 2 cards, inking another Malicious Meaning Scary, and then playing the elimination or education or elimination onto the Scrooge and
Banishing
killing
it.
it.
It'll
Oh, because
banish a
it did
damaged
damage character. That card does everything.
It's so good.
I was like, what? That's not Scrooge isn't okay, but yeah, you can give something a lure. You can give it a lure or evasive, or you can banish a damaged character. That card is kind of good.
Lore and evasive and draw a card, or you
Yeah.
can banish damaged character.
Oh, right, of course. Why wouldn't you be able to do all 3? As we do go ahead, establish the Buzz Lightyear and a Demona for the full value of drawing up to the 3 cards in hand for Big Dog, fully refilling their hand. And we did get a card from Sam, so they will be able to go ahead and ink the Rafiki to play down their own Demona, which will then go ahead and give you no cards in hand, but we will be able to challenge on this board with the Jedediah Farnsworth, each challenging in.
Challenge.
Yeah, challenging in at 3/3, so we will be able to take care of the Demonas. Actually, no, we're good. We'll leave that Demona because it does have the Stone
no,
by Day ability because it does not ready.
We have to challenge with the Jebediah.
It is
it
reckless.
has reckless.
So we do have. You are correct. So we do
need to run that back a little bit.
And that actually would have. Well, yep. And there we go. Let's go. W production. Putting that 3 damage on there. It is a reckless character. That is the one downside of a 2-cost 3/3 evasive.
Not much of a downside, but
yeah, you're fine.
You still put 3 damage on a character. Oh, I'm seeing a Go-Go in hand, but I don't know how well that's gonna work. You cannot choose your own, so you cannot gain 3 off of the damage on your own Demona. But if we can get down to 3 cards and challenge the other Demona,
that could help us there. But yeah, making sure if there's any way to put a card into their hand, making sure that we don't have to, that you can't ready that Demona, that'd actually be really good. But right now, our Demona is looking a little sad. We could trade it off here, keeping ours back, only doing the 5 damage back because she is a 5/6 now. Are we just going to play the Horseman for the vibes? But we will just actually ink this Elsa and pass.
I think that we are about to see a Go-Go Tamago come down. Yep. Gaining 5 lore.
That is awesome. That is the best Go-Go I've seen in a long time, as that does, God, that has to feel real bad. But that Elastigirl, Mrs. Incredible, super stretchy, comes on down. She is a 5-cost. At the beginning of your turn, you get to choose whether she's evasive or whether she gets another lure, which that utility is so good in these certain different matchups. Now we do see the Dumbo, but Dumbo's not going to challenge into this 5 strength character. So she'll be able to just kind of be evasive along with Go-Go.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if you try to slow roll here, you play the Demona, draw a card, and then next turn you are able to drop down that Horseman so that whenever you banish the Go-Go, you can strengthen your Dumbo in order to challenge into the Mrs. Incredible. I don't think that'll be enough.
No, but we do have the
No?
Cheshire Cat coming on down, being able to remove some of this damage from the Demona and put it onto the Go-Go. Hopefully, you don't have another one waiting in the wings, as that Demona still has 3 damage, potentially 3 lore, because now we know that the Go-Go's are in the deck. But we do have quite a few ink, and I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We could ink for turn and just play this Prince Philip, which would go ahead and banish the Demona because it does have that remaining damage on it.
And then choosing to be evasive, we can take out the Dumbo as well. Looks like that's what we're choosing to do.
Get it up on out of here. That's right. Prince Philip coming down, leaving us with a lone Cheshire Cat. And so now we have our damaged Mrs. Incredible. She's evasive right now until the start of our turn. And then, hey, this thing has 3 lore. So being able to get rid of this 3 quester is going to be a little rough now. We can't challenge in with the Cheshire Cat because if we could, that would actually put our Firefly Swarm online because it would put the Cheshire Cat and the boosted card out from under it into the discard, and then you'd be able to Firefly Swarm the Prince Philip. But instead, let's go ahead, develop a Dumbo. He's the 9th greatest wonder of the world. And he'll be up there flapping around, being able to draw us a card in the future. This evasive is really good. We had a really cool line available to us, and evasive characters said no.
Yeah, this Philip is really keeping his presence. I'm not sure if we aren't able to discard anything over on Sam's side, we're not going to be able to easily get rid of him.
Not at all. So if we quest for 2 here, nope, we did make her evasive, questing only. And not even questing, we actually did make her evasive and then use the Dumbo ability on the Mrs. Incredible. So that synergy in itself is amazing because we were able to protect her from any crazy challenges and use her to then draw a card from the Dumbo ability. So Big Dog really in the driver's seat of this matchup now, as all of these evasives are going to cause a lot of problems going forward for Sam.
And how thematic, because I'm pretty sure even in the movie, Mrs. Incredible was making history.
Making history and breaking criminal records. I have no idea. There's a lot of text on Dumbo, but we will go ahead, play the Demona, exert everything down, drawing Big Dot a card, but also drawing ourselves a card. Now, because of this, Prince Philip, still, even if we challenged in with the Cheshire Cat, it wouldn't be able to remove. We want to be able to banish the Cheshire Cat because that would put 2 cards into the discard, and then we'd be able to trigger this Firefly Swarm. So that Prince Philip not being able to do that is an actual bummer. So are we going to challenge? We'll trade our Dumbos. That's 1 card, and we will challenge into that, boosting it, putting the 2
Putting
damage.
2 more on the Mrs. Incredible.
2 more on the Mrs. Incredible. Is there any? Because Cheshire Cat safe from. Could you take the damage off of the Mrs. Incredible and put it onto the Cheshire Cat?
No, you have to choose an opposing
Uh,
character,
all right, all
unfortunately.
right, all right. I was up for some shenanigans here. I'm like challenging
Uh,
into that and then moving the damage onto my cat, getting rid of the cat, and then Firefly swarming the Prince Philip. But
Cheshire Cat should only have 1 damage. I believe Big Dog just called that out.
keeping the board state clean and clear. I do love that. Either we got like production on it or we got a table judge on it, but either way, really clean games here coming in
I
from
think
Ravenforge set champs today.
I think Big Dog called it out simply because they have Go-Go in hand, and they're about to put 2 damage on there, and then gain another 3 with Go-Go.
Oh, and then win the game.
Aha!
Yeah, sick. Basically, so we gain another
Almost.
3. We get to 19. Okay, so we only get to 19. So they were like, "Hey, it's really important that the damage is correct because if I were to challenge in and take out this Cheshire Cat, then I lose my Go-Go ability." So really heads up there. Really well played from this Emerald and Amethyst deck. Again, it's one of those decks where you're like, "Is it gonna win or is it gonna lose?" And it's like, "No, it's gonna win."
What are we thinking of doing here? Do we just quest? Okay.
Yeah,
Scoop it.
we are scooping it up because that Demona did not ready because we had approximately 72 cards in our hand, and Demona is stone by day, so she doesn't like any of that many cards in hand. So I think we were like, let's scoop it on up. But that was a Big Dog taking it here in game number 1 of round 4 of the Raven Forge Games set champs. And let me tell you, I don't know if you guys have played in almost 50% set champs. I haven't done that since like Rockstar Stitch. And shout out to these players for all saying showing up at the same time to play that many games for set champs because 6 rounds of Swiss to a cut to top 8. I'm so tired. I just I just wanted a promo. Can you chill? You know what I mean? But shout out to the North Carolina community for like just going in hard with like we have Team Ohana up in there, we have Team Uninkables up in there. Everybody just fighting for the right to party with a Woody mat.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to learn a little bit about this Team Olympus that I'm seeing names for, because I'm interested. I want to know more about them.
Is that a Morgana Macabre in our hand? My God,
What?
stop it.
No.
Yeah, that is a crazy card that we're not keeping. Oh, we are keeping her. That Morgana, she is a vanilla, but she's like she's massive. So, oh God, why are we doing that? Why is Morgana in there? Morgana
That's a
Macabre
great
is
question.
because she's a 3 cost 5/3. So I mean, hey, if we put that down on curve, that is a 5 strength character that you're going to be able to challenge and pretty sufficiently with. Being only 3 willpower, it's not going to stick around for too long. But boy, is it scary and quite world's greatest criminal mindable. But Big Dog
I
said I
think
ain't scared of that.
I think I see the spice there. You run that into Demona, and then you
Mhm.
go.
Ah, yes. Oh, we even okay. Coming in from the chat and see is goaded. We even have the true goat Bivens in hibernation. Shout out Bivens being like one of my favorite opponents I've ever played against. I have never been no okay. I've been thoroughly smashed in tournaments by Kindle and Bivens, and Kindle just like straight faced me as I just wiping the floor with me. And Bivens was like the nicest person in the world. We were having so much fun, and I was losing so incredibly difficult it was so bad because it was a fascinating game. I basically was playing and he was squeezing me into these positions to where I had nothing else that I could do, but when I did that, he already had the answer for it. It was I was like, "Oh, this man knows this game better than I ever will." Holy crap. It was very cool. But we do see a Tinkerbell Fantastic Flyer down with this Webby Vanderquack mystery enthusiast. She has a secret ability that everybody forgets about is when you play her, you can actually buff up some of your other characters. But since she comes down on 1, she literally never gets to do that. All right. Scrooge
Classic
McDuck.
2-drop with Scrooge McDuck. We will likely be seeing that get boosted up next turn.
Yeah, that is a really good card as it turns out. Everybody's like, nah, it's uninkable. Bro, this card is bananas. So, causing all kinds of problems as we do see the Webby Vanderquack shift line available to us, but we will not be able to get that advantage unless we just like straight up didn't ink this turn. Webby is warded. She's a 2/4 and she quests for 2 lore. So that's pretty good. But at the same time, being on the draw, you're really not going to get that advantage in this matchup. But we see Elisa 4/4 gargoyle lady that doesn't let you reduce things below its printed strength. And I hate this card more than anything in this game right now.
But no, it's so important. It's like one of the best Ruby
Eh.
cards.
That's why I hate it. Because I play
And
toys
it's
now.
bankable.
Yeah, I know. It's a very, very, very good card. And I know we all looked at it and went, huh. And then finally somebody won a CCS with it. And we were like, wait, is that good?
Oh, are we gonna boost and take out the Webby?
No, that is interesting. The boost is it boost 1 for Scrooge? God, this card's
It
busted.
is
As we
Scrooge 1.
are able to take out that Webby, we did go for the 2 lore. I don't think we got the trigger off of it, but hey, we still got 2 lore and made you challenge in, putting some damage on your characters, which it does seem like Big Dog is really leaning heavy into that go-go ability, as we did see quite a few of them happen in that first game.
Yeah, and it looks like we're. Where did all this ink come from? did we get the trigger from Webby? Because now we have Elsa already out. I
I
think we did get the Elsa
guess.
trigger or the Webby trigger last turn.
I don't know, because Big Dog, my dude, you keep writing your ink at the end of your turn, and I hate that. So stop that. Um, it is very difficult for me not to tilt off of the face of the planet because as a caster, I'm like, you have to leave your ink exerted, please. Please. There are actually a lot of cards now that really care about that to where, your ink needs to be either fully tapped out or exerted or not. But it's fine. We are going to play a library. Last ditch effort here. Maybe put that Cheshire Cat onto it. Maybe put the Elisa Maza onto it. Who knows? Put them both in there.
Yeah, that library being a pretty good play here. Also, not being able to do much against 8 willpower. And hypnotic strength doesn't exist anymore. Nobody plays it. It's
Nobody
gone.
plays it, but we got Hades looking for a deal coming on in. At this point, I think I would let you draw the 2 cards. I think maybe okay. So no, we are gonna say, hey, forget you. I don't make deals with the Lord of the Dead. You can just forget it as I do. Go ahead, and we're just gonna. Hey, we're actually just gonna quest with this Elsa. Next turn, we'll be able to do 5 damage into that library, and it does look like the library, again, even if it's not amazing here, it did make you diversify your threats just a little bit. As we play our own Mrs. Incredible, move her to the library. We're all going to get a little bit of a learning going on. Eliza going on a quest. And yeah, basically diversifying these threats to make sure that, just kidding, here's Sven. Tell us about Sven.
Okay. That Sven comes in. He has rush. He has evasive. He's doing all the Elsa things other than exerting a character, and he also has Challenger +2, making him a. Challenger +3, making him a 5/3.
Yeah, so never mind. That library is gone. I was gonna say that was a really good thing. It did gum up a few turns there, being able to make sure, like, do I take this out? Do I take the Eliza Moza? Do we leave her? How do we kind of navigate this? And then the Sven came crashing in like a wrecking ball, getting rid of that library. But I think hopefully it did gain us a little bit of lore and slowed down Big Dog just a little bit, being able to just slam down everything at once. But we are going to go ahead and play a Tigger and challenge in with that. Nope, we're bouncing and questing.
Yep, we bounced the Jebediah back. It all happened so fast,
Yeah. And he's back.
but he's back.
And here's a library. And we have to take out that. We have to take out the Elsa, don't we? But then we lose our Mrs. Incredible in the process. But the Tigger is a 4 strength character. Genie is a 2 strength character. But if you're challenging both of those into my library, I don't think I care. So this is kind of an interesting. The Jebediah did come out this turn, so it cannot take out the Elsa, but we can move the Mrs. Incredible to then take out the Elsa. So then it does not get banished. Not today, but that is a hefty go target if I do say so myself.
And we're gonna look for it with the book.
Yeah, popping the Junior Woodchuck's
Oh.
Guidebook, popping
Another
another
one?
Junior Woodchuck. That's so much ink. We just spent 6 ink to draw 4 cards. I think that's sort of fine with me as we malicious mean it's scary,
A
which
mess.
actually takes out the that takes out the Eliza Maza and the Mrs. Incredible, but that will be able to draw us a card as she does get banished from the library.
We're banishing with a educational
Oh,
elimination.
so Jebediah does go hard. No, or did we just? What did we do with the education elimination?
We banished Mrs. Incredible because she
Oh,
had
she
damage on
wasn't.
her.
Oh, I thought she had enough to where the malicious mean and scary took her out. She only had 4, and she went up to 5. I thought she was going all the way up to 6. But either way, she's gone.
Correct.
So it's gone. So are your dreams. But look, that library. We're gonna go ahead, challenge in, draw some cards. Library doing the absolute most here. As
2 more
we,
Jebediahs in hand.
I know, play the Demona and let you draw up to 3 cards. Why I also draw up to 3 cards. But listen, we don't have enough ink for it. But I just saw Be King Undisputed's in hand.
We're gonna sing it.
Can't sing it. Just played that Demona. Demona is
Sorry,
new
I meant
here.
next turn.
Oh yeah. Oh, seeing the Demona.
Oh, we're not gonna get to sing anything.
No, Demona, you're Demona. So now, Demona being the best Demona answer, putting you up to those 3 cards, and now you will not be able to ready her at the end of turn, as well as 3 cards. So even if you hard play that Beacon Undisputed, they're just going to take their worst character, which in this case, I guess would be the Genie? Or maybe the Cheshire Cat. But if you're going for the go-go strategy, maybe you keep the Cheshire Cat. But there ain't no way you're just going to like hard play the
So how much
Beacon.
is that in hand for Big Dog then? Since we do see that. Oh.
That's
Yeah, I think
a
you take the Genie.
lot. Okay, so we did go ahead and hard play it. So yeah, the Genie was kind of the answer here, because if you want, you can actually just start to stack up damage onto that Demona if you so choose. So you could actually put her into the library. So what do you...
Oh, don't worry. Demona's not getting banished. It's
Oh
much
no.
worse.
Well, yeah, no, we're going to go for 5 here, boys and girls, but we're actually going to get rid of that library first before anything crazy happens. Drawing a card with another Genie that we found for the vibes, as well as another Cheshire Cat and a Buzz Lightyear just in case, because back in the day, going wide against Ruby Amethyst was terrifying. Now, it's not so bad. Not without B prep.
Let's see. We've got the King Undisputed. 4, 5. So we've got 7 ink. Just right enough for B prep.
If this was in the days of old or infinity, we'd be able to do something about it. But at least we were able to ready our Demona. She will be able to sing. She can challenge if you want. I don't think you really want to. Oh, stacking up all of that damage in the face of a Go-Go Tamago is so terrifying, but I think we will go ahead start off with the Dumbo here. Jebediah, being evasive, you will be able to pay 1 to gain a lore and draw a card and dig yourself a little bit deeper, seeing if you have B-Prep in your deck. It would make it illegal, but it might get you out of this in the form of a DQ, but, you know.
Double King Undisputed. I don't think is
Interesting.
enough to get you out of this, though.
No, but we will go ahead and sing one for the vibes, I do believe. But there's literally no way on that we're... Oh, did we just really quest?
I think we
Interesting.
quested.
So we are going to leave this open to a powerful go-go trigger. Interesting. Interesting. And by interesting, I mean I'm terrified. So we will go ahead.
Go-Go?
Yep. Gain the 5 lore from that go-go Tamago. And that Demona challenge. We've got approximately 300 lore on the board. Malicious Mean and Scary coming down, finishing off the Demona, putting a lore of damage onto each of the other characters and questing straight on out here. Oh,
Big
that was a
Dog's
really
up
good
at
turn.
17. I don't think there's an answer in Sam's deck.
I don't think so either. This is kind of what I was talking about. Wait,
Could
no.
the Shere Khan do it?
Shere Khan do what? 15. You play the Shere Khan 15. Is it 16, 17, 18, 19?
No, it would only be in challenges.
And you can only challenge... You can only get up to 18 because it's 2 lore per challenge, correct?
I believe it's only 1 per challenge.
Oh. Shere Khan stinks! Okay, so, yeah, we'll play the Headless Horseman. You'll go ahead, banish off that, Genie for the vibes. And then not really going to be able to get away from that 3 lore threshold. You're only going to be able to remove...
Just boost it up by 1. You can take out both of the Cheshire Cats.
But then you still
I think the Demona is going to ready, though.
Yeah, I do believe we can't really... And then you could ink and then... No, you can't ink because it's just too... Ink. So you'd have to... That is actually heartbreaking. Well, I guess you could... We don't have enough
We could draw one with Dumbo, but then we're not taking something out.
And then you don't have the ability to ink and then play the... So we will go ahead and challenge into this Demona. The Dumbo can sing Beacon Undisputed, but we can't ink to play something else, and we can't challenge out, and there goes the fist bump. All right, well, that was a brutal showing, but congratulations to Big Dog taking it at 2-0 here in round number 4. I don't know how much longer is left in the round, but that was a swift 2-0 coming in from Emerald and Amethyst. And that's kind of what happens. Sometimes Ruby Amethyst can hang, and then there's other metas where Emerald and Amethyst just destroys Ruby Amethyst. There's like it's like that lifelong like push and pull, Back in the day, it was like Merfolk, triple Merfolk, and you're like, sick, thanks. And then to like I always think it's like a fascinating rivalry, right? Like we're both amethyst decks, but we're both employing different sides of the strategy and who comes out on top. And turns out the go-go player does.
Yeah, absolutely. As has been the play pattern since set 5 when she came out, right?
Yeah, that's always something that you have to look out for, Keep her in your fears. And it
We
feels
all
like
forgot
just
about her.
right, I was about to say, like right as people forget about her, it always just kind of like there she is again. By the way, especially in that Demona mirror kind of situation where you can just slam 5 damage onto another Demona and gain 5 lore out of nowhere. So it's terrible. Keep it
Yeah.
in your fears. They reprinted her because they thought it would be funny, question mark. But again, Emerald needed the reach, I think.
Yeah.
It's just she just goes in and out of fashion. And
Yeah. I I remember at one point I think I was playing a red yellow deck just for fun, with the bodyguard mini, that gains strength based on how much damage she has on her. She has 8
okay.
willpower. Um, it was doing pretty well, and then I brought it a second week, and somebody brought Go-Go, and I was like, this is
Mm.
retired. We're done.
Interesting,
You can
interesting.
only go me for 7 once, never again.
Oh. So the thing is like because now that's an amber card, you could throw Ohana Means Family in it, and you could draw 7 cards. So that is what the card goblin in me now thinks about is like, okay, well, hold on. If I could pull the damage off of this and turn them into cards, do I just lose with 7 extra cards in my hand, or do I win the game? You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
so.
And then you've got Amber Champion to boost her up to 10 willpower, and then you could throw down Dale and make her really disgusting.
Yeah, I
And
don't know. I don't know. Like again, like Go-Go is gonna be have to be in those decks. And now they have Rapunzel's Tower, part 2, where your Floodborn character get +2 lore or +2 willpower as well. So if you do have a deck like, the Amber decks with Dale in it, um you it it makes the willpower so all of a sudden that Minnie Mouse, which everybody's like, ooh, is challenging in at what, like a 10 strength just for the vibes.
possibly. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know that. Ooh, we got a genie. And he's got weird hair, but he's a 4 cost
Oh,
3/3
behind
with
your
evasive and 2 lore. Shut up.
card.
He's an
That's not weird
inkable.
hair. He's just moving.
I know he's just moving, but like he's an inkable 4 cost 3/3, hard to grasp, and he's got 2 lore and evasive. So um
He's balanced.
he's
We
balanced.
balanced him out.
Yeah, he's inkable. He's
We,
not drawing us a card. He is a 3/3, so he's harder to get rid of. But uh, I think the strength came from him replacing himself, right? I mean,
yeah,
it being,
absolutely.
but everything is oops all evasive coming up in this new meta. Like literally everything is evasive
Or warded.
or warded. Limited is going to be crunchy. Okay, it's gonna be actually wild. And everything has so much freaking lore on it. Ah,
Yeah.
God.
Everything's gonna be over so fast.
You got like this
This new
I
Kokoum.
Cocoam. Yes, I was like, I'm not actually gonna try to say that name without. But yeah, he's got 3 lore on it, and there's so many other things that are
You don't
like,
remember the
this
song?
has 4 lore in it. No, I
You
gotta
don't remember
admit,
you
I don't really like Pocahontas. I mean, it's like it's a fine movie. It's fine. It's just sort of fine. It
yeah.
doesn't
The
grip
music carries it
me.
really well.
Right? Yes, the music is really good. The anime. I don't know. I have no idea what it is about Pocahontas where I was just like, this ain't it for me. Maybe it's just like knowing the actual Pocahontas story where you're like,
Yeah. It takes
it takes some of
some
the
of the wind out of the
fun
sail.
right out of it where you're just like,
Yeah.
why did I have to read a history book? So yeah.
Just let me live in my magical world with where awful things don't actually happen.
Yeah, where I have like like a hummingbird and a raccoon as a pet, which actually I think having a raccoon as a pet would be wild. But not that I'd
That
ever
would
do
be
it,
that would be the
but I think a
dream of
lot of people would.
my college roommate.
I was about to say I have like a lot of friends in my life who really want to this day to have a raccoon, and it was really funny because I was watching a streamer at one point, and his wife works in like the like veterinary business, like animal hospitals and things like that. And people were talking about like domesticating raccoons, and he's like, you cannot domesticate a raccoon. They're like the only animal that wants to be domesticated. It's like if you lock eyes with a raccoon, they're basically asking for uppies. Like we cannot do that. Like, and I was like, that is so incredibly true. Like they're little gremlins with thumbs, and they just want inside. Like they
Yeah.
want to be in your home. So I thought that was like a really
If
really
you're
funny thing.
cold, they're cold. Let them in.
Yeah. The raccoon is like, "Let's go," but, like, every other animal's like, "Don't touch me."
Man, you
Um,
got food in here?
yeah, like, it looks sick. And you sit like especially in my old, apartment complex, we had, like of course, you had the dumpster, as you do, and, like, there's just,
Mhm.
like, giant roly-poly raccoons living their best lives, and I would go and park, and they would, like, look up and be like, not even phased, like, holding whatever it was, and then just, like, making eye contact with you, and just waiting. And then, like, sometimes my favorite is, like, you'd be walking by because 'cause I'd have to, and they'd be, like, slowly reaching for, like, the thing that they were already for, like, like, their little raccoon
Yeah.
paws, like, slowly just being like, "I'm gonna get this, don't worry," and, like, sliding it, like, I can see you, what are you doing? Like, just grab
Yeah.
it.
They're like, "You're not gonna stop me, right? Like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna take this, and then this is mine now."
Yeah, you're like, "Bro, I worked a 12-hour day, I am not stopping you, getting into a raccoon fight is not on my list, just have it, you can have it, I don't care." So shout out
I mean,
raccoons.
speaking of that raccoon, I am kind of interested in some of the fun strategies that we can do with that. Like, I really like the
The
idea of um we
the
can
Miku?
then
Miko?
play Miko quest, and then on turn two, you're discarding the you're discarding the Mother Gothel that you can play from hand or play from discard.
Yeah.
That way you don't lose tempo, but you get to
Mhm.
keep Miko, and he's an evasive 1/1 or 2/0
That quest for
2 or
3, I'm
something.
pretty
The
sure.
quest for two. I
Is
think
it
he only
2 or
quests for
3?
two.
I know, I just
Quest
figured it
for
was like
two,
a
but he makes you discard a card
mm,
uh,
mhm.
if he's exerted at the end of your turn.
Ew.
That way you can keep on
So
tempo.
that's gross. But how much do we know how long? I'm like, I don't even want to. Every time I read that Pocahontas, I'm like, you got to stop. That new Pocahontas, like, you got to stop. Her costing 2 and then just like play, like, oh, why don't we have it? It's Lady. But then you could just play a one. It's so bad. It's so bad out here. But how time do we have now? We are going into round number 5. Do we
There are about
know?
10 minutes left in the round. Would you like to take a break?
I think I would. I think I'd like to take
That
our
would be great.
first little break. Um, take a little break, come back. You want to say like a 5-minute break? Meet you back here
Sounds
at
good.
5:25, and then we'll keep
Perfect.
on going. Sounds good.
Awesome.
All right. I don't know if
Production, throw us to the we'll be
yeah.
back.
Maybe.
And we're back.
And we are back. I did find out that food is for eating, and that was nice. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed eating food and being back. And listen, Spartan Sickles, I see you. I knew you were going to audit how much time we were taking, but listen, sometimes it be like that.
Spartan feels seen.
Does he now?
And I mean, he
Awesome.
should. He made it to day 2 at a D.
Oh my god, is that day 2 Spartan Sickles? Not day 2. Ugh. Oh my god. All right. So we are coming back in at round number 5. Coming in. I heard Spartan is the best guy there is. Actually, yeah, that was the wheel yesterday. Were you there for that portion of it where I had to basically for
Oh, I was
1
there.
minute? Yeah. Yeah. That was a wild.
I was trying. I was trying to defend everything.
That was a
There was
fun
only one thing I
game.
couldn't defend.
Which one was that one?
Bucky
Oh
was
yeah.
fine. That was the
He
only
was
one I
fine.
couldn't defend.
Like, yeah, like you liked not having cards in hand, right? Like that everybody just really kind of sort of enjoyed not being able to play their cards. That was a rough game. I actually have a clip that I'm going to post on Instagram, and I don't know how it's going to go. So it has to do with the second place Matt one, where I'm just blatantly yelling at everybody to get good. So
That was my prompt. Yeah.
that was, yeah, yeah. At the very beginning of it, it's like, okay, like disclaimer, like this is a joke. These aren't my real feelings, but I know that people will be taking it out of context. So we'll see what happens.
Just get good.
Yeah, I think I said some super messed up stuff. So one of the best games. I needed the second place Matt today. Oh no! Did you get second place?
Oh.
Did you try getting good? Did you try? I have to stand
Did
by
they
some of it, right? Ugh.
did they have an awesome prize support package like we have today at Ravenforge?
Why don't you tell
Where
us about
second
that?
place players? Yeah, cool. Oh gosh, what are they? The cool cards on Etsy. Makes some prize support packs for your local set jams that you can purchase. And they will have pricing for the top 8 players. And it breaks down. There's some stickers. There's some like 3D printed counters, and some. There's a trophy. This one's like a little boot, and you also get a little badge that's like a sheriff badge
Oh,
that you
that's
put
so
on.
freaking cute. Oh,
It's
do
so
you get
good.
does the second place get a deputy one? That would be
No, that would have
adorable.
been so good.
Oh, I would have loved that. Someone donated the extra Baymax mat they had for surprise support. Oh yeah, I was wait, now do you have like a second Baymax mat? Because I also gave you a Baymax mat, Spartan. So
What was it,
like,
Spartan? Was it Spartan that donated the extra Baymax
oh, because
map?
that Baymax mat has made its way all around the world. He got his Baymax.
He got it back.
That's actually so
Oh.
funny. So you donated the Baymax mat for second place, and then you ended up winning back your Baymax mat that you totally didn't want.
But did you do a pass down?
Oh my!
I believe your hot take was there should be pass down mats.
All right, we got Tanya versus Daniel Wells here. So full government names, and why not? Because I love Tanya's nails, honestly. Um, I try to have nice nails because I feel like it would be cool to have, but then I just can't keep up with it because I can't be bothered. But Tanya here shipping back most of their cards, leaving 3 down, deciding what we're gonna do here, already flipping through them like a gamer. So if I am Daniel, I am actually really intimidated. Anytime I see somebody flicking their cards, I'm like, oh god. But we will go ahead and throw 4 back and immediately rip 4 off of the sheet. Okay, listen. Tanya scares me. Look at the way, just like I don't shuffle like that. I can't manipulate my cards like that. I would have already dropped 6 of them
My
at the very
cards never
least.
go that smoothly whenever I try to.
No,
Yeah.
sorry.
They're so rough.
Yeah, it's like shuffling cinder blocks. But Tanya, just being able to snatch the 4 cards off the top of the deck and be like, "Yep, it's 4," and then like spreading them out like that. Shout out to that. Daniel
I'm gonna
should.
make a prediction here. about
that
Daniel's.
Tanya
I'm gonna predict
smokes.
it's dogs.
Oh, you think so? Well, the Dell and the Bobby and some other things here, but Tanya does have the deck. We do see the Sven. We do see the potentially as well as like the sale. The game plan is happening. The Basil is on the board. We do see into the Inkwell and playing a Bobby Zimaruski down for a turn, being able to draw and discard a card. Filtering our hand a little bit here to get a Lilo Escape Artist into that discard. Now, notably, in the past, Blurple has not had a really good time into this deck, but with the addition of Eleanor, we've actually gained a few points back into this matchup. So being able to establish this Fen and then get an Isis Vanderchill as well as the Elsa, it really does give you a lot better game into this Amber and Emerald Dog strategy. And with a sale on turn 2, it seems like we're right on time.
Yeah, like you said, being able to get the Sven down, anything that turns sideways is just it's gonna be incinerated. There's no there's no way around it. It's gone.
Yeah, and I do think we see potentially I see the Demona, I see the Cheshire Cat, and we do have that. But again, it's the Sven with the Vanderchill or the Tigger, and like there's just so many things and so many ways to build this Blurple deck to where Elsa or not Elsa, but Eleanor did putting the Eleanor strengthened the matchup into the mirror, but it did make your Blurple matchup way worse. And in Infinity, I don't think you cared too much because the odds of you running into that that Blurple matchup in Infinity were a little bit lower. But here in Core, Blurple is still one of the strongest decks.
Ooh, we're gonna look at that resourceful recruit going into the Inkwell so that we can bring down Rhino to give that -1 strength. I think I quest there. With those bobbies. Like, I don't know if I'm gonna be too precious about that.
Now, the -1 strength now, and just in case we do have something potentially rushing in, and you would be able to just take your Basil into the Rhino or the Bobby. I'm not going to make it any easier for you at this point in time. If you're going to exert my characters, you better do it by yourself. But we will go ahead, play the Tigger, and bounce that back to our hand. And so this is exactly what Tanya wanted to see. We wanted to see the Basil into the Sail, into the Tigger, bounce something back, playing as Finn. And now we do have a lot of challenging power onto the board as we see the Nani stage manager going onto the board, being able to look at the top 4 and taking a 2-drop of our choice. And it's just going to be a Mowgli.
Interesting. Now we can see Tanya's hand. We know there aren't actual. Well, now there is. We could know that there weren't actions in hand. Now that we know that the Mowgli's in hand 4, yep, we're gonna go ahead and ink our only action to make that Mowgli feel like it's not getting any value.
Absolutely. Seeing that Mowgli come off the Nani was good, but at the same time, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and ink this and keep the 2 Svens. Again, being able to establish this board, it's not going to be very easy to under the sea them, but we do know that there is a Rhino in hand. It is a strength reducer, as well as potentially that Amber, not Amber champion, the other Mickey, the expedition leader, is another thing that you can do. But we will play the Mowgli to take a look at our demise here because Demona is imminent, and that board is straight up gone. And get a tramp for the vibes and play in a Lilo because at least when you start to challenge it all down, do the Demona things, I'll get to refill my hand and Lilo can go into the discard and I'll start bringing her back turn after turn after turn.
I think Tanya had tapped on her deck saying, "Oh, don't worry, I'm gonna top deck my ink that I need for Demona because
Yeah.
that Sven was uninkable."
So in a little bit of gamesmanship coming in from Tanya as they clear the board pretty mightily. They're leaving behind their Sven with 1 damage and a Demona that is going to be a problem for Daniel coming in to this next turn. Oh, the Delamoon Lullaby there, being able to hard play for the full retail value of 5. That Lady Park Avenue getting back the Lilo and the Bobby. I would have left that Lilo in the discard, but apparently we didn't have any other options as ew. But we
Ooh, we've got
see
the Eleanor.
Dale, Eleanor. Yeah, we have options, we have things and stuff that we can do going forward. But is it going to be enough? Because this was a very strong start coming in for Blurple.
It
Oh,
looks
we
like we're
gotta
going into it. There we go. We going right into Dumbo so that we can.
use that
Oh,
evasive
did
spin to go ahead and
did
be
we?
able. We
Okay,
had.
we paid the ink later. That's why.
Yeah,
I
I was
wasn't
like,
sure what was happening.
yep, as we see, ooh, that is the Magical Parks promo. Bill, Accomplished Mystic, going into the ink. Well, she's gone, but she's still really, really pretty as we play the Royal Guard, which will get +1 strength for each card that we draw on our turn. And since we have the Evasive Sven with the Dumbo, we will be able to pump that Royal Guard up pretty heavily to challenge into pretty much anything we really want, leaving our Demona. Probably she's not going to ready anytime soon, but you know what? That's okay because we see 2 Lilos in the discard now. Thanks to that Bobby Zimmerowski cheese whiz kid. I don't God, spray cheese kid. What in the
Spray
world?
cheese.
He's spray cheese.
Spray cheese kid. It
Good for
was
him.
very eye-opening during Indie that Baker has never, Lorcana villain has never had spray cheese. I hope that JDZ fixed that,
It's
and maybe we need
so
to reach out and
gross.
ask.
Are you kidding me? It is so gross. I have
It's
never
pretty gross.
had
It
spray
might be
cheese
okay
and
on.
been like,
It's a little bit on crackers, but
okay, so we will go ahead and ink oh my God, what's his name? Dale. Ha! I'm back. We're inking the Dale to play the Rhino to reduce the strength of literally anything at this point. Probably, yeah, sure. Why not the Royal Guard? Make it a little bit harder to buff that up. Spray cheese is not amazing. I see that coming in, and it is actually plastic in a can as we are moving things around because we're going to go ahead and Eleanor here questing out potentially leaving that up. There we go. Questing everything else to be able to go up to 3 lore. And at the end of our turn, we will be able to do a damage, draw a card, and gain a lure because they printed all of that text on Eleanor.
very powerful effect. I'm excited to see what happens once the dogs are rotated out. What we can do to continue making Eleanor the powerhouse that she is, and I think it might come in the form of toys.
Toys is definitely the new dogs, and we're going to have to get rid of that. I'm not a hater. Spray cheese is terrible, but we see a foiled Cheshire Cat coming on in. It's bright, shiny, and we are going to move the 2 damage, immediately boosting it over onto that Rhino, getting rid of our Sven damage as we are fully in control of this board. We will have to do some challenging. We're going to have to think about later turns as well, but this is looking pretty good now if we're able to just challenge these things off. Now, we did keep the lady back with the Eleanor because that is going to help us in future turns if we want to potentially sing under the sea. There's not much on this board that is under the seeable. However, we do have the 2 Lilos waiting in the discard.
Yeah, notably not putting those up at the top or turning them sideways in any way. I do wonder if Daniel's just mentally keeping track that they're there, or
Well, that
maybe
is considered
we
taking
just don't
notes,
care.
so don't do it. Yeah, so we will go ahead and bring like 1 Lilo and then opt to keep that into our hand. We do find a second Eleanor, which is kind of disgusting. So, hey, now at the end of our turn, we will be able to gain 2 lore, do 2 damage, and draw 2 cards, which is basically like 2 Fire the Cannons, 2 Friends on the other side, and 2 Gathering Wisdom and Knowledges. So
55
gross.
milkshakes, 55 burgers,
Yeah.
50 fries.
Thanks for coming along with me on that journey. Oh God. Yeah. So we actually will be able to finish off that Dumbo at the end of turn, which will cut off any card draw. Inking
We
a
gonna take the Dumbo,
tramp
or are we gonna
here.
take the Sven?
I'm taking the card draw every day. You can challenge in if you want to. That's super fine with me. You will be able to move the 2 damage. So you could challenge into the Mowgli, remove the 2 damage, and then take out the Lilo. But you better start doing that forever and ever and ever because, again, there's, I think, 1 more Lilo Escape Artist available to us in the discard. So being able to get this Eleanor trigger at least next turn is going to be quite easy for Daniel.
Yep, and I believe there'll be 2 Lilo's in the discard for Daniel next turn.
Mm-hmm. And then we are going to go ahead and challenge into
Alright.
that, boosting and taking out that Mowgli, only leaving the two Eleanors here. So
Uh,
you challenged in and then you move the damage. So you're just gonna leave that and you're actually gonna put the damage onto the Eleanors, I believe.
Eleanor?
Okay. So that
Okay.
turn you will be able to move.
Are we removing it from the Demona?
I think we removed it from the. Yeah, I guess so. But we will go ahead
We,
and play the Mrs. Incredible Super Stretchy coming on down. And I
yeah,
think
we do
we.
need to move that damage. I think we took it off of Demona.
Right. But
It came off with
in.
something. It was one on Sven, two on Demona, one on Royal Guard, and nothing moved.
Hmm. Well, I mean, even in that instance, you are going to be able to do the 2 damage. We still get that because we have the 2 Lilo escape artists jumping out of the discard, escaping, if you will, and being able to count as the exerted characters here for Daniel. We had a really,
Oh,
really
Demona had
good
4.
start. We had a really, really good start coming in from Tanya, but this deck being able to find 2 Eleanors like that is relentless. And again, we keep inking tramps because we don't need them. We're just putting the lady onto the board. Hopefully, we can find a tramp 2 cost, which will be able to buff that lady up and make her quest for a bazillion next turn. And yeah, a lot of pressure here coming in from Daniel. Tanya has a wide board, but we will be able to take out that Sven this turn and as well as the Royal Guard. So clearing off 2 of those potential challengers off of the board. And I don't know if the Demona readies. I suppose she does. We've got just 2 cards in hand, so she does get to ready.
That's Sven and Merryweather, I believe.
Mm-hmm. It is a Sven and a Merryweather.
Oh, choosing evasive, and then we'll draw. So now we have 3 cards in hand.
Yeah, but Demona does get to ready because, at the start of our turn, which is basically before yet at the same time as our Mistress's incredible trigger. It all works the same. But there we go. Very heads up play coming in from Tanya, putting that 2 damage onto the Eleanor last turn, just challenging into the Mowgli, being able to now move the damage from the Cheshire Cat again this turn, taking out that second Eleanor. Now, that is probably why we saw Daniel Quest, because they were like, well, this sucker's gone anyway, so I might as well get my lore and my triggers here. So doing a little bit of cleanup here from Tanya. Not able to move any more damage because we already had that Cheshire Cat effect. And passing it back over to Daniel.
Testing for 3 and keeping right up with this aggro deck. These Lilos coming back in every turn are really helping get value out of that Eleanor.
Yeah, the 2 Eleanors and the 2 Lilos are disgusting. Actually, a crime. As we see another Nani stage manager coming in, I do believe that is like our 3rd one. So Daniel's done a great job with this turn of being able to keep up on hand resources and just being relentless in the face of all of this. This is about the perfect curve for Tanya, and you're still seeing what this deck can do. And what it's doing is too much.
It
As a
looks like
tramp,
all 7 of those are
yep.
all 7 of those are about to go right into the discard.
Yeah, we
I
have no
believe
cards.
Daniel's hand is empty.
Actually, I think we have 1 card in hand over there, potentially, unless that's an
Okay.
ink. I don't even know. But at the same time, it's disgusting. So Tramp sneaking his way onto the board. He's a street smart dog, and he was reduced by the entire board's worth of characters being able to come in for a low cost of free. So it does look like we kept 1 card in our hand here, as well as another card in our
2.
hand. So sick.
1,
But we will go ahead.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And that lady is a 5/3.
Oh, God.
Oh,
And we play another Tramp Street Smart Dog, and immediately all of those cards go into the discard. And the reason why you do that is because if we find another Lilo, that's just 3 Lilos in the discard available to you to be able to just bring out at any shape or form. So, actually disgusting. Oh, I hate it here. So does Tanya. Yep. Oh,
What
God.
are Tanya's outs right now? Um,
Be
Not
prepared.
looking like many.
No, it's like I'm just gonna scoop it up. I'm saving myself the mental gymnastics and saying, yeah, you got it. You win. Oh God, Tramp is a fair and balanced card, you guys, and we only have like let's see, it's June 27th. We have 1, 2,
3 weeks?
3 more weeks of this junk, okay? And when I started leaning heavy onto this, I was like, well, we only have a month left. And it's only been a week since I started just really clinging to that thought. So less time has passed than I originally anticipated. So 3 more weeks of this. This is our second last to last week of set champs. And we've got a CCQ going on right now. And we got CCQs on for the foreseeable future. But guess what? The CCQ that we have on July 18th, which is in Florida here, is post rotation meta. So 3 more weeks, you guys. Just 3.
And it'll be the first CCQ of the Attack of the Vine meta.
Yep. Yep. We got this. We can make it 3 more weeks, everybody.
What is that? It's hangers. Oh gosh.
Warehouse 51.
Warehouse 51. I was
Warehouse.
thinking Area 51 to try to remember it.
Which I think, funny enough, I asked the owner, I was like, what is it? Like, what's the story behind this? And he was like, oh, that's the warehouse in Indiana Jones where they go at the end and they put the Holy Grail. So I was like, oh, Indiana Jones fan, sick. So a little bit of Warehouse 51 lore for you there who are attending that CCQ here coming up on July 18th. Again, that's Attack of the Vine. So get your pre-orders in now if you plan on playing that weekend because you will need those new cards. Your dogs won't cut it. You gotta put them back in the box.
Go in your Nationals invite.
Yeah.
Or does it go straight to Worlds?
No.
Okay.
Because that is it's still a CCQ. So yeah, the winner does get their NACC invite for season 2. Season 3 invites start at D23 as we ink add Mona and pass. Not finding that Basil here on the draw. Oh God, we have an Aurora. Aurora holding court lets you play. Oh
You
no, we
ramp
missed
as well.
Oh goodness, so we are free and clear to quest for this Aurora, which will give us a reduction of our next princess or queen. So it does count the Eleanor. Ugh. Or we could just play another Aurora, which we will. And then we'll play a Bobby for 1, draw a card, discard a tramp, and then ink a card to play another 1-drop. Jesus Christ.
A third Aurora.
Mm-hmm. Oh, my heart goes out. Anyway, so we do go ahead and establish that Cheshire Cat, which, by the way, is actually pretty decent here in this because we will be able to challenge in if you do choose to turn those things sideways like you just did. If we found the Eleanor, I'm going to eat it. I'm eating it if I am her. Oh, my God. And the Eleanor's here! Being able to get a reduction of 3, so the Eleanor cost 1, we will ink the lady, and then Della's Moon Lullaby, the Cheshire Cat, so it has -2 strength, and we get to draw a card, and at the end of our turn, we will be able to do 1 damage to the Cheshire Cat, and gain a lore, and draw another card. That is the most disgusting thing. I don't even know how to hype this up, other than just being so incredibly bummed. Sure.
I don't know how do you come back from this.
Nope. The only thing is maybe if Daniel falls asleep. But unfortunately for Tanya, we do see a Nani stage manager, which is a wonderful way of drawing back cards in our hand. Finally, finding a Tipo, being able to ink and get back on par, being on the draw. We were actually on the play, so that helps us a little bit. But at the same time, finding Tipo that late is really unfortunate. Questing.
It's another Eleanor.
Oh, no, not like this. Not like this. Oh, that's disgusting. And we can actually just keep those up, active, and ready because we played the Bobby last turn. because we were able to play the Eleanor for a cost reduction of 3. So we still have the 3 characters on board that will trigger both Eleanors, which then will be able to do 2 damage, draw 2 cards, and gain 2 lore. This is a massacre, and I'm so sorry to Tanya, who is actually playing really well, not getting that turn 2 ramp. Oh, that is diabolical. You just challenged in? So you challenged in, and at the end of your turn, you do the 1 damage to the Cheshire Cat, and then the 1 damage to the Tipo.
Yep.
Ew.
And that's a scoop.
Oh, yeah. Tanya's saying literally no, dude. No. Actually, no.
There's no way.
No.
No coming back.
I just like it doesn't even so and that's I'm gonna throw up. Okay, so I don't even know the opening that would have saved Tanya from that. And
I
that is
don't think there
something
is one.
I don't think that there is anything in the game that is going to help you get out of a double Eleanor situation. Even just if you just didn't have the 3 Auroras into double Eleanor. Like there's not a lot of lines in the games that will save you from that.
Well, I have good news. All of that totally rotates out next set. And it doesn't stay. None of it. Not a single card. Tramp
Except
was
for Eleanor.
absolutely the problem.
Except for Eleanor.
Oh no, it all stays. I'm pretty sure that Aurora is staying, right?
Yeah. Holding
Yeah.
Court did come out in Fabled, so
'Cause
that's
she has
where
an
we
epic.
have.
Yeah.
Yeah, she does have an epic. It's a very pretty card, but at the same time,
It's such a pretty card.
yeah, the art is gorgeous, but at the same time, yeah, that's really terrible. And as we saw, Tramp was just kind of like a icing on the cake. It really wasn't the enabler there because of the Eleanor drawing so many cards. To be finding 2 Eleanors, finding 1 Eleanor is hard. Finding 2 Eleanors is basically game. Like that's just it, really. I know that a lot of cards have a hard time, or a lot of decks have a hard time outing a 3/4. So finding an answer to 2/3/4s that early in the game, especially the reduction of 3 and then being able to play a Bobby to where the next turn you were guaranteed to have at least 3 more characters to then play another Eleanor. Like I forgot until this set that Aurora says the next princess or queen. Because we had been using her only for princesses, right? Like that's the only but like or queen and then Eleanor all of a sudden, it's like also we didn't see Willow.
No. I think we had a chance to get it off of Bobby. No.
So like you didn't even really need it.
There was some way to it was sent back with a tramp.
So it's in the deck, so that's still painful, but at the same time you didn't really even need it because of all of the other reduction things. Finding 3 Aurora is nasty. And then also Tanya did miss turn 2 ramp. So even if they got the turn 2 ramp, I'm not sure how much you could have set up. You could have set up the sail into the Tigger, into the Sven. So missing all that really let that deck kind of go to its fullest potential. But at the same time, if you're not sailing on 2, you're not getting to these really, really important cards. And then the double Eleanor is like, why am I even here? So yeah, I think we have about how much longer in that round, I would say.
About 23 minutes. That one was over pretty fast.
Let's see if we can maybe get a backup match, potentially. Maybe you can grab somebody that's going on to game 2 and be like, hey, you stop playing. Some crazy things just happened here as
what
we
happened to
will.
Discord?
What doesn't happen to Discord? Look, there's my little K-Count though. Oh, okay, he's back. So we are shouting out to production here to see if they can grab a game 2. I think that's just like as like production, you're like, if I put dogs on the stream, I have to be like, you're the backup match. So get ready. Let me know when you finish game 1 because bad things might happen. Or you have backup matches that just go to time, or you have dogs mirrors that just go to time. So it's like you can't even really predict it.
Yeah, production just put Charlie on for us. Looks like he's already finished his match too.
But double Eleanor will do that to you every single time.
you had called out the Bell accomplished mystic, and I'm sitting over here with
Oh yeah,
ah.
jeez. That is
I had
so
I had bought a 10 pad amount from somebody off of eBay back when they were still cheap, and it came with all the beasts on the other side.
that's so cool, but also
Yeah,
insane because that card, how much is that card now? Let's see. Let's
enough
take a
to
little
make
look.
my money back if I sold few.
Wow, yeah. But then you're like, "Oh, I don't want to sell."
Yeah,
The funny thing is one time I
it'll only
traded
go up, right? This
I
cardboard, it
traded
stocks.
I traded one of her for a power line one time, and now it's all just crazy. Everything is meaningless, and the prices don't matter. And
Points
like,
are
look,
made up.
yeah, like it's all insane here. So let's see. That bell is $64.
And
So,
seeing how uh, I got that at a fraction of that for all of them, yeah.
mm-hmm. Yep. This bell is apparently the park promo bell. The
Hmm.
Apprentice Inventor is a
Oh, the other bell.
$400 card.
Okay,
It's the Magical Place promo that it was the very first one that they came out with, but it is the Apprentice Inventor, and apparently oh no, it's a $200 card. My mistake. My mistake. Oh
totally
my god.
better.
Totally much better than
Remember,
that.
these are much more than just pieces of cardboard. Um,
Well, the Apprentice Inventor is definitely playable in Infinity because you have that popsicle synergy with her where you can play her for free.
yeah.
But $200 for that promo. I literally had like 8 of those at one point. So that's painful.
Pretty soon, people are going to be buying the UV Make, the at-home resin printer that can print basically anything, um, just so they can, have their own. We have Lorcana at home.
That's not good. We don't do that. Counterfeit
Yeah.
Lorcana. Don't. No. Bad.
No,
Bad.
don't encourage it.
No.
I'm just saying that. I'm just saying. At some point, these cards are going to be so expensive, it's going to be cheaper to,
Well, the thing
to
is like,
buy powerful equipment just to make the counterfeits.
that's a crazy thing to
But
say out loud.
don't make counterfeits.
That's crazy. But I mean, we are seeing this rise in price. And I know a lot of people have felt like, oh, well, what is that going to mean for our game? But in terms of all the playable legendaries, it means our game is going to become very accessible, especially with that collector booster thing that they saw that they weren't supposed to talk about, but they did. Um, if they have like full art, like alternate arts of playable cards, people are going to be buying those collector boosters, and it's going to make the base rarity versions of these playable cards like dirt cheap. So you'll be able to build a low rarity meta deck for like 20 bucks. When
Yeah,
now, like a
fingers
lot of our
crossed.
decks,
Hopefully.
well, I mean, that's that's really what it is. Unfortunately, what it does is it takes your, like, if you buy a booster box and you're opening cards, unless you hit a legendary or unless you hit an enchanted, you kind of like wasted your money like a little bit. But then there's
A
also
little
the
bit, yeah.
iconics in there. So I think like opening product is going to swing more towards the collectors, and buying singles is what the players will be doing. So, and I don't think
Yeah.
there's anything wrong with that.
I'm gonna say that I'm gonna trust them to do what is good and uh not make and like maybe learn from lessons from whatever Star Wars had trouble with. Um
What does
Hopefully
Star
that
Wars
ends up
do?
being like they had a very similar thing that hurt hurt the base over time. So I'm hoping that was like a lesson learned.
Well,
And
explain
that
what happened.
I don't entirely know what happened, but I know that the collector's boxes came out, or the carbonite boxes
Hmm.
came out, and then those started to like local participation started to be in huge decline after that.
Oh,
Um,
because people liked opening packs and now like
I'm not
getting people to
entirely
open.
sure, but maybe, or
Well,
maybe
maybe their
it priced
game
things
just.
out. It felt like maybe it felt like uh, you put it behind a prize wall or a paywall,
Well, I
which
don't think if
one of the
if
big appeals for Lorcana has been a lower price point. So
I think that the issue comes in, it's like if I am still, people like opening product, and I think that those collector boxes will come as a premium and like potentially be scalped into the oblivion. But if the booster boxes remain unchanged, like I still get my, like still the chances for, like I could still hit an enchanted, I could still get an epic, I could still, you know, get everything that I would normally get if I open product, and that experience remains unchanged. And then in the collector box, it's like you open a pack and it's all foils, and then like a, you know, full art non-foil, and then like a higher chance at an enchanted. Then like I already know that that's out, that's a premium product that's out of my price range. Like that's not
yeah,
something that I can just like, you know, just buy and rip. That's not for me. But if I buy a booster box, I'll still get the same experience that I already have. So I don't think
yeah,
that that's a bad thing unless they change the booster boxes. So like if,
yeah,
unless, you
and
know,
hopefully they won't. Like there's so many unknowns. We don't know any of the details, and they were kind of like, this isn't something we were ready to announce. It came out. We will have more details about it later. I'm
mhm.
sure that they're taking considerations.
Well, yeah, and they did say in that statement, they were like, "Hey, we wanted to make sure that the, you know, the experience that you already have come to know in the booster boxes remains unchanged." So that tells me like, what did the what were the, we can't share the full details at this time. We do want to assure our fans that we have no intention of detracting from the booster pack experience fans have loved with Wilds Unknown, and aim to only improve the experience as future sets and products release. Since launch, we've always aimed to do right by our fans and intend for that principle to be central to all of our decisions. So that tells me that they're like, okay, we're probably, the legendary hit rates are probably going to stay the same, because everybody had, that was such a overwhelmingly positive feeling, being able to just
Yeah,
open up and just being like, oh, like I opened a box and it felt worth buying, you know, like,
yeah,
and so that's really nice. And if they're going to keep that integrity, like I still have the same chance to hit enchanteds and epics and foils and the like. But if I buy this collector booster box, then I get way more foils, and I might get a like if they're doing alternate arts essentially. I think
yeah,
that it makes it a little bit of a bummer, because then the alternate arts are only coming in the collector booster box. But as a player, if you just want to play the game, you can still just buy singles. So I don't know. Like
yeah,
I'm a player first and a collector second. And so not being able to play Amethyst for the past 3 sets because I just straight up cannot afford to buy myself 4 Dumbos sucks. Like, you know what I mean?
yeah,
And especially when you're like, "Oh, Blurple's one of the best decks," and you're like, "Well, rip, I guess I'll just play the second or third best deck because it's cheaper." And so as a player, that stinks, and anything that kind of pulls us away from that, I think would be nice.
dogs has been like consistently almost $70.
Yeah, but it's dogs. It's dogs. I don't want to play it if I don't have to.
Plus, it's not that easy to play it. You can't really just pick it up.
I did try for like
Yeah,
a night. I was like, I'm gonna play toys, and then I was like, I'm stinking at this, so let me try dogs. And I was like, oh no, oh god, if I like getting in the weeds of trying to play toys is kind of miserable. Not a fan.
mhm. I think there's like a mental toll of playing whatever the boogeyman deck is.
You're like, I know that you're looking at me like I'm a monster, but I just really wanted to win. Let's
Yeah,
see.
I needed this.
Yeah. I needed this win. Shut up. Coming from the chat from Daryl, I love collector boxers. They drive down prices. They drive prices down on singles and set foils. One main reason I like them in Magic the Gathering. If people want to buy collector boxes, go for it. But if not, don't buy it. Collectors complaining that they would have to get 2 different types of cards if they make premium stuff in collector boxes, to me just means they don't buy if you choose to collect and you decide how you want to. Yeah, it's like if they put like the full art foils or the full art like non-foils like in a collector booster pack, and you're like, that means you're like, oh well, if I want this card, I'm gonna have to like, yeah, it's an alternate art, dude. Like it's gonna
Yeah,
cost more. It will cost more. You are not entitled to an alternate art of the card. That's why there is a base rarity of that card. And I don't know if that's like a hot take, but like it's the same card. They serve the same function. One is sparklier and prettier than the other. Clearly, that one's going to come at a premium. And just because
Yeah.
like, and to be fair, there might be a situation to where you have a chance of opening that alternate art in the normal booster packs. It's just exceedingly more rare. So there's also
Hmm.
that. Like, instead of
Yeah.
like having your foil slot be a foil, you might get the full art or something like that. But it does, it's just
It's a give and take. Yeah. As long as the collector's box still has, what does Fern say? I'm entitled to all the chords, not cards, chords.
you can have them.
Uh, extension cords. Uh,
Yeah. Not 4 cards,
right, but
those are
not the floor
mine.
cards.
Yeah. No, those are Reginald's. But yeah, I've always been a base
um,
rarity bum. Yeah, I feel you on that. I feel you on
yeah, as long as the collector boxes still have some of those base rarities to put into the secondary market. Like if they're all foils, I
that.
don't
Nope,
know.
they'll be all foils. There's no reason. There
Okay.
is no reason to put non-foils in there. The only thing that would probably be non-foil in my estimation, and of course I have no idea, would be a full art version of a card, and that would probably be non-foil. But
Right.
then
But
behind
that
it,
could raise the prices because then there would be less people pulling uh the non-foils out of the
oh yeah,
regular
no, those are
boxes.
going to be expensive. Yeah, non-foil full arts will be expensive because if you have a
Oh,
higher like
not full arts, just non-foils in general because people will go for the collector boxes instead of the regular booster boxes.
maybe not. It just depends, right?
Yeah.
So, it depends on the set too. And like and if you have a chance of opening a non-foil full art in the regular collector booster boxes, it's just a lower hit rate, then like you'll still have multiple ways to get those non-foils without having to open that premium product. But
Yeah.
the non-foils, yeah, there is something to that. Like playable non-foil like meta staples sometimes do end up being a little bit more expensive, especially if like a set was overly popular because people were just ripping and trying to get like the iconic buzz and they had a higher chance, so they bought all the collector booster boxes. And so then people that are just trying to play the game normally, it all depends. It is such a fine balance, but we're talking about like that playable non-foil common being the difference between 50 cents and then now it's just $1. You see what I'm saying? So like before it was 50 cents, but because the market's flooded with foils and not everybody wants to play foils, now it's $1. It's twice as much as it was before, but it's still an uncommon card, you know?
My
Um,
my full set play sets.
yeah. But then the
You're
foil
doubling my
version,
costs.
yeah, like the foil version of that card is 25 cents because there's 3,000 of them everywhere. So it's like, I don't know, man, play a max rarity deck. I don't know what to tell you. I'm just kidding. So it is a give and take, and we have seen it done um in multiple games. We've seen it done poorly, we've seen it done in a correct way, but I think the main thing to think about is we've been asking for alternate arts for so long.
Yeah.
It is weird that we're only just now getting ways to like customize our decks. It's like we
Yeah.
want alternate arts, we want full arts, we want ways to make our decks shiny and pretty and make them match what we want to do. So I think more customization is good. Um
We also
and
still don't know where they'll be. They might only be at Disney park locations and possibly DLCs.
I doubt that. That would be
That'd be a
stupid.
ballsy move.
That would be rough because like you can't make an exclusive product also even more exclusive with that in mind. So then like I think we have enough exclusive stuff to where you just don't need to make the collector booster box because I think the collector booster box is going to be so much more expensive than the regular booster box that you might as well just like put it in LGSs and see who will buy it
Yeah.
because there's no reason to limit it to like location based things. Yeah.
Yeah.
As
But
long as
that's
they
all
don't put
just speculation.
mechanically unique cards in the collector booster boxes. If they do that, they're trolling, and I will never play this game again. I
Yeah.
if
That would
if
be
they
really bad.
if they put mechanically unique cards in a collector booster box that you cannot get in a regular booster box, I will lose my mind and you will never hear from me again. Because that's messed up. Because they did that in Riftbound, and I was like, actually, no. Actually, no. Like, what do you mean I have to buy this box to be able to get this card? So there's this common printing of a card that's now $80 because you didn't print enough of this silly booster box where you put this exclusive. No, I'm already
Yeah,
mad thinking about it.
there are ways to mess up, and I'm sure that they've thought that through.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
trusting them.
I'm very much trusting them as well. Do not put and that's actually the problem, right? And that's why I Magic the Gathering. And there aren't like there. I think they've done it in Commander decks, maybe to where the Commander deck has a mechanically unique card that you can't get in but you still could technically open it in the pack. You see what I'm saying? So like the pre-con came with like a specific type of card, but the foiling was different. But you could technically open that base card in the set if you wanted to, but not like
Okay.
mechanically unique. Um, but like the printing was different. So it was like sparklier, prettier, or like surge foilier or something, whatever. But everybody still had access to that mechanic.
Yeah.
God, if they put it at parks, I'm going to lose my. Yeah, like you can't do that. Like
If
mats and like
it's only alternative
accessories.
art, it's fine. It just drives the price up in the secondary market.
It's already a nightmare to try to get Disney Park exclusive stuff. Like I don't know how many of you have actually been through that, but like it sucks. It's so hard to do. It's so painful. It takes like the ones of us that literally live near Disney, we're already planning this like a month ahead of time of how we might be able to acquire some of these exclusive things. So that sucks. Special foiling, alt arts, full arts are fine. Yeah, but mechanically unique things should be never a thing. You need to have that available for everybody. Like I want to be able to play the game, right? Like and playing the game is the most important part. So you can't like, gatekeep certain mechanics being like, "Oh, you didn't buy the gift box, so get wrecked." That's
Yeah.
just bad business in my opinion. So
Horrible business.
it's not bad, it's horrible. Yeah. So oh no. Is it made it?
Hello and welcome to the Be Prepared podcast. My name is Z Gaming, and oh wait, this is Wild's Unknown Set Champs. I'm in the
Yeah.
wrong show.
It's okay.
Oh, okay. Hold on a second. All right. Yep, I'm at the
What?
beach, but right now we're all locked in for Lorcana.
Let's
So,
go.
all right. So what we got today? I have been driving all the way to Outer Banks in North Carolina, but the whole time I've been listening to this tournament. Y'all have done a fantastic job. Jacob, thank you, bud. Thank you so much for covering for the first half of this tournament. Color, thank you so much for coming by to visit us. This was such a treat for us. Everyone was
Absolutely.
excited. Really gotta say, listening to the podcast, or I'm sorry, God, I'm so bad. This tournament today, great matches. I got to listen to fantastic plays. I was taking mental notes. John giving us one last hurrah with Brainiac.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yep.
Yes. I traumatized
Brainiac
this
deck.
poor man with Brainiac. And
You're
then
like, oh,
he,
so
he converted.
perfectly represented there. So it
Yeah.
is obviously called Brainiac for a reason. Not an easy deck to play. And just when you think it's about to lose, oh, it won.
Yeah. And Ray, gotta say, Ward's good. I hear Ward is pretty good. Getting like double Milos, it's pretty brutal.
Oh,
Visionary Storm. Love to see this man adapt on the dime from red yellow toys for the entire season and then just go, yeah, we're just gonna play Raging Storm Control.
yeah, why not?
Like, that was crazy. Yeah, we have a online league and stuff, and he was mono red yellow the whole way for 7 weeks, and then said, "Oops, I'm actually blue yellow for the last week." Um, so love to see it. And Dan, that was some masterful red purple resource management. That was a pleasure to listen to. I was like, oh, library, so based. Love to see it. So great job. Love to hear it. Ellie, I would never wish anyone to
That
have
game
the
won.
starting hand that you had. That was brutal. But you still almost managed to take it home despite that. That is impressive. That is so impressive. And Shay,
Didn't they win?
love to see it. The green blue. Just he's been rocking that for the last month or two. Yeah. Shay's been very much growing as a player, and I just love to see how well he's been performing. He's getting better every tournament. And round 4, totally rigged. This tournament is rigged. They had to put our Unplugged fam at round 4. But you know, Big Dog. Big Dog is showing why he's got the name with the green purple. It is crazy. He's been piling that for 2, 3 sets now. Been
Done
performing
very
great.
well. Yeah.
Yeah. And of course, round 5. Oh my gosh. That color, what did you say that was? Was that like diabolical or something? Like
Yeah. I was like, diabolical was the answer to that. I mean, the two Eleanor, both games there with the two Lilo escape artists immediately, and then the three Auroras into the double Eleanors, and that's kind of like at one point I think Tanya was looking through their deck, and I'm like, I don't think that there is any sequence of cards in the game of Disney Lorcana that would have gotten you out of that situation.
no.
And so, yeah, my heart and patience and everything else went out to Tanya on that one because I was like, if you reduce an Eleanor to cost 1 and then you throw out a bunch of other, I'm just gonna eat the Eleanor. I'm just gonna eat it. Like, that's probably how you get out of that situation. Just if I
Yeah.
just eat the card, you didn't have it in the first place. And then I could call the judge and you have an illegal deck. So that is an alternative strategy I've heard
Sean,
from other games.
my buddy Sean, you're on to something. Just eat the card. Now they have a legal deck. There you go.
Yeah.
I
Listen,
think
I've
that's
heard
the
they do
only
it in
way you
other
could
games.
beat Royal Dogs.
Ah, God. With that opening, absolutely. And I will say the game one was played so well by Tanya. Like having everything, having the Tigger into the Sven, into the Elsa, like that is basically what you want to do. But unfortunately, with the double Eleanor, it's just too much. It's just too much. So gross. It rotates in 3 weeks approximately. So
Well, only the dog half.
yeah, the
That's
Aurora
gonna be
Eleanor
Royal
stuff sticks
Toys.
around. I hate it here. So hopefully, but we are gonna go ahead and colors go. Oh, thank you. Aw.
Yeah, let's go.
All right. Well, I'm doing good here, but we do have a KYC on this amethyst or no emerald and amber strategy, but Joker here with the amber and ruby, which by the way, if you play this correctly, is actually really not favored, but it stands a fighting chance if you can get that curve that you're looking for, which is the woody into the bullseye into the shift and keep on moving. But I did see a little bit of the spice there going in with a roller bob, sending those back. Roller bob doing its best Madam Mim impression. When it comes on down, you'll be able to put 2 cards into your discard and give it rush. But again, against a dog's strategy, you don't have a lot of characters in the discard because dogs isn't challenging too much. So it is a 4-3, but we did ship it back because we need to find our curve. We need to hope and pray that the curse that befell Ellie does not happen to Joker here in round number 6.
Absolutely. Red Yellow Toys I find to be is a really really fun deck. It's a really strong mid range deck. It is like on the cusp of like tier 1 for me. Like it has a very very powerful opener, but the problem, like you said, is the uninkable counts. There are ways to mitigate it, but you do lower the power level of the deck by doing so. You go for more consistency at the cost of power. Seeing Preston rocking Royal Dogs, he's swapped over to this from Yurple. It was quite a shift. One of my teammates, very very strong player, but it's kind of wild to see him just do a complete 180 and go to the dark side with Royal Dogs here.
Yeah, we
But
did.
Joker. Oh, I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
Oh no, you're good. I was just saying like seeing this Woody is basically what we want, and I don't know if we have the bullseye, but watching we put a ham down, which will be able to ramp us. It does exert to make your next character cost 1 less, but we are looking to the face into a lady into double Aurora here, so we will be able to just throw an Eleanor onto the board immediately, doing a cost reduction of 2 and paying 2 ink. So if we have an Eleanor in hand, it's going to be pretty rough. But I will say the ham into an early horseman, Terror of Sleepy Hollow,
Yep.
is the way that you get yourself back in this matchup.
Absolutely. And also, I will say that if he does go for the Eleanor play, he is going to have to quest with these Auroras. So, at the worst case scenario for Joker here, he just has to trade his Woody against a Aurora, assuming he puts the 1 damage on the Woody. Maybe he'll put it on the ham and then trade in or something. But either way, it kind of breaks it a little bit even, especially with dogs, because like effectively every character, the way I look at dogs when I'm going against it, every character is a ink as well.
As we see an Elisa Maza coming down, that's a spice for sure. This toy deck, she does say that when you cannot reduce a character past its printed strength, she is a 4/4, and that is actually a really good tech choice here. It is inkable. It does come down on 3, and it challenges for a mighty 4. That is some spice in this toy deck.
Yes, it's really really good. Especially like you said, when you have a ham, you can drop her down and get like another like Woody down. You have some flexibility there, but what she's really here for is this matchup, because this matchup can run away with you real quick, but this the dog strategy really has a hard time going against high strength characters, and Alyssa Maza just by herself is a 4/4. She trades with a 5 cost lady. Like, this is not the kind of character you want to be seeing on the other side of the table.
But we do see that Eleanor, she
There
is
she
here
is.
with the reduction from the 2 quests from the Auroras, being able to play her for 2 and utilizing the last little ink to play an RC car, which is a 3/2 with 2 lore. Now, to use this RC car, you are going to have to pay 1 to let him challenge or quest, but at the same time, he's a 3/2 and he's going to do so much damage as the board is quite wide for KYC. Joker with only 3 characters on the board. And guess what? We'll be able to put a damage on your Elisa Maza at the end of our turn because we do have those 3 characters exerted. Also gaining lore, also drawing a card.
Yeah, and it's actually really interesting to see RC in this dogs list because, like, honestly, you don't really see him in this list, so it's kind of interesting. It provides the lore pressure that some dogs lists kind of lose when they go more on like the like what do they call that, the orchestra, the songs builds. They could be a little bit slower, but RC allows you to have that lore pressure without bricking with, like, let's say Daisy's an uninkable, right? So you typically drop daisies, but at least RC is kind of providing that middle ground of being an inkable 2 quester.
Mhm. Now we
However,
are going to go on a challenge here. Ham
yeah,
taking out that Aurora, getting that off of the board, reducing your lore count, but also reducing your ability to just utilize the 3 ink that you have. Because again, anytime that we are doing that is going to be a problem, but we will take the Woody and challenge into
yep,
the
there we go.
Aurora, taking both of them off the board. Woody taking 1 damage back here. So we cleaned it up a little bit, but unfortunately for Joker, I almost called him the Joker. We do still have the ability to quest out and get that Eleanor trigger at the end of KYC's turn. So I think we might, nope, we're not. We're going to leave the Nani on the board because we would lose our Elisa Maza, which is a very important character in this matchup.
Yep.
Also, including the Eleanor, we were going to exert anyway, which I might have done maybe to make you exert the Eleanor, but in this case, we'll see what KYC decides to do from here.
Yeah, at this point with the 1 damage on the Maza, like, I think she's just gonna be, ooh, Powhatan. Powhatan's been kind of showing up in green yellow lists lately. This is like an absolute, like, matchup breaker because, like, against Blurple, this card alone just turns the matchup over its head, because before you're like, oh yeah, well, I can't turn sideways because I have my opponent has like Cheshire cats and stuff out there. Well, now they can't do anything with that cat because they have to get through a 5/5 bodyguard first. And with Willows and everything else and like all these reduction cards, yeah, getting the Powhatan down is not that hard, like, at all.
No,
And you
as we
could just
take
start
the
questing
Nani,
friendly.
taking the Nani into the Ham, getting rid of that ramp on your side of things. Now, we haven't really done a ton of stuff over here on Joker's side. I think maybe this is the deck doing what it ends up doing, and you draw the wrong half of it at the wrong time. Now, we will
Yep.
be able to, at the end of our turn, do a damage to the Woody, draw a card, and gain a lore. We did opt to go ahead and turn the Eleanor sideways, not paying the ink for the RC card to be able to do that. So we will sing You Got a Friend in Me with Jesse, which will give us a -1 reduction because that does count as a 2 or less. We did kick a Jesse as well as maybe another another toy. I didn't get to see that there, but we will get our trigger, probably reducing the strength of, at this point, I don't know, for the vibes. Let's just reduce
Yeah, at this
the,
point, it's too late to start doing any of this because the Powhatan's down, and
well, we
Eliza herself can't deal with him.
right, but we
So,
could reduce the strength of the Eleanor and then potentially have drawn into a horseman, which would be kind of nice. We have another chance with the Delisman
yeah.
Lullaby, which also gives us another reduction, 2 for the Delisman Lullaby and then 1 for the Jesse, which might be kind of fine. but we are going to play the Della's Moon Lullaby, electing not to exert
Ooh,
our
I don't think.
Elisa Maza here.
I feel like he needed to sing that because if he did get the Horseman, then he would be able to play the Horseman right now. Because right now he's now spent 2 ink. He has no way to play it. He has no removal. He needs to be
Unless
playing
we
for his
have
outs.
Firefly Swarm in the deck, which would be crazy, but at the same time, it'd be another Uninkable slammed into the deck. So
Mm-hmm. I
the
don't think this deck can really afford it right now.
not even a little bit. So again, we did not draw into that, but we did draw into the Roller Bob. Do we have the two characters
Okay.
available to us? Now we would have to take Elisa Maza and Roller Bob into the Chief Powhatan 2-for-1 ourselves and then get that bodyguard off the board, but it might be the only way. And then we could play the little guy for free, but we're gonna still play another Jesse. That was a really poopy turn.
Notice that he's got trying to
Oh,
remember his name. Jingle Joe.
that's the evasive guy.
Yeah, but unfortunately he can't give evasive to Powhatan because that would be the one way he could get out of that.
That
Because
would
we
be
have
a
like the
cute
old
little
school.
thing.
Yeah, because a lot of like the older cards in Lorcana, like the classic green Tinkerbell, she can give evasive to anything. I've noticed that lately they've been trying to, I think, kind of clean up those wordings. So like now Jingle Joe, for example, only does your characters.
Yeah, which I hate that.
Um,
Because you're like, I want to give your character evasive and I want a horseman strikes it. Let me do a cool thing. And they were like, nah, but we will see.
right.
The queen coming on down. I've opened
This
approximately
card.
36 of these cards. It is the Devious Disguise. She says, when you play this character, you may draw a card. If you do, each opponent gains 2 lore. But while your opponent has more lore than you, this character gets +2 lore. So this card is a house. I thought it was the worst card in the set, and now I'm seeing it played, and I'm like, oh, this card's disgusting.
Yeah, this card suffered the Zan Syed effect, where Zan touches a card, and then it goes from like 2 cents to $20.
Yo, how much is he? What? Did it really? Wait, hold up. Hold.
I think the foil got bought out like right after DLC Indie, because he was running it in the affinity list. And of course, like I said, Zan, if he touches any card, that's it. Like,
Oh, the foils.
it goes
Man,
from.
oh, I actually gave the foil. I opened 2 foils on stream at one point, and I ended up giving them away because I was so frustrated. Anyway, continue. Oh, no, she's only $7. I don't feel bad. Whew. All right, we're back.
Oh,
We're
did she
back,
already
and
go
we're
down? That's
yeah,
crazy. That's like a whiplash right there.
as
Oh
all
my
things
gosh.
are now. This is looking a
Oh
little
yeah,
rough as
true.
actually we see a raging storm in hand. I did not notice that. Going forward, we're really not able to do a lot here. The Chief Powhatan is still here. We have the 2 lore given to us by the Queen. Now, we're not getting her quest for 3 ability, but at the same time, we're going to have to do something. Jingle Joe, and we're going into the Rex. I don't think this is going to do it. We are not at 3 ink on 4.
Preston
Anyway.
has to read this card.
Jingle Joe says whenever you play something with 2 or less, you are able to give something evasive, which is kind of funny, but at the same time does not really help us here, unfortunately, because
No,
we
this is
still
for
have
the
not
purple matchups.
been able to get through this Chief Powhatan. I don't even think we are close to a Raging Storm. Even if we challenge in here, what a...
Yeah.
I think this one's looking a little bit to Scoop Town here for the Joker.
Yeah, KYC just had a really, really fast opener. And like when you're playing a deck like this with this many Uninkables, now also including Raging Storm, which by the way, knowing Joker, I'm not surprised at all. He likes to play a bit more of a slower game. Unless he's playing Purple Steel. I could see him totally trying to like take this game to the long haul, but you're not going to be doing that against Royal Dogs. It's just never going to happen.
Yeah, Joker
To me,
having
that card's like a dead card right now.
We're going to go ahead and scoop it up. We're only at 6 ink, and Raging Storm costs a total of 8. So being able to get to that card in this deck is sort of monumentally difficult now. Like you said, maybe in these Blurple matchups. But here's the thing is maybe we put the Raging Storm in there to give yourself a few more points into those Amethyst decks, but then you took away the ability to kind of be able to go head to head with the dog's strategy. And that's actually what this toy deck did best coming out of the gate, was being able to handle the Amber and Emerald overlords.
Yeah. Jamie in the YouTube chat saying that but Blurple can just shove Powhatan into the inkwell. I mean, this is true, but you have to have that answer on the spot. When Blurple's typically trying to play the more like exert your stuff and crash your bigger characters into dogs kind of strategy, Powhatan kind of flips that around where it's like, well, you have to get through a 5-5. Now even like your big scuttles are gonna trade into it, and Toys is happy with that. But yeah, no, technically you could have Into the Unknown or something for that.
We do see a World's Greatest Criminal Mind, which is an interesting tech choice in here. So we do see this Toys deck has been built a little differently. We are going to go ahead and keep the World's Greatest Criminal Mind. We'll keep the Roller Bob, and I think we are going to ship back quite a few cards here. Now, this is a deck that alters like, well, we did actually, we shipped back the Roller Bob and the other one and kept our, what an interesting way of shuffling. Sorry, I just got a little, yep, okay. I was like,
yeah, I mean, I was kind of like, wow, all right.
It didn't actually go that well, but we got there. Here, like, I don't want to riffle, but I'll do it a little bit.
Yeah, let me do like a baby riffle shuffle. Like...
Yeah, it was like, I'm going to drop them down and maybe they'll pile up the way that we want. But we did end up keeping that Woody Jungle Guide. If we got the one cost, we're game in. If we didn't, then we didn't.
I think I saw it. Yeah. Oh yeah, he ripped that right out of the hand so fast. He was like, all right, we got the game plan in 0.2 seconds. We know what we're doing. We are going to shift this Woody. We're going to get a big board. They're all going to have +1 willpower, and we're going to start crushing into their stuff. Love to see it.
Yeah. Notably, that strategy doesn't work really well in the face of an Under the Sea, which I do see on KYC's turn, but they might discard it. They're probably not going to, because they know that they're playing against a deck that has a lot of 1 to 2 cost strength characters. But again, there are a few more like this baby head and that have more. So, but we are just going to, please think about that. Do not quest with the Woody. That was crazy, because you could just get blown out by a Tramp 2.
It is kind of funny to see, because a lot of people like that I've helped in locals and stuff think that like Red Yellow has like all these like high strength characters, so like they see Sid's toys and they're like, oh yeah, it's like all these big toys and stuff. It's like, no, they're all like 1 and 2. Like Green Yellow toys actually just tears this deck apart despite Sid existing.
As we shift
just
the
way too
Woody
fast.
Jungle Guide down, we will be able to get off a quest here, which will mean that we can also play a card for 2 or less for free, which we did opt for the Pterodactyl Janie doll, and well as drawing a card. So again, this is a really, really good strategy in this aspect. However, we do see the Tramp 2 cost in KYC's hand. So there is the answer for this Woody impending, as well as this Toy Frog at a 2/1 stat line.
I'm also like right now an Evil Queen would be pretty wild too. He could just like Aurora play it, and now like he can't turn Woody sideways without Evil Queen just crashing into him. And because he got that early quest, now she quests for 3, so he catches right back up with Joker.
Now, I will say that the Frog quest was actually pretty decent because of the willpower on the Woody edition. So he does give that. So it is now a 2/2 frog as opposed to a 2/1 frog. And even at the end of a turn, though, we will be able to do a damage to that. But it is also a 1/2 because of the Woody. So you can start splashing damage, but until that Woody is off the board, it is not able to be got rid of. I don't even know what I was about to say, but hey, it's still around. It's got a damage on it. It's doing fine.
Yeah, it's before it gets banished. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do love the shift Woody +1 willpower across the board, because it does damper the effect of Eleanor here. Like if Woody was not around right now, Eleanor would be destroying this board. Like it would have been over. but
Absolutely. But we do see Joker taking a little bit of time to think about their turn here. We are going to go ahead and quest with the Woody, being able to draw a card and play a 2 cost or less for free.
is that a
It
second
is
Woody?
pretty good. We do put down the ham, which is going to be an excellent accelerator here, being able to potentially get down and get a horseman, a Terror of Sleepy Hollow into this situation a little bit quickly. If we have the Dellas, we'll be able to reduce that Eleanor strength. So this game is looking a little bit better for Joker than the last.
Yeah, this is like you were saying earlier. This is like the better half of the deck operating at the right time kind of situation. Like he's getting to actually play this game now. He's got a solid board. Yeah, Eleanor's on the field and it's kind of annoying. Roller Bob.
Hey, coming in, put those 2 toys on the
Ooh,
bottom of the deck, being able to rush in and take out this Aurora. Now, we do not have
yeah.
any Lilo skateboardist onto the board. So, hey, you won't be able to get that Eleanor trigger next turn because you will not have the
Nope.
3 exerted characters. So, this was a perfect answer coming in from Joker this turn.
That Roller Bob was clutch. So clutch. And taking out both of the Auroras too. So now there's no more shenanigans with discounting for royalty. That's so good.
And no more royal discounts over here as our KYC is basically taking a little bit of time and being like, what just happened? I had stuff and now I don't, but that's still okay because we do see there's a Willow in hand, there's a Nani in hand. We're doing a little bit of table math and seeing if we can figure out how to get past this situation. But the ham does represent a reduction of 1. So you are at
I just
4
saw
ink
Willow.
as well
Yep,
as
that's your only option.
oh yeah, we'll put throwing it under the sea and Nani and something else that doesn't matter right on the bottom of the deck. But hey, Willow's pretty good. You could ink and play the Willow. No, you can't. Rip.
No.
I was like, that's cheating.
Be like, that's actually kind of cheating. But
Yeah.
I don't does he still have the Undersea or is that or was that last game? I'm thinking last game, I think.
I could have swore I thought I saw it under the sea, but
Yeah, I
maybe
thought so
we
too.
pitched
Maybe
it
that
at
was a
some
7 tramp that we saw.
point. Yeah, potentially.
Yeah,
But
losing the Undersea here is actually kind of hurts
Mhm.
from the Nani search. Because getting
Yeah,
rid of
like I
this
said,
Woody would be fantastic.
we will be able to challenge into the Woody. I mean, he is only 5 willpower, but now, hey, there's a Rex. So you could take the
Yeah.
Rex. You cannot take the Rex because the Rex has that buff from the Woody willpower giveth.
Oh no.
And so the Bobby does not cleanly take that out. And Babyhead here is actually goaded. It does say
Yeah.
that whenever a character is banished on your turn, you do get to draw a card, but also if you play a card for 2 or less, you are able to add strength to the rest of your characters. But hey, we're not done. We're going to go ahead and sing a Delisman Lullaby
Let's
onto something, but that's going to actually buff up the yeah, but it's just for this turn. So we do get a Babyhead trigger, which why this deck is actually very difficult to play. So you would be able to buff up one of your characters and give it +1 strength this turn. It does fall off. It's not until the start of your next turn. But at the same time, if you have a Jessie and a Babyhead on the board at the same time and you sing a song, you get to do a lot of shenanigans.
It's disgusting.
It's my
yeah,
favorite.
it's disgusting. Yeah, same.
We drew the out of the sea. Sorry.
Oh, that's very relevant because losing the
Ham and the Woody.
Yeah, losing the Woody and the ham here is pretty big. I think he just goes for it because also with that, they all lose their 1 willpower bonus, and Eleanor gets to start pinging stuff again, and she's going to take out something here on board. It's probably going to be the rat, if I had to imagine.
Yeah, so we will go ahead. Yeah, that would, if we sing the other sea, that will give us the ability to challenge into the buzz. But yeah, at the same time, you're like, let me read this because we will be left with the Babyhead and the Roller Bob at that instance. You cannot ping down the Roller Bob. You only have the 1 Eleanor. So we will yeet those things sideways. And you
I see Powhatan.
Yes,
I see Powhatan.
Under the Sea puts those 2 cards under the deck. Now, again, at the end of our turn, we will be able to ping down the Rex, get rid of that. But, by the way, when Rex is banished on our opponent's turn, we gain a lure. So Joker will go to 11 at the end of that exchange. But, again, like you said, Powhatan is in the hand. But do we play the Willow to get a reduction to maybe play something else and then set up for that turn? Because if we the thing is with the baby head on the board, I don't actually care if you're banishing your characters on my characters. You know what I mean? Like Powhatan is fine. I'll just throw it all in and I'll replace and I'll draw all my cards from this situation. So if we have another
This
roller
is
bomb.
true, but I don't think I want to lose Eleanor here.
Oh no, if you play the
Yeah.
Powhatan because of that to protect the Eleanor, but as far as that's concerned, yeah, we'll get rid of that. The baby head just makes it infinitely better. Oh god.
Yeah.
Going ahead, getting rid of that Rex at the end of our turn without Eleanor trigger, that does get us up to 11 lore. If we have more roller bobs, let's rush some stuff in. Let's have a good time. But guess what? Babyhead's trigger says if we do something that is 2 or less, which is Adela's Moon Lullaby. Oh no, actually, Jesus. It's you got a friend in me. So that will be able to look at the top 4 cards, put 2 toy characters into our hand, and because we played a song, it will trigger Babyhead and make our Roller Bob +1 strength, and that will cleanly take out Chief Powhatan and draw us a card.
Actually, it's +2, to be fair.
It's +2, that's so gross.
Yeah, Jesse's -1, Babyhead's +2. But yeah, either way, it still takes out Powhatan, draws him a card, and yeah, I mean, he's quickly getting more resources. And to be fair, we did see a Tramp 7 get inked, so it's not like we're going to get that really good card selection like we normally see from dogs. And now Joker's starting to get like a pretty stacked hand. And I see that Raging Storm. That's a little
gonna have
spooky.
to probably ink something here. We're gonna ink a ham to potentially play the Woody, or we're gonna ink the Woody to play the ham, which might, if we draw into a Sid, might get us closer to game than anybody really ever recognizes. It's terrible. Oh, that's actually disgusting. If you play a Sid and you have a full board, and then the next turn you just Raging Storm yourself after questing with Sid and everything else, and then you just win the game.
He loves that. Yeah, he loves that.
Ew.
That's why I'm not surprised at all that he's playing it.
It's magical Christmas land, but if the Joker can get there, he's our hero.
Exactly. It's not really something I would count on, but it is kind of wild when you get there. It does break like stalemates. So to be fair, that is pretty nice to have as like maybe a Hail Mary or something. But I don't think you really need it in this deck.
It depends. I mean, once people start to learn how to play against you in this deck, they start not exerting. And so you're kind of sitting there waiting. You're not exerting, they're not exerting, kind of like that stalemate that you said. So it is kind of like a nice little ripcord in that instance. But we will go ahead, clear some things off the board, challenging into that second baby head to get rid of your secondary source of card draw. And then at the end of our turn, putting 1 damage, drawing a card, and gaining a lore, and kind of whittling that other baby head down a little bit. So hopefully Joker has been able to maybe draw into some stuff here, but we are going to go ahead immediately challenge your my ham into your Chief Powhatan to draw a card, hopefully to get an inkable, counting all the way up. What are we going to do?
Oh boy.
Oh, we're inking and passing. Oh no! Okay.
But he is that.
So we are potentially getting up to that. So next turn, if we draw an inkable, we will be able to just free and clear the board. But listen, hey, that's a lot of lore onto the board here. So we will be going to 8, 9, 10, 11.
Yeah, KYC definitely 13, sees it. He's questing out.
Yeah, 14 at the end of a turn, being able to get that trigger. And if we draw an uninkable, we literally lose the game.
And he got a Lilo.
Did he draw? He drew an uninkable, didn't he? Because that's what this deck be doing. Not like this. He drew an uninkable. Not like this. Oh, it was the ducky. And we do have the Raging Storm getting us out of here. But again, we saw that Lilo. The writing is on the wall. And we have
tossed that Raging Storm too.
Because I don't know how we get ourselves back from this. We had to ink everything. It took everything to get to this Raging Storm. And you just have a Lilo that's going to be bouncing out here. You're going to go up to 16. Mowgli, it's a Sid, dude.
It's a Sid.
Showed a little bit of tilt coming in from Joker, where he's like, bro, come on. Being able to play down. It's a ham.
6. Yeah.
And we're going to pop the ham, make you get rid of a character here. We will gain 2 lore from our Sid trigger, and you will get rid of the Mowgli. It's pretty a fine choice for me.
Yeah. I'd rather just keep the Lilo there. Oh my gosh, these Powhatans, man! I'm saying the Powhatans are very, very strong.
Interesting. We went ahead and quested with the Sid and Raging Storm all over again.
But he has the Lilo.
I know.
Look at that.
I know. Oh, being okay.
Now
That's
2.
enough. A second.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. Listen. And we got a Jingle Joe and
There
a
it
handshake going in for game number 1 in round 6 here. Joker against KYC. This is toys against dogs with a little splash of toys in it. And let's be honest, it's really an Eleanor deck. As what does Joker have to do going forward to get away from this strategy?
Wait, actually, wasn't that game 2?
What?
Wasn't that game 2? Didn't they finish game 1 like super quick?
Oh,
Didn't
they
KYC
forgot to
take that?
report. Oh my God, was
Yeah,
that
they
literally
did.
a
They
2-0? Okay, well that was the fastest match in history, and you got to
Well,
report
that
your
game
wins.
2 was pretty good.
Absolutely.
I never thought I would see 2 Raging Storms against Royal Dogs.
Yep, and it still wasn't the play, unfortunately. Apparently, KYC taking round 6 in 2 games, and there were quite a few IDs going in. So this is our last round, I do believe, until we get into our top 8.
Yeah, I'm checking over Ravensburg Play Hub right now.
Onto the Play Hub. Let's see what has happened here.
Oh, we got Paul versus Logan. Oh man, I wish we had that one on like a second camera rig because that would be such a fun match to watch. And another team kill. I swear they're always after us over here, but you know, I understand. We're gonna make top cut every time, and we're eventually gonna have to go against each other. I understand.
And yeah, this is our set champs for our Ravenforge games. This is not a Florida store. This is a North Carolina store. So no, Humble and R&B are not in the field today. They were probably at their respective set champs doing stuff and things. But this is actually the North Carolina community, which
yeah, this is my
a part
community
of.
area. Yeah, yeah, North Kakalaki over here. We have a pretty strong scene. I mean, if you were to look at the Ravensburger Play Hub, actually, I can take the link and bring it to the YouTube chat. You can take it over to Twitch if you like.
Oh yeah, we'll do that for you guys. If you want to take a look at the roster here, we had 1,000 IDs going into this last round. This was the last round right before Switch top 8, but we do see Cheeto as a notable player. We also have Corey Smash from Ohana, as well as another Ohana player IDing there. Big Dog into Bubble Boy Tiger, which, hey, I guess they did pretty well. But, yeah, we just saw some matches. I mean, the round basically just started. We got like 15 minutes left in the round. So a swift 2-0 coming in for the Eleanor Dogs into the little bit more spicier toy variant, I would say.
Yeah, I was very excited to see Joker take this as far as he did, because honestly, he's been working on this list. Like, he's been like doing like 1 counts, 2 counts, like testing like all kinds of stuff all throughout the set. And to see it kind of come all together here, yeah, it was against Royal Dogs, and unfortunately he got 0-2 on that one. But you know, it's him trying all new stuff, getting ready for Attack of the Vine. So I do appreciate him taking the time that he has to prepare himself for the next set in a strong field like this. Let's see. Who else do we got? Yeah, Cheeto, of course. Corey Smash, of course. Big Dog. Bubble Boy, very strong player. Made day 2 last season, like in the first set of DLC.
Oh, nice. That was really hard to do. So
yeah.
Yep.
Let me see here. Paul. I mean, Paul's been like one of the most consistent players in North Carolina since the game started. Uh oh, am I freezing? Okay, no, we're good. Same with. I'm not biased at all. You know, he's got an orange name tag for a reason. Uh, Charlie, Darcy, same thing. Sam has uh grown quickly in this community, being unplugged as well. Um, she started off, I think, mid season one. I can't remember exactly when she started, but she kind of came around like a storm in Fable and took a champ playmat home, which was really hard because everyone wanted that Maleficent playmat. We got Chad from LLC, Lorcana Lost Chapters. Um, they run a podcast over in North Carolina as well. I think in the Fayetteville area. Um, Very strong group. Two of them made it day two in Indy,
Okay.
and very deep actually. I think one of them almost made the top 32, I believe. Almost.
Oop. Uh-oh.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay, I was a little scared there. Um, but yeah, we have a lot of really strong players overall in North Carolina. This is also a result of our community group just really trying to foster skill amongst a lot of newer players. So a player starting off in Shimmering Skies now is now one of these very, very strong players, going to DLCs and stuff. And it's been like that every set. Just we keep finding new and new like strong players coming into the scene, all in North Carolina. It's really interesting. But I know Florida's pretty stacked too. I know you got some pretty big names down there.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny. We're like, oh yeah, there's just like a little CCQ coming, and it's like, okay, well, that is a lot of players. Kind of, just we've like R&B, Humble, Jonathan Williams. You know, we've got a lot of those players that are just kind of ridiculous. But
Yeah.
it's pretty stacked, and you really have to just be stacked, continuously playing it. There's no cutting corners here, really. So, but yeah, I mean, it is something to be said of just being able to play in that kind of area where it makes you better because you're having to just like weed through the trenches with all these really really good players. So I think that I know that some people are like, oh no, I want my set champs to be like easier or harder or whatever, but I think it just like as a community, if you have these good players around, it just makes you better as a player. You have
Yeah.
to think differently. You can't just get
Yeah. I
your
mean,
easy wins.
trial by fire. It works.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. Oh, gosh,
I mean, if I wasn't out in the coast right now, I would probably be in Ravensforge right now playing because I myself typically like to go for the more heavy, high counts set champs. I know that's not everybody, but I want to improve every single set champs I go to. And that's exactly like you said, Color. I mean, that's why I like these bigger stacked set champs because I do learn from better players. Like everyone in these top tables, table 1 through 10 here, like they're all better than me, like by a long shot. But I learn from them like every single time.
absolutely.
And it's great to see them all performing consistently and making these top cuts and showing off all their deck building skills. Love to see it every season.
Yeah, not me, man. I just want to go to the middle of nowhere with 8 people, play for the vibes, and still get a promo. So, you know what I mean? Like, I'll get better in my personal time as R&B yells at me when I play my deck. But as far as like set champs, I just gotta want to vibe. I want to vibe. But again, I know that your area is a lot smaller, so there's not like 1,000 options for set champs, right? Like if you guys are wanting to play, you're probably all ending up in the same place at the same time.
Actually, we're pretty busy.
Okay.
We usually have about probably 2 to 3. I mean, you probably have like 2 to 3 each day. We probably have like 2 to 3 each weekend, easy. But
Yeah, there's typically like 2 to 3, like each day where you're like, okay, well, I'm gonna drive here
yeah,
between like Tampa and Orlando. Yeah, there's just like they're like dotted everywhere, and you're like, which one do I want to go to? Do I want to go to morning one, or what do I want to start at 1 o'clock? And so there's definitely a lot. Yeah, a lot of people will like go to the morning one, and then if they like crash out of that, then they'll just go to the 1 o'clock
that
one.
would be me.
So they're
I
like,
prefer early tournaments every time.
yeah, they'll just like start at the early one, and then if I don't do well, I'll just go and end up in this the one that starts at 1. But funny thing is like, oh, I'm gonna go to this one, and then you walk in, and I'm like, I'm trying to dodge R&B, and then like I walk in, and I'm like, "Ah!" Like you end up the same one. You're like, come on. So yeah, but
Nah, if it
yeah.
were me, I would be DMing him and be like, "Yo, where are you going?" And I'll be like, "Bet, I'll see you there." And you'll probably kick my butt, but I'll learn something on the way.
And that's how you get better. That's ducking and dodging your good players in your area is not how you get better. Let me tell you, it's how you end up in the limited tables in a DLC, having the time of your life, by the way. But yeah, not
Yeah.
not in the main tournament, just for the vibes. But yeah, I think we are going into top 8 now. After
Go.
this next round gets decided, I think this was the last round of Swiss, which is crazy. We had 6 rounds of Swiss for a set champs. That is probably one of the biggest set champs I've seen in a long time. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 matches that are concluding here going in. We have about 6 more minutes in the round. So some of these matches running a little bit long, but we are waiting to see who makes it. Cheeto, completely undefeated, just decided to draw in.
That does not
And
surprise me at all.
yeah, Corey and Dominic, they are all about X1s drawing in. So there were a few people that got paired down that do have to play it out. So we'll see what this top 8 ends up shaking out to be.
Yeah, Paul and Logan going to the distance does not surprise me whatsoever. Logan's a very, very good friend of ours in the team. He play tests with us all the time. And I would say, as a player, one of his weaknesses is the timer. However, the more time you give him, the more cooked you are. Like
Ah,
he is one of those players that like the longer he has to think, the worse off you're gonna be. He is very, very talented. But the timer sometimes does cause him problems. Paul is just an amazing pilot. He's probably one of the best pilots of a deck I've ever seen. He was always a Steel Song Andy back in the day and said, "Oh, dogs, this is now Steel Song. Cool. I get to do basically the same thing." And he just plays it like muscle memory, like he could do it in his sleep. Um, so if they're still going this long, that means Logan's got Paul on the ropes, probably. Because Paul can just pilot his deck in his sleep. He would probably be done by now if it was an easy match.
okay. Well, I mean, like, hey, then they are basically fighting for their lives out there, which is good to see because, hey, whoever does make it to this top 8, we're going to get some really, really good games here. So I am quite excited to see that. That is like one of the things, like some people are like, oh, like we wanna stream our set champs, and then it's like, well, like we're streaming our set champs, but like some of them are new players and some of them are like getting practice on camera and everything. But like you guys having such stacked locals, it's like, okay, no, we're showcasing like the best that we have to offer.
Yeah, and I will say this as someone that usually organizes these, like usually I'm on the floor. Getting into like a casting seat is kind of an interesting position I'm in right now. But
Yeah.
but as I organize these, usually I'm very in the trenches with the community. So like when I know who's new, I know who's like been playing for a while, I know like someone's trying to get better or something like that. Um, I know kind of how it works in like bigger events when it comes to feature matches. I personally prioritize community in all different aspects. So with, for example, the first one was John with the Brainiac deck. I'm a little biased. I love that deck. So to see him coming back into the game, wanting to play the deck that I was practicing with him on, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm coming back. I want to play this deck." I was like, "All right, cool. Let's get practice in," and got him kind of ready for this weekend. And I said, "You know what? I think it would be very, very fun to see this deck have one last hurrah. You're probably gonna get a stream match." And he was like, I don't know." And I was like, "I don't care if you win or not. Just have fun. Ignore the cameras." And the number one thing, and this is why we actually do these streams for Uninkables, is to allow the newer players in the earlier rounds to go back and watch their match. That's why we do the hand cams instead of like the player cams. So that way you can actually get that information and learn from your matches. That's a big priority for us. We want our North Carolina community to get better each tournament.
I like that.
So yeah, that's been kind of our mission with our streams. So it's very good to see like newer players being willing to go on camera. And I
Yeah,
always explain that to them, like, "Hey, we're doing this to make your experience more special and also helpful. You get to look back on YouTube and just watch your whole match and see what you could have done different. You can see, oh, my opponent did have this card I was worried about, or they never had it in the first place. Maybe next time I should go a little more ham on my plays or something."
Yeah, I mean, watching your plays back is usually is really enlightening. So I like that because there's basically we started doing that recently here in Florida. Dr. Lore and I just kind of setting that up, and people are like, "Oh, well, I've never played on stream," and it's like, well, it's a really good situation because if the first time that you play on stream is at a DLC, like that's not what you want, right? Like you don't want your first time to
Right.
ever be playing live to be that high stakes. So play in a comfortable place, play against people that you know, people that you trust, and then get those reps in and feel what it feels like to play on camera and get that be practice getting comfortable with being uncomfortable, right? Because it is
Yes.
uncomfortable and it is weird. And you're like, it's not just me and my opponent. I got people watching me. There's somebody casting over me. There's somebody literally judging me, but it's all okay. And if you get comfortable with being uncomfortable, it makes you a better player in the long run. And so that's something that we've been trying to like showcase as well. But I've been so busy that we've only gotten to do like a couple of
Oh, it
those
takes a
so
lot
far.
of time and effort.
It does because you got to like set it up, you got to get everything moving and grooving. But again, it's like you said, having that to be able to rewind and look and see and been like, oh, I could have went this line, and if I would have done this, had that been a different outcome. And a lot of times, maybe not. Like maybe it's not necessarily, oh, I chose incorrectly. It's more, I chose the best. I used the information that I had at the time and I
Yeah.
did what I could. But now in hindsight, I guess I could have played less scared, or I could have just went with it, playing to win, not playing not to lose. Like there's so many new lessons to learn watching your games back. So that's awesome that you guys are doing that, and it's definitely something that we're trying to like implement here locally in Florida as well. So um,
That's good.
and I think it's just like people get excited to go to locals again. Like, why we're gonna film your paper games,
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
like
Like make it more exciting. Bring the
like
DLC experience at home.
absolutely, and like getting in those paper reps because a lot of people, just been sitting at home playing online, and
Yeah.
you get like little dexterity errors because you're not used to some of these triggers and
Yup.
And, especially that toy deck, like you and I were talking about with the Jessie and the baby head on the board at the same time. I was like, "Oh, it's like -1." You're like, "No, that's actually +2, -1." And if you're missing that, you're really shooting yourself in the foot. So it is good to play in paper, and especially if you're playing kind of in a vacuum without that ability to review or have feedback, or, maybe you do have like like casters being like, "Oh, well, I wonder why they did that." You might have a good excuse for it and be like, "Hey, shut up, I had a plan." Or you're like, "Oh man, maybe that was a better idea," right? So, um
Right.
anything to get you thinking about the game, getting out of your own head and bouncing ideas off of other people is like also just another really, really great reason. So, yeah, it's exciting. It's cool. And also 50
Also-
people, like almost 50 people at a set champs. Don't you guys like your families? I'm just kidding. I'm fine. Like,
I was gonna ask you that,
what-
like, because you're in such a more dense state with a lot more stores and stuff. Like, do the numbers get that high around Florida,
No!
or is it?
It's
Oh,
like
okay.
like
Oh, okay.
20 people maybe, but that's because we have so many options. What's up, Ryan? We're talking about this is a 50-person set champs, Ryan. What
Yeah.
what
This
is
one's
happening?
crazy.
Like, when's the last time we had look at it. Okay. That was there we go. Thank you. So we have this is round 6. We're finishing round 6 and we're about to cut to a top 8.
When was the last
Yeah.
time you ever heard round 6 at set champs that wasn't top 8? Tell me. Let me know.
Yeah, 50 people playing Disney Lorcana in a set champs. And so what
Logan got
Actually,
it.
Okay, so actually, so the Woody
is
is the
not
prize,
down.
but I know that actually Bo was telling us they did do a extra prizing that came from Etsy, and apparently it was a package, and it's a package that came with a bunch of extra stuff for supplementing that, and it came tiered as well, and it's literally an extra prizing package that you can buy to throw in to your set champ. So, you know, second place gets a bunch of little things. And then I guess it comes with a trophy. And this trophy is a little Woody boot, like it's a cowboy boot. And
Yeah.
it's a trophy. And then it also comes with a sheriff badge as well. And I was like, oh, second place definitely needs like a deputy badge, you know? And
Yo, that's crazy. That'd be so good.
that'd be so good. But this is actually at Ravenforge Games in North Carolina, which I believe is Sanford, North Carolina, which is
Sanford, yeah. It's like south of the
Raleigh.
capital.
Yeah,
Raleigh.
it's like the Raleigh-esque area. But
Yeah.
listen. So there we go. Listen, this local community actually does quite a lot for that's so cute. So it comes with like sparkle pins and you get a finalist
Yep.
thing. And there's like these little 3D printed counter things. And it's like the box is like little counters, and then it's also like a dice holder. Oh, that's actually cute. I don't care what you guys say. If my LGS did anything like this, I'd be stoked. Mine is usually like, get
Yeah.
wrecked, get out. You got second place, you deserve nothing. Go home.
Yeah. Good day, sir.
Yeah.
ma'am. Like,
Okay,
like it's
you thought you were gonna get something for second place. What you get is this boot
I'm
up your butt.
more.
Yeah. Oh, the little keychains are cute too. No, this is sick. I don't care what you guys say.
Yeah, it was a really cool kit. I love it. I hope that the creator on Etsy continues these going forward, because honestly that would be such a boon for the community going forward.
Yeah, it's like
Um,
you're like, okay, well, hold up. You're like you're like 50 people and it's 3D prints. Wait, hold up. It's actually kind of cute. Yeah, thank you, Bo, for sending that link there for us into the chat. Because again, you guys are like, they just get stickers. No, these are cool. And like, what are these little packets here? They're called 12 additional game cards. Oh, so you just get like bulk? Wait, hold up. Wait, hold up. Sorry, hold up. Okay. The stickers are really cute. I love that. I love the little keychains. They're super sparkly, adorable.
oh, all right, hold on. I think top 8 is about to start. I'm kind of hoping we get table 4. I'm not gonna lie,
All
but
right,
the
we have to
Lair's in
see what we
charge
get.
today.
All right, so
I would love to see Big Dog versus Dominic. Oh man, this would be a good one.
Yeah, we are going into top 8 of one of the most heavily attended set champs in the United States.
Truly.
Yeah, truly here. But you know what? Hey, they get 50 people. Well, we had a shop that run a 12-person one that was 4 rounds of Swiss, no top cut. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, basically they're like, here you go. We had a store near us that was like, we'll hold our set champs on a Sunday and we'll do an 8-player cap. And you're like,
What do you
bro,
mean?
yeah. And you're like, I mean, I guess that's like cool or whatever, but like only 8 people can attend, so you're just gonna, yeah. And then I had another set champs that I played in, got all the way to the finals, got second place, walked up to the front, and I was like, was there any extra prizing or like any pack support or anything for second place? And they're like, well, you got the promo. And I was like, you mean the one that was provided to you in the set champs kit? And they were like, yeah. And I'm like,
For
then
free.
why did you charge me $35 to
What?
be here?
What? Are you serious?
It's serious.
That's a scamaz right there. What do you mean?
It was $35 with no extra prize support. I was like,
I'm mad for you.
I'm never
Oh
coming
my
back here, and I
gosh.
will be telling this story for the rest of my days. Good luck out
Yeah.
there. Like, yeah, like their air conditioning was broke, so it was
Yeah.
hot as all get out. And I was like, I mean, I guess maybe you're overcharging us because you broke your AC, but maybe if you ran a better business, you would be able to afford. Sorry, my bad. It's the end of the day here. It is going into top 8, and I am starting to say things I probably shouldn't say.
Nah, it's cinema. Let's listen. I have my co-host over here at home. You're like scratching the surface right now. All right, this is totally fine. But yeah, I actually really like the fact that we did get a 50-person set champs over here, because it, with our setup here, it does kind of actually make that like CCQ DLC kind of experience, and it's also a really nice gateway for it too. Like if you like this, I'm just saying, you might want to come back and then maybe start looking at some of the bigger events out, by Ravensburger and big retailers and stuff, because there's some really good pricing in those.
I mean, yeah, and like now next season, season 3, we are getting 64 CCQs coming in. So, I mean, depending on that application process, your store should definitely look into it. I mean, if you're able to hold and host 128 people, a CCQ in your area, seems like it would go real hard. If this is what you guys do for set champs, I can only imagine if you actually got a CCQ in that Raleigh area, you'd probably need a
Oh, it
bigger
would
boat.
cap.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would cap.
Mm-hmm.
I will say too, just another community aspect of this that's really, really fun, and why we started doing this too, was accessibility. Because to be honest, not everyone can just pick up a plane ticket and just go like across the country and stuff, or drive or whatever. People have jobs, they can't take PTO or whatever, or everyone's got half the people I play with are, let's be honest, we're all millennials. We're starting to get gray hairs. They all have kids. So they probably can't just drag 3 kids across the country to go to a DLC. But you know what? We can have a 50-person play
I
set
will
champs,
say,
and it's great.
the judges at the DLC said that there were more families here than ever before, and there
That's
were
great.
like triple the amount of children that they have ever seen at a DLC. And they were like, we don't understand it, but people, I mean, listen, families taking a whole like teams full of children to Disney World, a DLC is actually kind of like a walk in the park. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
so listen, I need
Ooh, we got
chat to
Dan
be a little bit
versus
calmer.
Sam.
Dan and Sam. Also, we have hand cams. So, Sam, we can see that cam and your phone. Don't say anything weird. Okay, there we go. I just get a little bit, like freaked out because you get the hand cam and then people put
Oh
their
no,
phone.
trust me. I try to tell
Yeah.
people when I'm there, I'm like, hey, listen, remember that you are on camera. Like,
Yeah.
thank God we've not had any weird scenario happen with that, but like, yeah, I do tell people like, hey, listen, remember that there is a camera above your head and right behind you.
Oh, right. Oh no. Okay, well this game is over. We can just go to game 2 because I do see the double Eleanor in hand over there for Sam. So we are just gonna go ahead and throw back probably everything except for the Inkable Tramp and the 2 Eleanors. Because what else do you need here against this Ruby and Sapphire strategy? Now, this is the Shark deck. We did see this earlier in the Swiss rounds, and I know for a fact after watching this Illuminaire, they are very decent at navigating this strategy. So even though we're seeing that double Eleanor pain train, hopefully we can navigate our way out of this.
If he can get a library down, assuming he has enough time to, that will definitely mitigate the Eleanor somewhat because I mean, even if you start picking down Dan's stuff, if they're sitting in a library, he's gonna draw a card off of it and then probably like retaliate in great fashion with these high statted purple red cards. Like there's ways for uh Ruby Amethyst to attack dogs, but like you said, double Eleanor is pretty brutal, but I don't see the Auroras or Willows for that matter. So I think
So
Dan has a good shot.
that is something that I did learn quite handily with the second. It's an interesting point that you brought that up. A lot of times I was talking to a lot of the Team Maelstrom members where I'm like, oh, I found Eleanor. And they're like, you don't have ramp, send her back. And I'm like, what? And they're like, if you didn't find Aurora, if you didn't find Willow, that is a uninkable 4-drop, get rid of it. And so it's kind of reminiscent of that Ruby and Sapphire strategy where like, hey, if you didn't find your 2-cost ramp, you don't get to keep 4-drops. So get it out of here.
Yeah, and that was something I was kind of thinking about too when we were looking at Sam's mulligan. I thought that was a extremely greedy mulligan because keeping a Tramp 7 and double uninkable Eleanors, that's sus.
But it's okay because we're never not punished as we do draw into that Willow after seeing a Dan play an Olaf onto the board here. So now we just have to figure out what we want to ink because we still have our 1-drop. It's an Aurora. Never
Okay.
punished. Ah!
Never punished. Oh my goodness. Oh, by the way, because I know you're probably gonna be wondering what's going on here. The promo Buckies are his ink tokens.
Ink tokens are actually illegal in this game, but that's
I know.
fine.
Yeah,
Judge, my opponent's using ink tokens, and that's not allowed. So can we DQ him and we can get on down to top 4?
Yeah, right.
Watch me get DQ'd from a DLC for sharking in the future. But speaking of sharks, we do see the Maui half shark over on Dan's side. That is not a ton of actions in Dan's deck, but we did see the Bee King Undisputed there earlier in the day. So that's not a bad action to try to get back over and over again.
Yeah, and getting the Scrooge on 2 as well. Like, honestly, Dan's in a pretty solid spot starting off. Especially if he keeps it boosted. And eventually okay, yeah, it's just the Rhino effect. If that Olaf eventually does get pinged, he could just send back Scrooge and get like 3 or 4 cards off of that. That's pretty nice, not gonna lie.
And so we do go ahead, like you said, play that Willow down, play that Rhino, reduce that Olaf by 2. Doesn't matter, we didn't turn anything sideways because, again, if we did exert it, we could potentially boost the Scrooge and then, oh, we're just going for the library play. Get wrecked, nerd. Try to honor to see this library. You can't, but we will go ahead and take the Scrooge for a quest, take the Olaf for a quest as well, and kind of say, if you want to challenge something, go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of like that play, to be honest with you. It does kind of force Sam into some specific lines with the board right now because yeah, he can. I don't think he would be playing Tramp, to be honest. Like, he's gonna just drop Eleanor for 2.
It does basically what it has said is like, I'm going to diversify the threats that I have on the board, and you are going to either panic answer them and knock yourself off your game plan, or you're going to kind of continue down the train that I'm on and potentially just giving me more time and space to come towards these answers. Because again, you're not going to do anything to my board. That's fine. I'll probably go ahead, boost my Scrooge, run my Olaf in.
Oh.
And so now the Olaf is going to not live through this situation.
I guess he doesn't want to ink anything else. I guess. Because he could have played the...
Well, there are not a lot of Inkables in his hand.
Yeah, because I was thinking that, like, if he can play Willow, quest with Aurora, then play Eleanor for 2. Because of the second Willow.
Right, but again, I don't think there's no, everything is oops all uninkable. So except for the Chief Powhatan, which it does seem like we are valuing pretty heavily here, or that's exactly what we drew off the Eleanor. So
you know what? Yeah, probably. Yeah, that's what it is.
All uninkables.
Yeah,
we
that's rough. That's rough.
so we are bricked up, but that it was a very greedy alter into a oops all uninkable hand as we play another Scrooge Ghostly Ebenezer onto the board. We will have one ink left over as well as our ink for turn, so we can go ahead and boost up both of those boys, making them a modest 4/4 for our 2 drops here. Figuring out what we want to ink. It is the Lumiere Fiery Friend. We will go ahead and actually move him to the library and boost him and take him for a little bit of a quest. So if you want to banish him, you're going to have to throw a bunch of stuff into it. And I will draw a card. Taking a little bit of a challenge, getting rid of that Willow, which is your ramp. Now leaving behind still exactly 3 characters, which will be able to still trigger that Eleanor, but we are seeing a tramp in hand. So I think we might be getting to the point where we have to ink the Chief Powhatan. It is a costly thing that I'm not really sure if we're going to get to with the way that our hand is looking.
Yeah, again, like just you're exposing all your characters into challenges when you try to play this Eleanor really, really early. And he already had a pretty solid board with the Scrooge there to be able to answer stuff like a Willow or Aurora. I mean, I don't
That's
know.
why
I think
that
at least having
Liquidator. I was gonna say that's why
yeah,
Liquidator is
Liquidator's
a
good.
horrific card for this dogs matchup because of that. It will be able to survive first through the first Eleanor, but at the same time, you are gonna have to have that second Eleanor. But I think this tramp is such a big deal, but we really need to ink to be able to get even down the second Eleanor and opting to then keep the Chief Powhatan to protect these Eleanors going forward. It's becoming a little bit of a battle here of the Uninkables. Aha!
Yeah, there
Did
it is.
I did the thing.
Yeah, I see you. I see you. Appreciate you.
But we will opt to go ahead and play that second Eleanor, which will be able to ping. So 2 damage, 2 lore, and 2 cards, which will draw us out of this a little bit of a bricked situation that we're at. But we see Dan flipping a Dumbo and another library over there. So Chief Powhatan, notably, not a great challenger as he is a pacifist.
Yeah, this is tough. So I guess he pretty much has to quest with the Eleanor, right? Now we just try to figure out like where he puts the damage. I think he would put all the damage towards the unexerted Scrooge, so that would then like no matter what happens here, he's gonna lose 1 Scrooge against Eleanor. But
going ahead, passing the turn, drawing 2 cards, getting 2 lore, getting all the way up to 9, and doing 2 damage.
So I'm gonna say this right now. This would cause Sam to lose the match. For everyone to know how the dexterity stuff works, you need to do the damage before you draw.
Interesting.
Make
Why
sure
is that?
Because you're getting extra information with the draw, because you have to do it in order.
Oh, I did not know that.
Thanks, Googly Glimmers. Appreciate you. Anyway.
Interesting. No, I mean, that's excellent. Like, I did not know that. So you actually have to do the damage before you draw because you said you're gaining extra information, which could change your...
Yeah, it could change where you put the damage.
Huh. So we do
So,
get
like, if you actually look at her, like, if you look at the Eleanor, I'm almost certain, yeah, it is, like, do the damage first, gain the lore. Yeah, deal 1 damage to the chosen character, gain 1 lore, and then draw a card. Yeah, it's in that order.
And since it's one thing, it all goes into the bag at the same time, but it has to come out. But at the same time, we did see a Hades. Yeah, the Hades looking for deal good did come down and chose the Eleanor, in which case we said, draw your cards. I will not be doing that, but I will be challenging into this Aurora, getting rid of that, but we will trade off our Scrooge, boosted Scrooge on the library into your Eleanor, getting at least rid of one of those, but we will be able to draw a card. Hopefully we did that. I think we did, yes, because we have
he did
the 3 cards in hand for
he did just
Dan.
draw a card.
Why is Sam so many cards in
performing
hand?
so well.
Sorry.
I mean,
I know. I understand, but at the same time, I'm like, bro, you're not supposed to be. Oh no, I meant Sam. Like, where does Sam get all these
Oh, Sam.
cards?
Oh, well, he's
It's the
bricked up right
Eleanors.
now in Eleanor, yeah. Like, he would have
But
normally played all these cards already if he had, like, a better ink, inkable opener.
I guess you do have a lot of cards in hand if they are not able to be played. But we finally valued the Chief Powhatan over everything else, being able to play that down for 4 ink and coming in at a 5/5 bodyguard. Now we do have the Lumiere finally Fiery Friend in our hand, which is going to be able to +1 strength everything. Hades is only a 3/4 at this point, but what if we had 2 Lumieres? That'd be kind of sick. Oh, no, wait. No, really?
Ooh.
Does he really? No. We will go
No
ahead and put the
shot.
Hades. No shot. He has another Hades or another fiery friend. You just go ahead and play the extra Lumiere. No, no, no. Hold on. Think about it. Play the Lumiere. After you put the Hades on the library, buffing the
Let's
Hades
go! 5/5 crash, draw a card. Let's do it, baby. Let's go.
Sounds pretty good to me as the two Lumieres onto the board, buffing that Hades to an easy 5/5, and then turning itself into a card. And let's just move them both to the library for the vibes. Wait, you can't. But
No,
just the
just
one.
just the one. But yeah, no, that's crazy. Let's go. I love to see it. And he's got another Hades.
I was like, what kind of Magic Christmas land would you actually have another Lumiere finally fiery friend? But hey, listen, he did, and enough to move it to the library was just made my like ancient ruby and amethyst heart so happy to see that efficient use of ink and library card draw, like all of it, like that just felt good, you know?
I mean, I'm a Ruby Amethyst player. This is all like, this is gravy for me. Like, I love seeing this. This is why I always love to be playing.
And we will see that the Willow comes down, giving some reduction on the Nani stage manager, going ahead and looking at the top 4 cards of our deck. Thinking about this tramp here, it's a pretty good option because it will be able to buff up and potentially get rid of this stinking library that's just been incrementally gaining us lore. We're at 12 on Sam's side, but Dan is at 6, and that's just passive lore from a library that's been chilling since turn 3.
Truly, like, it's been sitting there. He's at 6 lore, like, just without even really questing. Like, it's been just passively getting him that lore every turn.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so basically next turn, what you could do is then buff up the Eleanor with the tramp that you got off of the Nani stage manager.
Are you kidding me? Bye-bye, Eleanor.
I do love that. Now, Elsa being buffed up by 2 because of the
Yep, bye-bye, Eleanor.
God, that's a clean takeout as well. Goodness, that is so good. If you don't play that Elsa to take out the Eleanor, you are trolling. However,
absolutely trolling.
Oh God, that's so good. So Elsa does take 3 damage. This is crazy. Elsa off the top, just like you always wanted it. Now that is going to make it a little bit harder for that tramp to buff that up. No, we'll see. Well, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you'd have to play another character and then the tramp to buff up the Nani to then try to take out the library.
I think he would do, yeah, it's Elsa. He was trying to figure out who to put on the library. It doesn't matter terribly
well, let's
much,
say 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's only 7 for the singer because then that Under the Sea was going to devastate that board. But now taking him off of that singer 8 doesn't work. That Under the Sea doesn't do what it needs to do.
Well, it doesn't do it anyway because Dan's got double Lumieres.
So it gets 1 Lumiere in the process. Sorry. Math is funny.
Yeah, because they're buffing each other to 3, so he would have to have a way to reduce them anyway.
We did see a Della's Moon Lullaby, but you would have to be able to hard play the Della Moon Lullaby and then get after it. But that's still only 1, so you'd reduce 1.
I think you would take the Elsa at that point if you were gonna do that.
I don't know, man.
Because you also remove the damage counter so that then they don't play Cheshire Cat to start moving stuff around. But it's not like a crazy good play either, to be fair.
I think what Sam did was a little bit better as we went ahead and got all the way up to 18 lore and the time that we were debating this suboptimal play.
Yeah, so, I know. We're over here like slow playing. Meanwhile, he's like, yeah, I'm just gonna quest the 18, bro.
He's like, I don't care about this library. Look what I've done with the place.
Yeah, Royal Dogs is still Royal Dogs at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. And he's like, hey, by the way, I am able to play that for 1 because of this and be able to buff that up, that quest for 3, getting us all the way there. And all of a sudden, Dan went, wait, what? Oh no! So
Yeah.
no, we do. Unfortunately, we have a Hades in hand. The Hades is not going to be able to really help us out because if I'm Sam, I'm letting you draw cards, and if you play Hades, that's your entire turn, and we are at 18. You have
Yeah,
to
we
take.
don't have B prep.
That would be illegal.
That would be illegal.
So,
Unfortunately.
guys, this game
Ravensburger,
1.
please
Oof.
give it back.
Aha, we'll see. But we are going to go ahead and scoop it up. This is top 8 top 8, game 1, going to Sam. Woo!
That
After
was really
such
well
a
played though by Dan. Like honestly, that was really well done. Like despite getting dropped there, like he navigated those plays really, really well. That also was crazy. But Sam managing to kind of play around the bricky start, like I mean, he did get the Aurora to Willow, but like that mulligan was greedy and did not get punished.
yeah, that's kind of the problem, right? Is basically you're watching watching Dan play out of their mind in this Ruby and Amethyst strategy and kind of doing the really cool things, getting basically lucky with that Elsa off the top being exactly the answer you wanted to get that out of there, but that still wasn't enough. And I think that that's
Yeah.
the reason why players are so down on this deck because we again, that wasn't even Sam's optimal line. And
No.
so a gunked up, bricked up hand was still able to do that against Ruby and Amethyst, really kind of coming out of the gate, doing really well, playing double Scrooges, playing the library for incremental lore, being like, I
Yeah,
would be
Dan saw everything he
so
wanted.
exactly. And again, and if we go back to that other game where we had it was Tanya or Titania, I can't
Yeah, Tanya against
Tanya.
Daniel Wells.
Right, playing out of their mind and drawing the perfect blurple opening to really combat this problem and then just getting put in the dirt by 2 Eleanors. It's like, okay, when my deck is firing on all cylinders and your deck is pooping on itself and you're still winning,
Yeah, there's a problem there.
I just wish like 3 weeks of this is gonna be rough, you guys. Like we got 3
It's gonna
weeks
be the
left of this.
longest 3 weeks to be sure. Like
The thing is I like a week ago I was like, we only have a month left, and then I just checked it, and it's like, have you ever been at work and you're like, all right, man, like 5 o'clock is gonna roll around, I'll be fine, and then you look at the clock and you're like, it's only 10. That is basically what just happened. That is what happened to me. It's just like insane, and it's a lot. There's so many CCQs coming up. There's one more round to set champs. There's so much Disney Lorcana to be played in the face of this strategy, and we gotta do something. Oh, it's so pain.
I know they're not going to because it's gonna. They're saying the same thing. Listen, they have like 3 more weeks of this deck. Like, just let it sunset out of here. It's fine. You know, take it to the back of the shed later. You know.
Whoo!
I'm just kidding.
I mean,
but you know, it's on its way out, and then we're never gonna have to deal with it again because it's gonna be an Infinity, and then there'll be Infinity's problem.
yeah, and then whatever Madman plays Infinity, that's on you, you guys. But at the same time, now we do know that there are ways to beat this deck, but you know, Ruby and Amethyst was supposed to be one of those strategies. It's not. Blurple could have been one of those strategies. It's not. You can get as lucky as you could possibly get, but you're still you're not favored. You're just kind of like
You're
better than a
your
zero.
way
Yeah,
through the
like
game.
it's better than a 0% matchup like it is for some
Was that
decks.
Eliza just inked?
Eliza and a pass, I do believe. So we no, we haven't.
Wasn't. Oh, okay.
We have a second one. Yeah.
Oh,
and
thank God. Oh,
opting
I was
to
like,
keep
that's terrifying.
Beaking Undisputeds and of the like. So we got a oops all bobbies coming in here from Sam, as we could see one into the inkwell and one onto the board. We do not have that Eleanor because we did not opt to play the Aurora there. So maybe a little bit of a slower start. This has to look nice for Dan being like, wait, Wait, so you're
He's like, "I
saying
have a
there's a
chance?"
chance? Yep.
Yeah.
We do see the
Jeffrey, yes,
Jebediah.
red purple supremacy right now. Let's see it. Ooh, like
I
okay, here's the thing. These cards that he's inking though, I really don't want to see those in the inkwell. I want those played. I want to
yeah,
see
but
that cat on turn 5.
well, we have another
Ooh.
cat, it seems like, and then unfortunately for we got a lot of uninkables. So we are just gonna go for the double ones
Yeah.
on 2, which is the Aurora coming in, potentially being able to draw into that Eleanor and get us there a little bit quicker. Lady, she could have been anything, honestly. It could have been another
Yeah.
Bobby. That's not what we're looking for here, but is that a strong bad hand marker? No.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry. All right, a couple more points then there
So
for
Sam
Sam.
is a huge Toy Story fan. Like
Oh,
super
okay.
huge Toy Story fan.
Oh, okay. I thought that
I
was
mean,
never
he's
mind.
literally wearing a
I
Toy
thought it was
Story
like a.
hoodie.
Oh, okay. Oh no, okay. I was thinking something completely different. That's from Toy Story. I thought it was like.
Oh, now I get you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I get you now.
I was like, what? No,
Okay,
he's
well, we
red.
see
Sorry.
Eliza on turn 3. Yeah, we saw that coming.
Eleanor
That
coming
doesn't
on
solve the
down.
Eleanor problem, but at least we don't have any, Delamoon's lullaby shenanigans.
Mhm. So pretty much there, we're just kind of looking, staring down the barrel of exactly what we thought. Now, Jebediah does have Reckless, so taking that Aurora out will kind of feel funny, but at the same time,
Ooh.
we have quite a bit of an uninkable problem
Crash.
on
Nope.
Dan's
Yeah,
side.
just crash into Aurora and then bounce him back with Mim Elephant. And now, like, yeah, go ahead and turn anything sideways, Eleanor, because this giant elephant is going to start crashing into stuff. And every time you ping damage, I will just
But
move it back.
you have to ink the Hades for that. So I think we're opting to keep that, to maybe go for the genie line to get us a little bit more cards here. I think that's actually the problem that we're sitting for. There's 2 lines available. Who's going to get into the inkwell? Oh,
I think you do ink the Hades here because you could play that Mim Elephant, hold the entire board hostage, and you have a singer for Being Undisputed, and you have a Horseman follow up. And if you do get bricked on 4 ink, well, you still have a genie to play and draw an extra card. So
we
I
did
think he's
to go for
yeah.
your line and not exerting that sideways, saying, hey, you can
Yeah, I was
start
about to say
moving
that would have been
damage.
bad.
Yeah, like, let's not do that. Now, we can't
Let's not get crazy.
Yeah. We hope to draw into a Cheshire Cat, but we do have that Jebediah as ink available to us, so we're looking a
Yeah.
little less bricked up. That sucker's going immediately into the inkwell, but Chief Bohatton is here, as he likes to do, taking that quest for a minor 2, and Chief Bohatton actually counts for the Eleanor trigger.
Yup.
So we will be able to ping the Elisa Maza, draw a card, gain a lore, and not have to worry about having our Eleanor exposed. Oh, we did find a Cheshire Cat, though.
Yep, I was about to say we found the cat, so we're looking pretty good there. I do think Jebediah is going. Like, yeah, that part we're not really thinking about, but we are probably thinking about like, how do we want to deal with this Powhatan?
Ooh, we could ink the Jebediah, play the Horseman, take out the lady, buff up the
Yup.
Elisa Maza, and have to crash that in, which is unfortunate, but I think it's kind of okay.
He's
Because
gonna clear this whole board, except for Eleanor. Yeah, because you just play the Horseman, take out Lady, boosts up Eliza, takes out Powhatan, and then Elephant takes out Bobby, and now Eleanor is by her lonesome, which honestly we're okay with. Like, she's
Yeah.
been a terror.
You are the regent of your kingdom, but your kingdom is quite small at a party of 1. So I do love that for us. So yeah, we'll be able to just challenge in to the Chief Bohatton, getting rid of it. You got to get rid of it. Get it out of here.
Yeah, I think you don't play around the Della stuff. Just crash into that Powhatan. What? What are we doing? What are we doing? What? No! Why? No! Oh no!
I don't
Why
understand.
Did we do that? We Oh,
Oh
no!
my god. Oh. I'm going to let you roll on this one. I'm a bit
now
speechless.
It's over. Yeah.
Okay. So There's a lot of things that happen
Ooh.
just then because we will be able to ping down. I mean, you're only really putting 2 more damage
That
onto the
horseman is
Elisa
a dead
Maza.
horseman
Oh god, it
again.
is the horseman. Oh my god, you're right.
Yep.
All
Yep.
right, guys, let's
Bye
pack it
bye.
up. Yeah,
Yep. It's over.
I
Like he needed to challenge all those characters.
yeah, that was a full board clear that we were looking out for. I'm not really sure what our reasoning was for kind of hanging back on that. I don't think we really needed those two
Because now
characters.
this BKU is useless too, right? Because
Yes.
he's just gonna get rid of Bobby.
Yeah, and maybe he was setting up for a greedier play to where next turn you challenge in with the
I
that
mean,
was
he
a
just
little
got
bit.
Lumiere, so we have a little bit of hope. But that was a very punishing play. Like that, I don't think there's any world where we quest for 2 there.
Yeah, the questing was
Um,
a little rough, but even then, we needed our horsemen to survive, so you might as well have just gotten the 2 lore where we needed to. But the problem is like, I think potentially we were trying to set up with to be able to like challenge in and sing BKU, but that was a lot really greedy line, I think. And then the second Eleanor definitely was the problem.
yeah. So like now, finally, we do this, and now Mim can take out the Eleanor here. Yeah, and the next turn it'll take her the Mim damage will just go over the Bobby unless there's something more valuable to move damage to.
Yeah, and I think that's probably what we were setting up for there, not thinking that we would be able to keep our horsemen because there aren't a lot of outs to the horsemen except for that second Eleanor. But listen, they always have it. But I am seeing a Mickey expedition leader in our hands here. That card can
Yep.
do a lot of damage, and it also does
What?
come
No.
in.
What?
Wait, we just hard play it,
No.
and then there is the ability. Is that the fourth Eleanor?
Is it? Oh my gosh. I think
Well,
so.
so here's the deal. We have enough to play the Lilo out of the discard, and then you can actually ink and then play the expedition leader, and then that counts as your 3 exerted characters. Oh, we're not going to do it. But you have to draw an inkable. So
Yeah,
this is
he's doing
looking
the
a little
math real
rough.
quick.
Yeah, I'm doing the math here. If you draw an uninkable, you will have to ink the Della Moon Lullaby, which I don't know if you're that upset with, but God, yeah, there's just like there's 1,000 avenues for Sam to win this game and only 2 for Dan to win this game.
Yeah.
So yeah, that being
Boy.
the 3rd or 4th Eleanor, I'm kind of crashing out at this point, but I like that they went full villain mode. Like, first of all, ink tokens are illegal. Second of all, Leo Rada Bucky is super triggering, and you're playing Royal Dogs. That's like 3 strikes and you're out, Sam. That's crazy. You
Although
can't
to
just
be fair, Sam
lean.
was also a Green Steel player back in the day, so I
I'm
mean he is
sure he
living his
was.
villain life.
I'm sure he was. But we do get that little Lilo out of the discard to hoping that we draw into an uninkable or an inkable. Sorry. But we will go ahead, ink the tramp immediately.
Fastest play possible.
Go ahead, play that expedition leader. Now we will have to play them exerted to get this Eleanor strategy off and going, or we just play the other Eleanor and set up. Now that means you're gonna have to quest. So we're doing a little bit of math here. So
Oh, actually, wait, no, because right now I think Mim has quite a bit of damage on her, right?
just 3,
So
but she can only move 2. So oh, well,
no, because this is actually better because if he did play the Mickey and then quest with Eleanor, she's gonna be able to move 2 damage over. And let's say even okay, so Eleanor quest and then -2's the Mim. The Mim's still gonna have 2 strength left over.
yeah, so we had to be a little bit careful for this. Now we're trying to decide where we want to put the damage. Obviously you're like, oh, just get rid of Lilo, but you're like, at the same time, maybe we just go ahead and sprinkle the damage onto one of these Eleanors. We do know that there is a Cheshire Cat in hand, but we will just go ahead and take the 2 damage, get rid of that Lilo, and then draw a card for turn. So we
I almost
have
want to say maybe he should have put the damage on the Eleanor and then challenge the Lilo. to
I
keep
thought
damage
so.
on. Yeah, keep the damage on the mim, so that way then you could just keep doing that.
I do like that play, but we are going a little bit wide here, utilizing all of our ink. Now, you do have the Lilo in the discard.
Do
You do
like
have
that.
double Eleanor, so we will be able to take out this Lumiere next turn. We also see that we have the Under the Sea ability, so you could go ahead and reduce the strength of literally anything. So we would take the Lumiere and potentially the Genie, get that up on out of here. You could also get after that Madame Mim elephant to get that up out of here as well. So got a lot of options with the Della's Moon Lullaby and the double Eleanor here. Another reason it was a good thing playing the Eleanor as opposed to the Mickey Expedition Leader, because you are going to be able to challenge that down, but now we can actually go for this Under the Sea line.
Taking quite a bit of time to think on that Lilo play. But I do think it's correct not to play right now unless you are gonna go for like a full send, like on the board. Because yeah, we're gonna probably get rid of this Mim before we start playing that Lilo again.
And we are going to go ahead and sing the
Yeah.
End of the Sea, which is going to go ahead and take the nope, just
No,
the
yep, there we go.
just the elephant
the
and
Lumiere.
the Lumiere, because that has two. Now the Lumiere, because of the Della's Moon Lullaby, we also have the -2. So the Mim and the Lumiere go underneath the deck, leaving behind a Scrooge and a Genie, which is, we could boost the Scrooge and take out one of the Eleanor's, but hey, we're probably gonna stack that damage right onto the Scrooges and make it a little bit more difficult for you to keep that Scrooge.
Yeah, 1-1. That's what I was thinking.
Hmm.
Oh man.
Now,
This is
hopefully,
rough.
we could maybe be able to draw some cards here. We have a Tinkerbell fancy footwork lady, whatever, but we actually can play the library. We can move the Scrooge to the library, boost the Scrooge, take out one of the Eleanors, and then also draw a card. So that's looking pretty good for us this turn. Getting another Eleanor off of the board and then being able to replace that Scrooge who was just going to get pinged down
Yeah,
anyway. Challenging that in, looking underneath it. It's a Scrooge and an Yzma. Would love to have that as we drew another Tinkerbell. Why is the world the way that it is? Don't play it.
Don't play it. Oh. No.
And you can't even ink to move it to the library. It's just Eleanor food at this
don't
point.
play it because it's just gonna get pinged down.
Now, we do have the ability to sing of the sea if we find it again, which, hey, by the way, in core, we're playing 4 of those.
Yeah. Yeah, I could definitely tell there's a little bit of I think a little bit of fatigue going on here on Dan's side, because this is like we were talking about earlier, you gotta be playing out of your mind to beat this deck.
Right.
And some of these plays, compared to earlier when we saw Dan, Dan was playing this phenomenally. I don't think there was any misplay I could have thought of, honestly. But this is now when you have to deal with so much minusing strength and moving damage and all this other stuff.
He's
that's
like,
where we
I
start
give
to run
up,
into
dude.
problems.
Yeah, I think
it's just
he's
too
like,
much. It's too much.
There we go.
There's-
Top 8 here.
Dan put
just
up
saying,
a really good fight though.
He's like, bro, I got the Woody. I'm going to go have a snack. I've been here all day. This is a 50-person set, champs. I wasn't expecting this. That's too many people. I made it to top 8. And out of 50 people, that's pretty good. That's still
amazing. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, Dan did fantastic. And hey, I wonder if that Strawberry Festival is still going on, right?
Yeah, there you go. You can pop on over to the Strawberry Festival. At this point, I don't know, man. I'm going to bed. It's we're on the East Coast.
Yeah,
It's
right.
8 o'clock over here. This is crazy business going in for a set champs. Shout out to Dan for making the top 8 and just dealing with that all day. I think in our area, again, I think we get up to 20 people, and then after that, they get to top 8 and they're like, rock, paper, scissors, let's just go eat some food. Let's just go have hot pot and call it a day. There's an Indian restaurant up the road. I've been thinking about food since round 6. So I don't know. Again, maybe the DLC.
Yeah, you've had the gauntlet over here.
perk up. But yeah, but like it's round 8 of this set champs, man, and you just like triple, double, quadruple Eleanor me. Forget it. You win. You win. Good
Cool.
games. Yeah.
We can
Again,
just move on.
yeah, I don't have the, but again, I know that there are a lot of players that are like, you get in it and you play it, but I don't have the heart of a champion. I have the heart of somebody that really enjoys food. So shout out to Dan for making it this far in a 50-person set champs in the middle of North Carolina at 8 o'clock on a Saturday.
Yeah.
Here at the end of a meta. 3 weeks left of this card, you guys.
Okay, so that was
Not that
actually the
card.
last round, or that was the last match. So we got Cheeto taking down Ben, Corey Smash taking down Logan,
Okay.
good old Bubble Boy Sam taking down Dan, and Dominic taking down Big Dog.
All right.
So it looks like
Bubble Boy did take that one. All right, Robbinsburger Play Hub, I'm gonna need you to update. On for me, it looks like Dan and Bubble Boy are still going at it, but Cheeto, Corey,
that's the
and
match we just
Dominic.
watched.
Oh well, then hey, my brain. Oh,
Hey
because
Sam,
he's
do
the
your
villains,
job.
yeah. Report. Oh man,
Report.
yeah.
This has already been a
So
long day.
yeah,
but
as of right now, I have
let's
the heart
see
of an 8th
here.
place. Sounds great, so I can concede and get hot pot. I agree, Ryan. Like,
Dude,
I
hot
do
pot,
not.
let's
Yeah.
go.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't have like right now. This is like a 50% set champs. I'm not winning a golden Mickey. I already got my Woody. Hot pot sounds great. I just got like triple, double, ultra Eleanor, bro. Let's just fist pump. But like I'm gonna go eat food. So shout out to these players for like playing it out. It's like I said, we're getting it like that. We got the DCI running over here, which is a CCQ. They're on round 7. So are they doing top 8 today? Is that like a 1-day? They're not doing top 8 right now.
DCI?
Yeah. Or is this top 8 tomorrow?
I mean, you're already out this late. Might as well finish it up, right? Let's go.
No, my brain is like boiling by this point. If they're gonna do top 8,
I would have been boiled like a round or two ago.
Please tell me, those of you have been dual broadcasting. I love that you guys have been jumping back and forth. Those of you who know, is top cut of the DCI today, or is that going to be tomorrow morning?
Because yeah, I'm really curious from the folks on the Twitch side of things.
Yeah, because like my brain is boiled after 2 rounds. Shout out to Spartan over here. Yeah, my listen, that's why I play limited. I'm like, wait a minute, these cards are funny, and then people get fatigued having to like read and do card evaluation, and then they forget things. I love it. Sam shouldn't have been able to put Mim Elephant and Genie under the sea. Genie did not go under the sea. It was Lumiere and Mim Elephant because Mim Elephant got Della Moon Lullaby. So that's how that happened. Genie did stay under the board.
Because with the Lumiere puts Mim at 4 and then -2 from Della Moon puts her at 2. Take those 2 down to the bottom of the deck and then leaves Genie and what was the other card even? I forget. Either way, it didn't matter that much after that.
I was like, a card that did not help them win the game. But yeah, we are waiting here. That was our top 8. So we do have Cheeto, Corey, Bubble Boy, and Dominique going into top 4 of the longest set champs in history.
Truly.
That is.
Well, actually, is it the longest?
No, I'm sure. I've known back in like Rockstar Stitch days, there were set champs that were like they went home at like 2 a.m. I do remember.
Oh well, those were also like the
that.
crazy ones where like they started at like 5 in the afternoon. That was diabolical.
Yeah.
Like who's got time for that?
Yeah. Other than breaking the rules with the ink token, Sam played a clean game. That is crazy.
I'll give him credit for the Eleanor triggers too, because like almost no one knows that.
I'm like, oh man. Yeah. But also too, let's check it out here. I'm just gonna ask. Here about top 8 because they are in round number 7 again. Hey, like, if there is a little bit of Disney Lorcana to be had, I'm kind of like in it. So I've been watching the DCI over here, but while also casting over here because I'm like, listen, it's
Yeah, multi-box.
all
Let's go.
yeah, absolutely. And I will say something that I've seen quite a bit here at the DCI that we haven't seen here is that Lilo the Ruby Sapphire matchup that is actually going on. I We haven't really seen a lot of that Ruby Sapphire in strategy. Is that something that your locals typically end up playing, or they're just like, no, thank you?
There are a few players that play it, but it's kind of a glass cannon. I found like it's either it's gonna like absolutely demolish and 2-0 you, or you're gonna get 2-0'd because you just like lose to not finding Robin Hood or something like that. Like it's been, from what I've seen in our local area, it's been like a coin flip.
Hmm.
And when you have this many rounds in a set champs, I don't know if I would bring it.
Right, yeah, like the as it goes longer, the variance is higher, so you're bound for something bad to happen to you at some point. But
I mean, you're a Ruby
yeah.
Sapphire player. You understand, like, going into this current core standard, like, like, hey, where are all the inkable Ruby cards? Like,
Um
truly.
I mean, well, I was playing it basically in Indianapolis during like our testing the day before. So all day on Friday, we had kind of everybody at the Maelstrom house, they just sat there and we just tested all day long. And I was playing Ruby and Sapphire and I got that like spark where I was like, oh my God, I forgot I love this deck. Like I forgot how much I enjoyed doing this. And I will say, like, I did not have a competitor ticket, but after playing it all day on Friday, I was like, is this it? But then
When's
the
the next thing?
items deck, the items scared me out of it. I was like, if I hit items and just have to watch an items player jingle jangle their items in and out of their discard while I slowly lose the game, I'll crash out. So
Don't play
if
blue-green items. That's even worse.
I have never sleeved up Sapphire and Emerald cards in my life. I will not be caught dead. I do not like it because it's basically just like if you took Ruby and Sapphire and you just tied one hand behind its back and said, "Sure, I'll play this deck." And I love Ruby cards. I don't even care that they're uninkable. I love playing them because it basically says you just look at the card and it basically says, "Hey, did you play a thing? No, you didn't." And I really
Yeah.
enjoy that. And Emerald Sapphire is like, "Did you play that thing? Okay, hold on. Let me check my account. Let me call my mom.
I
Let me
mean,
go. Okay, back around the block. Okay, yeah. Now I'll remove that."
literally,
And
you see my background, right? Like, I know where you're
I
at.
know,
Like,
but
I know where
okay,
you're
yeah,
at.
okay, yeah. I'm like, I don't want to have to jump through that many hoops just to get something off the board. I just want to say, get rid of it. And if I brick,
It
so
says
be it.
banish.
Yeah.
Get rid of
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Like if I brick, so be it. I deserve it, you know? So,
Oh, how
but
excited
yeah.
are you for the new Red Panda singing together?
Hush, chill, just chill. Yeah, no, it looks so cool. Oh
Sorry.
God, it looks so good. That is actually no, the temporary shift is so cool. And actually, I think the Amber and Ruby song package is starting to shape up a little bit to where I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, hold up. Because if you just go like, the Malin Lee into like Willow into like Malin Lee into then like shifting and singing Pirate's Life, gaining 5 lore, bouncing that sucker back to your hand. It seems pretty good to me.
Yep.
The only thing I think we're missing is the Mingli, the mom, so where you can play that 10-10 sucker down and then basically like pew, 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 like turns that into Scar and then you put that back in
So
your hand. But she has a Amethyst shift line at this point and it's a bummer.
yeah, I was about to say because I kind of like what they've been doing. Let me ask your opinion on this because they've been doing this since I think like this set and maybe like the last set a little bit too. Where they take the franchises and instead of like locking them into like one color combination, like for example, dogs, like right now, Lady and Tramp is like solely just green yellow. You have to play green yellow if you like Lady and Tramp. How do you like the whole idea of like toys, for example, being like you can play it in yellow green and be like Andy's toys crew, or you could be like
Oh
yellow
well,
red and be like the Sid's toy box, and then like there's like all the green ones that are like Buzz Lightyear
and
stuff.
action
What
based and stuff.
action?
So I really like that. I was actually fortunate enough to do the day like the main stage for like the dev main
Okay.
stage back when Worlds Unknown, and that was actually something that we were discussing. And they basically they said that they were like, we don't want to sit here and put too many mechanics and like kind of ink lock them to where if you do want to play a toys deck, you don't just have to play this color. You can actually have like different flavors of this toy deck that you want to play. Of course, like the dual ink cards will make a something a little bit more powerful, but at the same
Ooh.
time, the devs wanted to make sure that if you wanted to pick up some of your favorite characters, you could throw them around and build something unique. So, yeah, I do enjoy that. I do like that we now have possibilities to build bad decks and good decks.
Yeah, and like, for example, like I was just about to say this, and that's what made me think to ask you this question was because like you got the mainly one that's like obviously like the more like Amber Ruby side of things,
Hmm.
but then like her mom is more like Ruby Amethyst, and it kind of has a little bit more more challenge centric stuff because like she can do the like turn into that giant like 10-10-1 and like scar challenge your board down and not die in the process because she's a freaking 10-10. um but I do like that like the franchises are kind of leaning in two different directions, but like also you can just take that red Ming and just throw her in Ruby Amethyst and still have like Pirate's Life and do some cool stuff there. Like you don't necessarily have to
Hmm.
be all in on
Well,
songs, but you can
so
go the other route too and have
there's
just the mom as a big bomb 10 drop.
yeah, the Malin Lee actually does have a smaller shift base where it is the evasive when you shift on top of it. And so it is the 2/3 where when you shift onto it,
Oh yeah.
it gives her evasive. And then when you bounce back the Malin Lee, the 6-drop inkable one, it leaves the evasive shift base behind. So it actually protects her. So there's an Amber Ruby route, but there's also, like you said, the Ruby and Amethyst route. And if you don't want to go like full songs, but the Amber songs are looking pretty good. So I don't know. I want to.
Yeah.
That's something I definitely want to mess around with. I'm not a huge fan of song decks, but songs are kind of busted because hey, they're free, right? Like free's always
Yeah,
pretty
they're
good.
free.
Free's pretty good.
And speaking of songs and like busted stuff, we got Dominic on Green Purple versus Cheeto on what I'm gonna assume is Royal Dogs, but we'll see. Maybe Cheeto will be the hero here and play something totally different.
Absolutely not. They are here to win.
Yeah, I know it's Cheeto. He's gonna win this, like with dogs. He wants to win, so he's gonna play Royal Dogs.
Yeah, absolutely. Isn't Cheeto also in the lounge? I believe so.
I believe so.
Yeah, yeah. I think I've seen this
Is
Illuminator
Cheeto
playing quite a bit.
blind mulliganing right now?
I don't know, man.
Oh wait, no, wait. Oh, did he like draw one extra or something like that? Is that what happened there?
Mm, Judge? I'm kidding. I don't know.
I don't know.
I looked away
I'm
for
trying to figure
two
that out.
seconds.
I know, right? And I just like I don't know why. I just saw like Cheeto fan out his cards like after shuffling his hand, and then just Dominic picked one and put it back on top of the deck. Oh, okay, yeah, that's what happened. I'm pretty sure that's what happened there. Yeah, yeah, that's math. Yep, that is math.
Oh,
Okay, that's unfortunate, but this is all friends here. It's set champs. It is competitive, but we're not like fighting for a golden Mickey for a house payment. Like we're all friends over here, so I think they're willing to be like, yeah, let's just. We haven't started yet. Just go ahead and shuffle one of them back in. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. We're having fun here, and it's also like almost 9 o'clock at night.
so what you're saying is he cheated? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
So we ended up drawing an extra
I'm
card.
sure we'll
and
hear
then
some
cleaning it up.
controversy on it later. I'm sure.
Ooh, I can't wait. Since this community is super, super forgiving and really, really cool about
my God.
everything. What? What? Oh God. No, we're here. We're having a good time. There's the
Yeah,
fist
look
bump
at
goes
that.
out.
Bam.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
Cheeto
saying.
is.
We're chill. North Carolina is very chill. We're good, but we're very chill.
Um, sometimes, but hey, it's all right. So, he did draw 8 by accident, but he let Dom randomly select one and put it onto the bottom of his deck. So, we do have the Aurora for the Luisa Madrigal. This is a Challenger +2. It is a 0-2. It's a 0-3, but this is a Wild's Unknown card coming in.
Brother.
But we have the perfect start coming in from Cheeto as he goes Willow into Lady. I bet Dominic is wishing that one of those cards went to the bottom of the deck. But hey, what is this? This is a Lyle. It does say it's a 2 cost 2/2 that says that if you put 2 cards into your ink or into your discard, it does a really cool thing. But unfortunately, we did not get that trigger this time around. Lyle, when you play this character, you may draw a card and choose and discard a card. At the end of your turn, if 2 or more cards went into your discard this turn, each opponent loses 1 lore. So I don't know why this Lyle is in our deck, but we might find out going forward as the Queen Devious Disguise comes on down, giving us 2 lore to draw a card. And when our opponent has more lore than us, we get to quest for 3. Hey, we'll get there. White Rabbit into the Inkwell. Being able to figure out what our strategy is here. We're playing some pretty spicy cards over here from Dom.
I hope Larry can hear this so he can tell him to put 2 lore down.
You got the 2 lore. Right, it does, because you will be able to actually quest for 3 with that Queen as well as.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, this matters a lot, actually.
Oh God, we play the Tramp Street Smart Dog for
this is
low
the
cost
God opener.
Yeah, I mean, what isn't really at this point?
Yeah,
being able to draw 1,
Dominic
2, 3,
is trying
4,
to play
5
fair
cards.
Here's Cheeto.
I know. We got Lyle, Tiberius, Rourke in our deck and onto the board, and Cheeto just went, "Hey, what if I did all of this?" Yeah, a moment of silence for Lyle, Tiberius, Rourke. But look, we got our 2 lore. Oh my goodness.
This is diabolical. Look at this.
Did he just get 3 Lilos off into the discard? Sorry, I just threw up in my lap.
Yeah, like, isn't this like what, turn 3, turn 4? What is this?
Hey, look, I got my own Queen as we pull the lever into the Inkwell. Dominic furiously flicking those cards, wondering how he got himself into the situation. And I think it was shuffling up Disney Lorcana cards in this meta.
Yeah.
Cheeto, no. Save some for the rest of it. He could have played a little Lilo for free, just for the vibes. Is that a Chromacon?
Yeah.
Who's playing Emerald Chromacon?
This is Cheeto's tournament now. If he keeps doing this, this is his tournament.
Dominic is
Dominic's like, what is going on here?
I can't. Okay. What do? You just under the sea. Let's go. Let's go. Hold.
Dominic, let's go, brother. Let's go.
All right. Listen, that was a pretty decisive thing. We went ahead. We played the Louisa. We played the Cheshire Cat. We played the Queen. And was like, and hey, listen though. That Lyle is putting in work. Okay.
Yeah.
Lyle's there. He's a 2/2. He costs 2, and he sang Under the Sea. And we're gonna play a lady. Get back a few characters, and probably ink them, challenging into that Lyle, because I don't even know why you have that in your deck. Let's get it off the board, potentially.
I mean,
and you don't have more lore than me, so we'll go ahead and challenge that in. Why is the Lyle in the deck?
I imagine he might actually have some top-end Milos in the deck.
So there is a Snow Fort as we actually
Dominic
go in.
is known for his green-purple tempo.
We did play the Luis, though, so we are going... The Lewis, sorry, I don't know where I put him from, but we played the Lewis and the Snow Fort, which means that we gave Reckless to this lady here, also with the Snow Fort, giving resist on our characters. So actually, Dominic is looking fully in the driver's seat here after that insane
Under the
first
Sea
turn
was
from
peak.
Cheeto.
Dominic is being the real hero of this tournament right now.
Now, I mean, that Amethyst Chromacon was hilarious, but then it turns out if that Amethyst Chromacon was a Snow Fort, we would have a different game here. Because listen, I'm not challenging your stuff at this point. Like I might, but sure, I guess you could bounce my like you'd have to no, he's like, forget it, dude. I don't care. Go ahead, pass. You can have it. Um
Yeah, I
you,
mean, I'm not challenging your stuff. You're gonna challenge my stuff, and they're gonna die.
well, now with the 3 Lilos in the discard, this Chromacon becomes infinitely better as we will go ahead, play a tramp,
Ooh.
buff up the lady, taking out potentially, we're just going to buff that up. We'll probably trade our lady into, oh, because that
Yep.
had, you didn't give it evasive? Oh.
Yeah, I was thinking that. I was thinking you would probably give it evasive, but I mean, I guess in this kind of scenario, you kind of need to like take the driver's seat and start going after an undersea like that because you do see the 3 Lilos and the Chromacon. Like you kind of need to just start pushing as much lore as possible. Yeah,
Yeah.
Tramp is unfortunate though.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you got to think that they're going to have it, but
He
unfortunately,
had to have
too,
it.
yeah, we don't have a lot of cards in hand. We are going to have to start challenging down these Lilos. So 3 Lilos in the discard with a Chromacarn is actually going to be unfortunate. You'd love to see a second Under the Sea, but you don't have the ability to sing it because, again, Lewis, Kat, and Louisa aren't really going to be doing much here. So are we going to let our opponent get up 5 lore in this turn? Or, unfortunately, we will be able to take out 2 Lilos, but we're not going to be able to keep our board. So
Okay.
let's see what
So
Dominique
I
does here.
love Chromacon games. This is actually one of my favorite games to play. I've actually played a match where I had to play against 4 Chromacons. That was so much fun.
So you're insane. Good to
So
know.
the first thing I would do is boost the cat, and then I would start. Yeah, there you go. Man, I love Dom. Dom's the goat, man. Let's go. Yeah, go ahead, bounce it. Bounce it. Give me that +1.
We are
Give that
looking for
plus-
extra cards here because the way that you get around a Chromacon is you actually overwhelm and flood the board.
Okay, so the way I would have done it differently though was I would not have challenged with the cat. I would have challenged with the Louisa first, so it wasn't free.
But we will
And
go ahead and play the
then-
Dumbo. That's a good follow-up. Some good card
Oh,
advantage
it's
as
a
well.
fantastic follow-up.
And hey, here's these 3 Lilos. They're back, ready and at it. Now, hopefully Dominic at some point could find a Clarabelle, which will be able to break that amethyst or the emerald Chromacon because that thing is a nuisance. You got to think that they're potentially in the deck, but hey, look, hey, don't listen. Quit stacking that up. Get out of here. How many Lilos
these
you
aren't,
got?
like shifted
3 Los.
Lilos.
Yeah.
3
It's our flood
Los.
board. Yeah. And we will go ahead.
Oh,
We
listen,
aren't
you can't even
gonna
say Floodborne
boost.
anymore. These new sets are breaking my brain with that because it's like, oh, we have like Storyborn shifts and like Floodborns that aren't shifting and
So
all
would
the
you
other
like the
nonsense. I'm like,
people said that they are not floodborn because they are not born from the Flood Inc. They are team ups. So that is how you
Yeah.
are able to do that. But the Vinelings are made from the Flood Inc. So those are floodborn, even though they don't have the shift ability. I think it's awesome. And
yeah,
everybody
I
else
think
is
it's
like,
great. It's just breaking my brain.
you got to listen to the story. You got to listen to the
Yeah.
story. So now we do have the ability to bounce some stuff back, but basically we're going to have to flood the board really just over and over and over again. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
you have to be able to outvalue this Chromacon. We did challenge everything first, so hey, we're going to boost that. We will boost
Yeah.
that and move it over. If you want to boost, if you want, hey, give me back the cat, give me back the Lewis. I don't care. Fine, I'll play an Elsa. We'll challenge that in. Can I have this back, sir? May I have the cat, please? And Cheeto says absolutely not. And we will.
I mean, that's
play
fine. That's
the
fine. He's got
Nani-
2 damage on him right now.
Absolutely. The Nani will be able to find us some more cards to flood the board. Again, those 3 Lilos are going to be a.
Oh my gosh! Cheeto with the hand cam. That's crazy.
He said,
crazy.
"Oops, all queens.
You see
Oops."
this?
Oops, all queens to the bottom of the net deck. Nani not finding 1 2-cost or less character as every 4-cost queen in our deck went to the bottom.
That's.
I heard you
Holy
like
Barry is
playing.
Batman.
I heard you like playing the queen deck. As we see another Lyle coming down, we will be able to draw and discard a card. And if we at the end of our turn had 2 cards hit our discard, we'll actually Cheeto will lose a lore. So coming in a
Yep.
little clutch here, knocking you
Yeah,
back
look at
down in lore
Lyle's doing
totals.
that work.
Yeah, 3 Lilos back out of the discard, seeing what we can do this time around.
Oh, see, again, I love this game. I love this game. All right, so how am I doing it this time?
So we are going to go ahead and send these on to a quest, doing a little bit of checking here, trying to see if we can outrace. Now, you got to think that these Lilos aren't
Cheeto
long for
has
this
to
world,
quest.
but not really sure what they drew for turn, but it didn't really help them out too much. Unfortunately, bringing back, oh, it's an Under the Sea and a Tramp. There ain't no way you're ever getting to that Under the Sea.
If Dom gets another Under the Sea.
Oh, that's nasty. Oh,
This is over.
But the thing is
if he gets
the
it.
Under the Sea doesn't really do anything because there's a snow fort hidden under there, under that top 8, under the top 4 thing. So
Yep, yeah.
Cheetos Under the Sea is looking real bad.
Yeah, like it doesn't do anything. Like at all. And it probably won't, like, for the rest of this game, because this game's probably not gonna last another 2 turns.
It's insane. We will go ahead and take our Dumbo draw, paying 1 to gain 1, and then draw 1. Excellent trigger there. We could elect to do that again with the Elsa, but at this point we needed a little bit more information here.
Yeah, I think here we would.
I mean, do you?
I think the
boost
first thing you do
cat?
is boost. Yeah, I think the first thing you do is boost the cat, because you can always replay the cat and then boost it again, and you have all those new cards too on top of that. And if any of those are Under the Sea, it's over.
I would love that.
It's
Yeah, boost the cat,
immediately
move it
over.
over, see what you
Yeah,
get, and
kill.
maybe we do have an
And I would
Isis
actually
Vanderchill.
move it.
Just for the vibes, get rid of. I don't know. I'm so bad at this game. I would get rid of one of those Lilos because Cheeto is at 12 and Dom is at 11. Now, it's funny that those queens went to the bottom of the deck because you're like, hey, you could have 2 lore, I guess. But then at this point, when your opponent's getting pretty high in lore
Oh,
total
that's
like
another
that.
Louis. So actually, I might
Ooh.
be taking out the Willow.
So we are.
Because if you could double Reckless, worst case scenario.
So he has 2 Lewis in hand. And
well, he's got the 1 on board and then 1 in hand. I'm assuming at some point that Lou would be getting bounced.
wait, so you can't. We didn't double challenge, did we? We just quested. Interesting. So we are going to quest, move the damage over there,
Okay.
making sure we get our lore, putting a card under there, seeing what you want to bounce for the vibes. Cheeto doing a little bit of that little tippity tap table math. Oh man.
Yep. And Dominic is doing so well here, like taking his time to maximize each and every damage put on every single character. Yep, there it is. Because now he can just play both of them.
Well, no, we
right?
don't have
well,
the ink to play both.
no, 1. Yeah,
So,
yeah,
we can
he's already used ink for the triggers. Yeah.
Hey, but
okay.
But go ahead. He's like, what are you going to bounce back to hand? He's like, listen, you can have your Dumbo back. That's sick. That's good. We're getting the board a little bit clearer here. Now, by the way, there's a Lewis. That's a pretty good play. And a Louisa for the vibes. And we'll ink a mystery card here because my internet went a little bit out.
No,
And
it's not you.
Oh,
It's
okay.
bad for me too.
Okay, so actually we inked the Dumbo and passed. So good for Dominic
Yeah,
here.
I don't think he needs it anymore.
So we play a Bobby, get rid of the Under the Sea because it is a crime at this point. We will buff up that Lilo a huge amount, finally getting that scary cat off of the board. We had Louisa, we had a bunch of other things in there that we probably wanted on the board. Maybe that's why we threw our Louisa, because we will be able to shift her if we so choose. But right now we got a Lewis and a Vanderchill in hand. Those are 2 pretty good cards, but this board got real wide real fast.
Yeah, I mean, at this point.
Yeah, I mean, this game is super close. This is the top 4 match. I think Cheeto did take game 1 and such a decisive slam there. Or no, is this game 1? Someone help me.
No, Cheeto had like the god hand.
Yeah, okay, I was about to say that was this game. This is the future. They definitely have to report their games. As a caster, I need those little dots in place because so now Dominic has to take this one or they are out of top 4. But we are looking like we have a few answers here. Cheeto's still at 12 lore, even though they've got 40 things on the board. Just kidding, it's 14. We did quest twice.
So now let me see. So we got ISIS, it look like, and then
Yep, we do.
I'm really like I'm kind of focusing on Dom's side of things right now because like at this point I think Cheeto is just like, yeah, let's just turn things sideways.
Fully in the
and
driver's seat.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's fully in the driver's seat. So I'm mostly like focused on Dominic here with like because he has to pilot the deck perfectly to get around this Chromacon. And he's done well so far. Losing the cat really hurts. Because now he's very limited on options. But
we do still have the second Lewis
I
in
need
hand.
to see what that hand is.
But we went ahead and played the Lewis. Hey, actually no, why is all of our ink exerted? What did we play?
Yeah, I'm not
Sorry,
sure.
I looked away for 2 seconds, you guys. And we will go ahead challenge into the Lilo Escape Artist, giving us a Chromacon trigger because there's a sneaky Chromacon in there. By the way, there is a Snow Fort onto the board. It's just hidden right up under that top 4 logo. Sin. It's a little bit of a hidden fort, if you will, but we will go ahead and bounce that Elsa back to hand. We don't have any exerted ink. We actually just forgot to unexert at the beginning of our turn, so that is huge here because we will be able to play another Lewis onto that, be able to also play into a... Okay, so we are at 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 there for Cheeto. Being game on board now, Cheeto's going to have to do some trading of their own. Potentially, I don't think that there's not an under the sea type beat that could actually get us out of this. So
Dom got it, I think. Oh no, but he's gonna get the tramp, right? Isn't there a 2-cost tramp?
He can get the tramp back here from him, but if we listen now, we are gonna have to clear our board on this because we can quest for 2 at the beginning of our turn with that Mrs. Incredible. So that is 2 lore there. So you are gonna have to basically just take this whole board essentially. Now that does mean 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So we're going to have to clear our board on your board, except for the Louisa, but we're gonna get it. We're out of here. He's like, I'm not doing this math. Let's just go to game 2. As actually that was game number 1 because Cheeto had the rollout of a century and Dominic did under the sea from the top rope. So that was actually game number 1 going to Dominic for the wildest flip of the century.
That really was the wildest flip because I mean that's just Dom. Dom's the GOAT. As Gio puts it in the YouTube chat, I'm torn here. I want Dom to win because he's the GOAT, but I don't want Green Purple to win because it would make Corwin happy. Listen, brother, we'll talk later on Sunday, all right? Or tomorrow. But nah, Dom, fantastic piloting of Green Purple. This is his pet deck, by the way. Like, I met him playing Green Purple set 8, and he's like always had it in his back pocket, like always. Like Louis is like one of our favorite cards.
It definitely that makes for some wild gameplays. Yep. So I think he's actually rotating out. So we are losing Louis, which is truly an unfortunate turn of pace. But
it's really unfortunate.
It ends up being a really, really good card, especially in this Emerald and Amethyst strategy. But again, Emerald and Amethyst is always one of those decks to where when it's good and you know how to play it, it's very, very good. It's not my favorite deck to pilot because I just get lost in the weeds and I'm like, why are these cards in my deck? They're literally all bad. And then somebody like Dom or, Artabax is another notable Emerald and Amethyst player. They take the deck and they do
Yep.
unholy things with it. And you're like, wait, what? Mo is another person too. I know also Zenulus also
Yep.
favors this deck. Liam also another lover of these colors. Of course, Justice, the Brainiac, there's a lot of people that love these colors, but they have way bigger brains than I do. So shout out to anybody
Oh
that
yeah,
can pilot
way
this
bigger
deck
brains than mine as well.
to maximum
I love the
efficiency.
colors, but I don't know how to play it as well as they do.
I said I draw cards and I'm like, these cards stink. What are they doing in the deck? And they draw them and they're like, hold on, I got you. I'm like, wait, what? But
yeah, like we're all about that, like that banished brain. Like we're all like, why do I need to draw 8 cards to do the same thing? Where I just play this one red card and the thing dies. And you're like, but you could draw like 12 cards while doing so, and also exert like a whole board and like eat all their lore away, all at the same time. And you're like, okay, brother, I trust you. I don't know, like green purple just does like all kinds of weird stuff. And also, I
oh
just love that the colors play so differently. Like the green purple decks, like they're so different. Like you could be like super aggro, you could be like tempo, mid range,
yeah,
controlled, and you got Brainiac that's like absolutely insane.
definitely. And I would love to say a shout out to my co-caster here, Bo, coming in with the 5 gifteds. Thank you so much. Starting a hype train. You're the best.
Let's
Basically,
go.
casting with me all day and then sticking around and then still deciding to donate to the program is unhinged behavior. But shout out to you. Thank you so much, you guys. Like, you have no idea how much that like is. I just love it. It helps me out. It helps me able to do things like this on my Saturdays because these lovely folks here at Ravenforge Games was like, hey, we're having the biggest set champs of all time. There's like 50 people here. We want to broadcast it and we want you to cast it. And I was like, I kind of have to go to work because normally I actually have to work my real human job on Saturdays. But thanks to you guys and Twitch and you guys at Raven Games and Uninkables and everything, I was able to take today and spend it with you. And so this is brought to you by
Yeah, we
viewers like
appreciate it.
you. I don't know. Like basically that's all I'm saying. I'm just trying to say like thank you so much. Every little bit makes it to where I get to eat each month and you guys are rad.
Yeah,
So
and have a roof.
shut
Yeah.
that is optional at this point, but uh no roof, only Disney Lorcana. We're all in it, you
We'll
guys,
make the
and
roof out of cardboard.
yeah, right. It's
Base
fine.
rarity cardboard.
It's not like I don't live in Florida and it's a little hurricaney here sometimes, but this is game number 2 in our top 4 of the largest set champs I have ever witnessed. Cheeto versus Dominic 23. Cheeto had the craziest rollout of all time. Dominic with the under the sea off the top rope. Game 2, I can't wait to see. I can't
Yeah.
I can't wait.
After that game 1, yeah, I'm locked in. Let's go.
We are. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, there's like a fish. Sorry, I get excited about the emotes because, like, when you start a hype train, it starts to unlock emotes, and then I get that collector brain rot thing, and I'm like, ooh, what about this fish emote? I don't have that one yet. So sorry, you guys. Thank you, Bo. You're awesome. We love it. Okay. Louisa, which by the way, I was like, why is this card in the deck? We saw that shift base. She is the shift base for that Louisa that does move damage. And that card has proven to be a house here going into this core format.
Ooh, okay, so we got the White Rabbit. By the way, I love these promos. The new League promos are so fire. That gold
The border is very
border
good. Yeah.
is so good.
Yeah, but Louisa is a shift 3, and you can pay 1 to move damage from chosen character of yours to this character. Then, if this character has 3 or more damage, move all that damage from this character to chosen opposing character. So she just kind of becomes like this damage holding bomb. And in which case, we did see the Emerald Chromacon in Cheeto's deck. But hey, they just went oops all characters as Bobby, Willow, Nani stare down the Louisa and a snow fort, and this White Rabbit can go on a safe little quest here because it is evasive.
Yep, and it's a 3/2, so it's not like it's gonna be getting challenged by anything from Cheeto's side. Like it's not gonna get minus. It's not gonna like get like under the seed right now. Like we're not worried about that. Just get the free lore, because as we saw last game, every lore pip counts right now. Like it was
but
very close.
it was, and we do see the tramp coming down, being able to draw us 4 cards to discard 4 cards, still leaving quite a few in our hand. We are going to discard an Under the Sea because we're going to play a second tramp. You got to be
Oh
kidding
my
me.
god.
How many cards do we have left in our hand? Because at this point, we're going all
I don't know,
in
I can't quite
saying,
see his
bro, you
hand.
can't do it twice in a row. This will be the quickest game of all time. This is the run out that Cheeto had last time. They did go all in, making an insane board presence going into that game number 1. But we saw that Dominic was ready and waiting for this line. So now you got to think that Cheeto has to maybe have an Under the Sea of their own, which doesn't really help. So maybe it's just overwhelm the board and say, hey, you don't have it.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
yeah,
we got the
I
fish!
think...
Sorry, I'm so sorry. Look, the fish in the... Listen, I really wanted the fish. I know that was a really weird thing to get attached to, but I've imprinted on this fish and it's now my favorite. Choo choo. Okay, anyway.
You've imprinted onto the fish.
I love him. He's very cute. Sorry. It's the end of the day, you guys. Things happen. Thank you, Quebec, for the subscription.
Listen, I get it. I've been up since 7 o'clock driving over to the East Coast, and I'm running on a Celsius. Let's go.
Just vibes and a Celsius here as we are going to take
Truly.
our turn. Thinking about this discard a little bit, like I think Cheeto really has a lot of things to gain and a lot of things to lose. We have so many cards that we've drawn, dug 8 cards deep. No, actually 9 cards deep into our deck off of the 8 for the first tramp, 5 for the second tramp, and now we're having to discard 5 more cards. So
I
you
will
have
say
to kind of
Cheeto's
think,
taking his very sweet time on this.
right now, we do see that we're getting rid of a tramp, a queen, and Della's Moon Lullaby. I think that only really leaves us 1 card in hand. So if
Larry's
that's the case,
trying to be the goat and shifting the camera for us. Thank you, Larry.
that's really cool. That's like next level stuff. Oh, which one did you get, Cobette? Did you get the fish? Sorry. We're gonna name the fish Cheeto after this turn.
So we can't quite see it.
Not the
so that was
hat.
an Eleanor, and let's. Thank you, Dom. Okay, double Eleanor.
So we threw, so wondering what Cheeto kept in hand. It has to be something impactful. Maybe like I would keep Nani's. I would keep things that are going to continuously fuel my hand and make sure that we're going to get to our game plan. The Eleanor is like kind of like bleh. So it's not really helping me at this point. Or we kept a third Eleanor that you didn't even know about. So going ahead, inking this queen, playing out the Lewis to give that guy Reckless.
Yeah, there we go. I was about to say. Gotta make sure this thing is exerted.
Playing out Louisa as well. Louisa. And again, now the Louisa is actually, so we kept an Emerald Chromacon, which is actually gas at this situation because
that's the card he wanted there for sure.
Having to dig 8 cards
deep
shocked for it is crazy. No, we do have Lilo, but it's only 1 Lilo. It's not 2, but we do have a lady and a Chromacon. I think that was the absolute correct choice. Seeing a Mulan comment off the top here, we'll go ahead and play the lady for literally 2 ink or 3 ink because of the reduction from the Willow. Well, 1, 2 from the Willow, 3 from the Inkwell, and we will be able to get back pretty much anything and everything we want, but we actually opt for the Ursula and the Tramp, hopefully protecting ourselves from the Under the Sea coming in forward.
I guess he's...
So...
Interesting. I was thinking he was going to ink the Ursula to play Tramp and then crash into the Louis to take it out so he didn't have to trade 2 characters, but...
I do believe that we are really valuing the Ursula to be able to snipe the Under the Sea, because I think the Under the Sea is how we lose this game. Yes. So protecting ourselves from that in the future, throwing the Chromacon down next turn.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all.
Yeah, you take, well, no.
Interesting.
You take the Ursula, you play the Ursula, you take the End of the Sea potentially, and then you put the Chromacon down and close out the game.
Royal Guard.
Also, the Tramp with that Mulan is real good. So there's a lot of different ways of winning this game, and Cheeto has all of them in hand and on the board. But that'll do it when you dig 9 cards into your deck with the 2 Tramps.
7 Tramp is a fair and balanced card.
I've heard many people say that, as we do have some pretty sick challenging going in here, getting rid of a lot of different things going forward.
Never with sarcasm.
I know. Our board is a little wide now on Dominic's side, and that Chromacon is looking a little dusty in our hands, I do believe. Oh, we just drew another Tramp! God bless.
Oh my gosh, bro.
So we'll play the Mulan and then ink the Tramp. I got no cards in hand, bro. Because he thought he was gonna play the Ursula first, so he's like, I got no card. Wait, hold on. Okay, now I got no cards. Holy crap.
That's so funny.
Oh man. Hey, we immediately inked the Tramp. It's not doing as much good here, but listen, we'll take out that Louisa because we saw the shift Louisa it was underneath the Cheshire Cat last game, so we do know that we have the available to us. This is Amethyst, so the ability to bounce back and draw cards is pretty monumental in most cases, but we also know that there's a Chromacon in this deck. Ooh, Cheshire Cat is pretty good here. We can do some challenging, move some damage around.
Oh, let's go.
And get some stuff moving. Snowfort making Isis Vanderchill an actual house.
SpaghettiOs.
Yeah, that Snowfort really putting in work here. We will be able to
so much work.
Boost the Cheshire Cat, move that over, get rid of the Bobby, and now that Chromacon is looking real silly in Cheeto's hand. Oh my god!
Dude, did Dominic just do it? Did he just is he about the 2-0 here? It's looking like it. It's starting to look like it.
I mean, we are at 6 lore for Cheeto. We will have to draw. Oh god, I guess we'll just play the Eleanor for the vibes. We do have Lilo available to us. But listen, I mean, hey, the Eleanor is a problem. We are going to go ahead and just because Amethyst. When does Amethyst not, right? We got to pull the lever off the top, play the pull lever for 3, and then we will go ahead and draw the 2 cards, sing Strike a Good Match, draw 2 more cards, discard 1 card, and now our hand is looking decently sculpted if we're Dominic. You got to discard a card, though.
Okay, so he's going to discard the 2nd fort. For a 2nd cat. Oh, let's go. All right, all right.
Pretty good there.
Yeah, because I guess he doesn't really need the 2nd fort. He's already got 1, so Eleanor's literally doing nothing as far as damage.
Yep. Yeah, I was about to say the Snowfort makes Eleanor look kind of poopy here, but hey, let's bring a Lilo back for the vibes. What could possibly be on the top of our deck that would be worth trying to get to at this point, as we do a little bit of table math coming in from Cheeto, trying to figure out how boned we are, and we do decide to take that Lilo out of the discard. And why are we holding our cards upside down? An actual madman. Yeah. Playing the Chromacon that we did get.
Yep.
Going ahead questing here for a whopping
he has to go
lore.
for the racing now. He has to start racing.
Gaining a lore, drawing a card, and not doing a damage because resist on our opponent's side of the board. Chromacon's going to make it a little funky, but racing is our option here.
Yeah, and also with the Eleanors, it does make it feasible just because of the Chromacon Eleanor combo with the Lilos. Like, he's going to basically always have, like, Eleanor online to at least keep feeding himself cards. I think that's, like, the main thing here. He just needs to make sure he's not running out of gas. However,
I mean, the 2 cats are insane, but again, the Chromacon is kind of, hey, just get this off my White Rabbit for the vibes. Could you just move this damage over? They're kind of like looking at the board state. This is a little bit of a complicated situation here. There's avenues to win, but there's also avenues to lose here going in for each
it's slippery slope. It's a
So you
very slippery
are
slope.
only at 3. And it's saying, listen, it's making challenging a little bit more favorable. It's making that Eleanor not great with the snow fort, but at the same time, we do have 2 Lilos in the discard with the Chromacon. We also found another
Okay.
Eleanor and another C.
So, okay, so I think I see where this has to happen. So yeah, you challenge.
So
Yep.
challenge the Lilo, get rid of that, see what you're gonna take out here. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do when the Chromacon comes for you?
Yep.
Gonna
Okay, get that
bounce
+1.
the cat back into the hand. Like you said, that does give us an extra card in hand.
A little more information. Um.
Here we
Interesting.
do have the
But
big
there is that
old.
Luisa.
But Lewis actually is pretty good coming on in and
Ooh,
making
with the
that
Eleanor.
reckless Eleanor. And that is actually going to be pretty good. You will be able to bring those Lilos back. Eleanor will have to challenge, but anything that it can challenge into will result in a banished Eleanor. So, what we have an extra one in hand. Mowgli's looking pretty not able to be played because you brought the 2 Lilos back. So, going ahead, getting a quest in, and smushing our Eleanor into your Isis
And she
Vanderchill,
doesn't
which
even die because the snow fort resist.
Snowfort Resist coming in way more clutch
Oh,
here.
dude. He's got those cats still.
Oh, not the
He
kitty
can
cats.
quest. He can just quest with that that Isis boost with the cat. Take out a Lilo.
Apparently, but
No,
this
quest first. Quest
quest
first.
first. But we're actually going to bounce the white rabbit. So I guess it just really depended
Okay.
on where you wanted to be with that. But now we still have the
Okay.
ability
Okay.
to challenge with the Isis, as you will probably be able to just bounce something really annoying back to their hand. At this point, God, give you the Isis back, you'll be able to exert anything. Opting not to use the Chromacon. Let's
That's
go. Chat is popping off. Thank
interesting.
you so much, Trevelin. Thank you to Anonymous, if you'd like to stay anonymous. Oh, okay. It's Gobet. We love that. You guys are popping off over here. Cheeto and Dominic are just playing the game of all time. I am on the edge of my seat here.
Just because I can't quite see the Twitch side, I just want to say for everyone that is watching on the Twitch side,
Oh,
like,
then that goes out. So
no
sorry.
way!
Yeah.
Let's
Dominic
go!
gets
Okay,
the 2-0
I'll get back to
against
that in a second.
Cheeto.
That's
My
crazy.
goodness. So that was actually
2-0.
game 2 of top 4 Cheeto versus Dominic. That dog's Eleanor strategy, and Amethyst and Emerald saying, hey, I have the tools to take it to the top so long as I dodge every steel deck in the room.
Yeah, I mean that was phenomenal. Oh, also, by the way, like cool Cthulhu like deck box, like that was pretty sick.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I'm like literally. I was like in the screen, like reading cards. Like my hand was in it. Like I'm like, usually after a round like that, I'm like, whoa, and we're back. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, that was good.
But, oh my gosh, that was so amazing. That like Dominic, bro, take it home. You're doing so awesome.
It definitely. I mean, like,
But
yeah,
yeah,
is that a strategy that you've seen the Louisa into the Snowford into like all of that stuff? I know it's definitely a deck that has been played and it has a really great matchup into dogs. I know it was one that emerged and did fairly well in the DLC and beyond. It just has kind of like a poopy matchup into some really popular decks, but it can go all the way. I know that Cursed Spies actually piloted it into day 2 and well into like top cut, being taken out only by the Ruby and Sapphire deck that is in Infinity, but I'm assuming that's probably got to be a little bit similar in core here as well.
Yeah, I mean it's got like your typical tempo stuff. Like obviously we're not running like Diablos and stuff like that, but like we still have some really like solid card draw, evasive kind of packages and stuff like that. But honestly, I think where a lot of the skill expression comes down to is like basically if you just let me put it this way, just take the match that we just watched and run that back. Just rewind that, watch that over, and take note of all of those challenges, all of the like challenges, like with the damage moving, because a lot of that, how do I want to put this? Like every quest matters, especially when you play purple. Every quest matters, and every specific challenge matters. So, which is like no duh, but with purple, it's very chess like. You need to be playing like 3, 4 moves ahead. You don't really have these blowout turns like Dogs does or Steel Song or things like that. You're not trying to do like this super unfair game. You're trying to pull off like incremental advantages that start to show up like a few turns later, which I think is where green purple is kind of one of those harder decks to pilot because you kind of need to see the advantages ahead of the game. It's not immediate. Like we were talking about like all these weird cards earlier, like oh they do all these weird little things. Yeah, you're gonna see all of those weird little things pile up over the course of multiple turns.
Oh,
But
absolutely.
anyway,
Like, I mean, no, it was extremely well played by Dominic, and we saw that run out there for Cheeto to where I was like, okay, well, this second time around, like, I think we're kind of cooked here. If I'm Dominic, I would have panicked, and just
mm-hmm.
eaten some of the tramps there. But unfortunately, I mean, kind of, I think there was that turn there. There we did keep the Chromacon, and then we did keep the lady. And I think that was the exact same thing that we should have kept because the lady was going to buy back a lot of those crucial cards. And then the Chromacon was going to make challenging a little bit more rough. But I think we opted to quest, I think, instead of just passing after that turn, which then allowed a lot of trading off and a lot of challenging, which shrunk our board and made that
Yep.
Chromacon not feel as good. So I
Yep.
can't remember exactly what inspired us to exert in the turn before we played the Chromacon. I would love to. I know you can't really. You don't want to do like loser interviews. That sucks. So we're not going to do that. But at the same time, I'm like, I wonder where we ended up because again, it seemed like the lady and the Chromacon were the perfect answer because you're like, cool, take the lady, take the Chromacon, play like, and then just pass. And I think maybe we quested and allowed some favorable trades in that position. So, um, it was a very, very interesting game. And obviously, like, even in that position, there was a way to like come back from that. There was still avenues and lines to win or lose. And so, um, I as much crap as I give dogs, it is fascinating to watch the decks go long like that, I think. Especially into a deck
Yes.
that has such a favorable matchup into it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, as much as like you, like as much as we hate the dog deck at times, like seeing all the like little intricacies, like those very, very late game like triggers and like trades and stuff like that, those are actually really fun to watch. I do love watching those matches. I would wish that we didn't have so many crazy blowout dog rounds, but it
Yeah.
is the nature of the deck. But that's
But
where like green purple comes in. Like, hey, like you kind of have that throughout the entire round. That's what makes it more appealing, I think, to watch. But you know, it
yeah,
is
it
not
is
dogs.
definitely the dog's mirror that ends in I don't have it and you don't have it. Those are actually my favorite games to watch because watching
Yes.
each player set up and they're like, okay, I don't have it, but I'm going to make you feel like I have this line. But then if I get this, so there's a lot of layered mind games that come into the mirror when both players don't have it. And it is a matter of like how I'm going to get to it. And we did double tramp and we kept like, this isn't a mirror, but like we did double tramp and we kept something, but then put us ourselves into the position that the two cards that we kept off the tramp weren't actually good for us anymore. And so it was very interesting to see and a mirror what happens when each player doesn't have it. And I do think that was reminiscent of like fabled blurple mirrors where like I wanted to just like banish myself because I was watching a Blood Another Blurple mirror. But then there were these other games where they like didn't have Elsa on 5 ink and you're like, "Oh, wait a minute." And then they didn't Genie Elsa, and so like that line got skipped and now we got to see the game open up a little bit better and watch and see the scale expression between the two players. And I think that's probably just a mirror in general, right? Like if you got it, you got it, but if you don't, how are you getting yourself out of it? And that's I think was what makes these games interesting.
All right, I got 2 people I need to call out right now because
I think
one, you just
Trevor
like
and,
gave
like-
PTSD for Larry over here. Larry, second start to the right, where the mirror's at.
Okay.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Also,
Oh, yeah.
and then because I'm getting all this crap in YouTube chat. Gio, of course there's collusion. I'm running the production. Of course I'm gonna put green purple on the stream multiple times today. Of
What is
course. I'm
happening?
gonna admit it.
In YouTube chat. There's no collusion over here in Twitch, okay? Like we don't do that. We keep our lore guides happy and healthy and we follow the rule. What are we doing? What is YouTube doing? I thought Twitch was the degenerate one. I got to get over there.
Oh, it's just my co-host Gio crashing out. He does that every
Ah.
Sunday. It's fine.
Oh,
It's a
fair
day
enough.
that ends with Y, so he's gonna crash out on something.
Oh, him and RMB could be best friends. I like to say things like that every once in a while to see if Ryan is actually still here or not. It's like my test. I'm like, is he still listening? And then I can say something heinous enough, and then he'll come in the chat and tell me how much he hates me, or he didn't hear me. And then people message him and tell him what I said. So either way, it's like a nice litmus test of how the stream is going.
Yeah. So I'm sorry, Color. You do deserve better because we bring this amazing caster to cast for like 20 hours for like a 50 round set champs, and I'm causing collusion to get green purple on the set champs multiple times this stream.
Listen, I don't mind it. I think we're doing good out here, honestly. I'm just gonna use all these
I know
emojis
we're
in chat.
like absolute fire right now. We got
I was like, we
50-person,
are
set champs.
I know, right? Like a 50-person set champs all the way into a top 8, into a top 4. Cheeto, I was sure they were gonna win. I was sure they were gonna
Right.
win. That's actually crazy. We have round number 7 still actually going on in the DCI. Actually, I'm like looking over here. I'm like, oh my god, I don't know if this is ever
my
gonna
gosh.
lose.
Okay, maybe it is gonna be a 2-day event.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, I think
Okay, so I'm looking at
Jesus.
PlayHub, and Dominic, you're a fantastic and amazing player. Report. You're the winning player. Report.
Report.
Anyway,
I always like to. I
but
always report really sad. Where like, especially if it was a match where I'm just like, and I'm like, I'm like, boop boop boop, and they're like, yeah. I'm like, boop. Thank you for the games. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
I don't
me
know, like,
too.
have a nice life or whatever. I'm sorry. It's like, yeah, and people are like, no, own your wins. I'm like, I am the type of person that apologizes after I win. So, you know,
I do that too.
I'm like, I'm sorry. They're
Gio's
like,
probably
why?
gonna
No,
be
you're
like
not.
crashing out in the chat and be like, "No, you're not. What do you mean?"
Nobody actually.
And he's like,
You just let's see. I just got home from my set champs tune into a stream and for the first time and get gifted this place rules. Actually, it's your lucky day. Welcome to the largest set champs of all time. We had about 50 players today. Going into the top 4. This is a very, very long die. Let's see. I was told degenerates come to Twitch. Cool. I'll call out Corwin's collusion here too. Fantastic. I felt worse after some of my wins in Indy than most of my lessons. Yeah. Oh man. Oh, so you went to Indy. How did you do? God, some of those the losses were painful and they always in a DLC. It's always so painful to lose at a DLC, but there are some wins. Sometimes you get like the most beautiful soul in rounds 1 through 3 and they're happy to see you and I'm like, "Uh-oh. First of all, I'm here to win. Second of all, I am such a poor sport, so God help us if I lose. But at the same time, I'm not gonna be mean, but like all of the smiles do dissipate, and they're like, "Thanks for the games." I'm like, "Mm-hmm, mm-hmm." I'm gonna go cry.
Grayscale
Like,
rain.
yeah,
Like,
yeah. Like I'm not gonna be mean to you, but I'm clearly upset that you beat me, and I have no way of hiding it because every single emotion is on my face. I've been told multiple times I do not have a poker face, so the DLC indie
I do not have a
is
poker face
just
either.
yeah. Like I was actually drafting. I'm literally drafting, and the judge walks by. Like shout out to like I love her to death. She walks by and she was like, "You're supposed to just not have every single emotion on your face as you're drafting. Like you need to lock in." Because I was just like, "Oh God, oh, like you know what I mean." Like
Yeah.
everybody knew every single card in my pack, just by just by my face. So but started 3-1
Love
and
it.
ran into Red Blue Buzzsaw, but two of them made top 32, so I was happy for them. Hey, listen. Also, if I lose to somebody that tops, I'm like, I'm basically just as good as they are. I just got a little unlucky. So,
Yeah.
like the
I mean,
person that beats
I can
me
tell you,
wins,
like,
I'm good.
my DLC experience was absolutely like horrendous. I mean, I met so many amazing people. It was so much fun. Uh, everyone I played against was super duper nice. Had a great time. But when you're playing Blurple at Whispers in the Well set champs, and you get ramp on to 1 out of 8 games, it's pretty brutal. Like that
Yeah.
was I had like
You got
and I'm not talking like oh okay I got my ramp on turn 3. No, it was like turn 6 I found Tipo or something like that.
so
Like almost every single time.
you're on wait. So but you're on okay, so I see that you're wearing a jersey. So you are one of the
Yeah.
jerseys. So you do have access to teammates, right?
Oh
So
yeah.
you should like take a night and do like a shuffling practice because that is not how math works,
Oh yeah.
dude.
No,
You
absolutely.
can't miss you cannot miss ramp statistically that many times in a
You would
tournament.
think.
No, you gotta shuffle.
And I'm all 7.
You guys, you gotta. It's a shuffle practice. Tonight we're
Yeah,
shuffling.
I mean,
Because
listen. This is why I
or
tell everyone. Listen.
or I'm
When
never
I
playing
go
purple ever
3 and
again.
3, listen. I'm just the manager, okay? Like the pro players are the ones that are into like top 8 right now. You know.
You're like, I'm here for the vibes. Listen, no, I will say that I used to brick phenomenally with Ruby Amethyst a lot, and to the point where I started feeling like I was truly cursed. And then I was like practicing. I think it was actually I was practicing in the Maelstrom Discord, and I had my hand up and shuffling, and I'm saying something, and RB goes, "What are you doing?" I was like, "Huh?" And he's like, "What are you doing?" I'm shuffling my deck. He's like, "No, you're not." He's like, "You're moving cards around, but that is not shuffling." And I was like, "Wait a minute, what?" And so then it was like a bunch of people, we had like shuffling practice. And I realized that, yeah, I had been shuffling very inefficiently for a very long time, not actually randomizing cards. Cards were getting bulked up and not actually really getting a good shuffle in. And he was like, "Nope, we are not moving so forward until you are shuffling in a way that is going to help you." And by the way, yeah, I draw a lot better now. And other couple teammates were like, "Nope, this is actually part of what we talked about, and I'll just sit here at my desk and shuffle." So yeah, it's a really big part of it. And not until I got called out in a very embarrassing manner did I
Listen. You're
change
gonna
my
have to
ways.
show me how that works. Listen. I'm just the manager. I sometimes show up to a set of champs and maybe I make top cut. Actually, I usually do, but like I never win. But but
Bro,
maybe that'll make the difference.
yeah, I was gonna say, if you're breaking that much, let's get a shuffle camp going. I'm telling you. But listen, it's
Truly, let's
Dominic,
go. I would love to do that. Let's go.
our Emerald and Amethyst hero against Sam, our Emerald and Amber anti-hero. Because
Oh my god.
we're seeing the dogs. They're probably a lovely individual. No, wait, this is the Bucky token guy.
Sam?
Down with
Oh, I love
Sam.
Sam.
Damn, he had the Bucky tokens, right? Is this Sam?
Yeah, he had the
Yeah,
Bucky tokens. He's
'cause we got
the cheater in the tournament running Bucky tokens.
playing clean games while also breaking the rules here.
Yep.
Oh, there was no infractions at all except for using tokens for your ink tokens and their Bucky, which is so incredibly villain behavior. So,
Listen. All right, I can't trash on that too much. All right, because he bought like all of Unplugged Games stock. Which, by the way, if you are in North Carolina in the Raleigh
ooh.
area, you can use your HS_pickup code to take shipping off and meet up with Unplugged Games at your game stores to pick up your card singles at 90% of TCG player prices. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, he bought like I saw him do this at the CCS TCG Con in Raleigh. He bought like a whole stack. He just cleaned out Unplugged Games foil binder of Emerald
That's
cards.
villain behavior.
It was so funny. It was so funny.
That's villain
Everyone
behavior.
was wondering what he was doing with them. Like he was like, "Oh, I just like the Bucky, right?" And then like 2 weeks later, we see him with these quote unquote ink tokens that are just Bucky promos.
Judge, my opponent is a madman, and I feel unsafe.
My opponent is a madman, and he's still coping over the fact that Bucky got Buckied.
Hey, listen, I like to say a lot of people were Bucky boosted, but at the same time, he's sitting here in the finals of this 100 billion person set champs Ravenford game. Now, I really have to get the story behind this Lyle because this thing is really interesting to me. It could be any other card. How often does it really trigger? You play it, you draw a discard a card. That's pretty good. If you get a second card into the discard, it does at the end of your turn take a lure from your opponent, which could be, like you said, this matches up really, really close in some situations. So that one lure might be the difference maker.
Yeah, I think it comes up actually more often than you would think, just because like you gotta think it's not just like discarding, it's like challenging and banish. Your card gets banished in the process. Like yeah, it's fine. You play an action and then you challenge something and your guy gets banished, and then you're like, oh dang, you know what? Eat a lore, I guess. Like every time, just again with green purple, you really got to think about like these incremental advantages that you're getting over the course of a game, and they pile up like in the long term. Like you're kind of like going like, okay, dogs is like, hey, let's try to win on turn 3. Green purple's like, you know what? I've thought about like how many billion realities that like Doctor Strange had,
Yeah,
and only one
Doctor.
of them got the win.
Yeah,
Yeah. Like this is Dominic right now. He's going through all the realities and finding the -1 lures of Lyle Tiberius.
Yeah,
to
I
make
mean,
the dub.
and that Lewis coming in giving that reckless is really huge here. Hey, we're gonna go ahead and buff up that Willow with a tramp, being able to quest with an Aurora, go up to 1 lure and play a free Aurora. So now that the Willow that we are pretty much losing here with it was like a free tramp to buff up this Willow. So now we will be able to take out the Lewis, leaving nothing behind, losing our Willow. But man, using really, really like there's so much ink that was used and not used as we just force out a Chromacon real early in this matchup and say, hey.
That's really good. That's really good.
And now, how did we get rid of the Lyle? Was it the
lady? Yeah.
Okay. We did put the 2 damage on it. I was like, did lady just?
Yeah. No, I was waiting for it.
Okay, lady took the 2 damage back from the Lyle.
Anti-hero, don't be sloppy now.
Yeah, I was like, did she just?
You're getting DQ offenses here with these ink tokens. Let's not get sloppy too now.
Banished banished by pure vibes alone. We're just kidding, but no, because we did play all those characters, we were able to buff up the lady to a 3/3 stat line, taking out that Lyle and then taking the 2 damage back. So we are going to go ahead and establish the Louisa here. Also a white rabbit. He's got underdog, but it doesn't matter. He's also got evasive. Now we know
underdog is basically irrelevant now. Sag.
And evasive 2/2 is sort of fine, and we know that Snowford is in the deck, and it makes it a little bit beefier here. But These two characters look quite under the seeable. Sam only has
only
2
that-
cards in hand.
He's already got that Chromacon down. And unfortunately, the thing here is that Dominic did not get a strong board presence started. Oh,
we do
brother.
Shift Lady. Getting back that Willow. Now, if that's under the sea, this game is cooked. But it's not. It's the Mickey Expedition Leader, as well as getting back that Lilo. So now, again, we still don't have that many cards in hand, but that Expedition Leader will be able to help us out later.
I don't know if he... Oh, wow. Okay, wait. Is that what we're doing?
Just questing? Yeah, we got a Chromacon. We're just questing for the vibes.
Yeah, but I don't know if I would... But he
we
didn't
do have
like,
the
do anything
Luisa.
with the lady? Oh, that's really bad now for Sam here. But, I don't know if I would have done that then, because, like, if you quest out, yeah, like, let him banish your stuff, and then you play the lady, and then you get 2 guys back. Because, like, you didn't do anything with the lady, so you might as well have just, like, waited.
Oh,
like,
man, this is so good. And then if Sam bances the Luisa, he could just replay it with the extra ink that we had this turn, ensuring that we will be able to get that shift line of it. Oh, just double Luisa, just kidding. Holy! I thought it was the other one. It's not. It's the little gal. Now we are actually rocking no cards in hand for our Emerald.
This is really well done.
Hero.
Yeah, he's doing really, really well here, despite the bad situation.
Hey, we will play Strike a Good Match right off the top, be able to draw 2 cards and discard a card. It's the White Rabbit. We're keeping Hades, looking for a deal.
Give me those 2 cards. Let's go. Dominic, let's go.
Oh, he said you can have the deal.
Demona? Hello? Oh,
Demona into the inkwell.
Oh,
I don't... Brother. Sam doesn't have that many cards in hand, and we do not want to refill your hand at this point.
Yeah, that's true.
You're going to be turning things sideways on your own time. I'm not giving you cards, but we are going to do a little bit of cleanup here. A little bit of questing, challenging, thinking about our lives, as everything now with this Mickey Expedition Leader is going to get -2 for every single quest. And this is insane here, as nothing will be able to challenge in for anything.
Yeah. At this point, I don't know how Dominic comes back from this.
Oh man, yeah, this is looking like a little rough.
It's literally under the sea or bust.
Yeah, we got a -4 on the Hades. We got a -2 on the Luisas and the White Rabbit.
Wait,
it is under the sea. It is under the
sea.
sea.
Oh my gosh! No way!
Crap!
No
my
way!
God. He rips under the sea off the top and sends everything except for the lady.
That's crazy, dog! Oh my gosh, Dominic! Let's go, brother! Take it home!
Second insane under the sea that we've seen out of Dominic today. Holy, sometimes it's your day, guys. Sometimes it's your day.
Under the seeing like a god right now. Oh my gosh, brother.
Oh, wow. Sam taking a moment to think about their life, just passing the turn with 1 card in hand. We did have the damage onto the White Rabbit there, but at the same time, there's the Luisa.
Oh my gosh.
Go ahead, play that for the full value. Drawing it under the sea that's going to do us a ton of nothing. We have no cards in hand. 5, 6, 7. That's still not even enough to sing under the sea next turn. Not that it would hit anything other than the Luisas on the board.
Yep.
Because of the snow fort, White Rabbits are well out of that range.
Under the sea is a fair and balanced card.
I mean, listen, the under the sea off the top is insane.
That's crazy. And the fact that, like, Sam drew Ursula right after is diabolical. That's so unfortunate.
That is pain incarnate, as you're like, wow, this is the answer to that thing I would have loved to have seen. But again, he drew it off the top of his deck. They had no chance to Ursula it.
Yeah, that is rip and cringe behavior. I'm sorry.
You can't Ursula or Mowgli the top of their deck. So, yeah, he's like, I don't want to give up, but I also don't want you to win. What do we do here?
I love how animated Dominic is. Like
he
just-
does see. He's like, hey, there's a bunch of stuff on the board, and I got a lot of things going on. Now he could actually go and pay 1 for that Luisa and move some damage around, which would be funny. But it's only 1 damage, so you could actually heal. He could have healed up his white rabbit to then put it onto the lady, which is just for the vibes, I guess. Is an
Oh
Elsa
my
off the
gosh.
top. Oops, all answers. Being able to just, hey, I'm gonna exert one of your things, but does it really matter? Because we're gonna go on a full quest here as we get a full scoop from Sam in game number 1. Sometimes when you got it, you got it.
Crazy. Jeepers and creps, man.
Cheese
Oh
and
my
rice. It seems to be Dominic's day going into game number 2 here in the finals of what I have increasingly called. We started it at 50 people, and now it's at like 3. It was a 300-person set, champs. It's like 9:30 at night here on the East Coast.
The
Dominic
numbers keeps
still,
getting bigger.
yeah, right. 400-person set, champs. It's 2 a.m. here on the East Coast, and Dominic is having the day of their lives. Sometimes when you got it, you got it. And shout out to the Emerald button there from the DLC Indie over there on the
Yeah.
table on Dominic's side. So,
Love to see it. Love to see it.
God, if you got it, you got it. But man, watching this deck just tap dance all over the place, it is insane. Who knew that
I'm not gonna lie, it's
Emerald...
kind of inspiring to be honest with you.
Well, yeah,
Like
when you
to
just
see this.
onto the sea off the top of your deck. Oh God. And the thing was, is like
Yeah.
the run out that he had in top 4, where I thought Cheeto just had him game on board. There's nothing you can do. And he was like sick anyway, blue under the sea. I was like, wait, what?
Logan's in the chat here. In a world where we have 1,200 player set champs in the hole in the wall store, JK, Ravenforge is probably the top 3 favorite stores in the area. Yeah, based.
Oh, let's go. We love that. We love that. I felt really bad earlier when I first saw it. I was like, Ravenforge game. I was like, I love the little logo here. What is that? Like a voodoo doll with a mohawk? And I was like,
I
no.
heard that. I was laughing in the
That's
car on the way.
I was like, nope, that's an anvil with a purple raven on it, which is that goes way harder than the thing that I just said. But shout out to them for having the space to host this 3,000-person set, champs here in Wilds Unknown, and the very unknown part of the meta where we watch dogs get kind of tap danced on by Emerald and Amethyst.
Truly, multiple times now.
It is
Like multiple
truly
times.
nuts.
He's going through the gauntlet of dogs. Like he's going through the dog gauntlet.
Yeah. And again, I think I asked you earlier, how much Ruby and Sapphire would you have expected to see in this room? And if that's a low number, then it really
Very low.
did pave the way for this Emerald and Amber Amethyst deck to really have the day of its life. Not a lot of steel in the room, you got a lot of Ruby Amethyst in the room, but I think that matchup is sort of, fine. Actually, no, we did see him earlier on stream just kind of win that outright. So I love that Emerald and Amethyst was the pick of the day. Like Dominic read the room and said, I can go the distance.
Yeah, I know Liam's probably having a fantastic time over at DCI, but man, if only he could be over here at the Ravenforge Coke set championships with 6,000 players to see green purple at finals, right?
I was about to say, if we can get the players to stall out a little bit, I think the DCI is finishing up, so they might be on the last little limb here. So if have these players play a little slower, maybe we can get some of those the DCI people on up and in here. But yeah, oh gosh.
Yeah, Jeffrey. Yeah, I see you, Gio. If green purple wins, I will be insufferable in our next podcast. You're darn right. I'm gonna be glazing. Oh yeah, green purple's the best color combination, guys. It was the secret #1 deck of all of Wilds Unknown. Yep. You're gonna hear all about it, brother. Yeah, keep rooting for Sam. Yeah. It's okay.
Holy, but we are in the finals here of
go.
Ravenforge Games. We have Sam on Amber and Emerald, Dominic on Amethyst and Emerald. And we are now into game number 2. Sam will be on the play here, and they have to tighten it up and do their best. Now, we do,
Underdog Snow Fort? Oh, bro.
well, that's
Let's
kind of gross.
go. Yeah, going second? Yeah, we'd love to see that. And Louis. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
So we will go ahead,
we're
ink
cooking
the
with gas.
Louisa immediately. And like you said, playing that underdog White Rabbit onto the board. He's not late. He's just on time as we do go
He
Aurora
is on time.
into Aurora into Willow into Rhino. Reduce the strength on that White
That's a
Rabbit.
mouthful.
Oh, it's just every time I see Willow into a 1-drop, I'm like, meh. Like I'm just very triggered by it. That is the official noise that I will probably use going forward. But that is a really good start as we actually just sing Strike a Good Match, drawing us 2 cards and being able to discard the Snow Fort that we see isn't gonna really help us when we have a couple more Snow Forts in hand, it does look like.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Taking this turn to think about our hand a little bit, playing down the
There's
Lyle.
that Lyle again.
Which now I have learned is probably one of the better cards in the deck, as you will draw a card, discard a card, and then again in a later turn, if you have one more card going to the discard at the end of your turn, you will have your opponent lose a lore, which in these matchups, it's so close that it is important. That one lore is so important.
It really is. And he's got so many ways to enable it, right? You just do like classic board shenanigans. You do like, strike a good match stuff. There's so many different ways of pulling it off. And it's not like you really need to do it like all the time. It's just like once or twice it just comes up. But really what you're doing, you're just cycling. Like you're like green yellow, I've seen a couple run Lyle just because it's like, yeah, it's Yzma but strictly better. The green one. It's literally just Yzma but better.
Watching your opponent filter through their hand like that, singing the second strike a good match, inking a third strike a good match, discarding. It's just, there's so many things going on here. The hand sculpting is actually terrifying, as we do actually wait one turn, not turning everything sideways here, being able to play down that Chief Powhatan to actually throw a wrench in your challenging ability. The Snow Fort does give you a boost of strength, but at the same time, a Chief Powhatan is still a 5/5 no matter which way you slice it.
Yeah. Yeah, that is, I think, the card that kind of saves Sam here to like at least get a really good like strong head start. I mean, the damage isn't going to do anything.
Right.
I think that's what like we're looking at right now.
Yeah, the
Is
Willow.
that what we're looking?
I was gonna say, yeah, the Eleanor trigger is really only going to be able to draw us a card and gain us a lure, which is still pretty hefty. But hey, we're gonna go damage to that.
There
but
it
look,
is.
there's
Yeah.
a Snow Fort. Oops, Snow Fort. It negates the Eleanor, but hey, you still get to draw a card and do a damage and gain a lure. But it's got resisties. Yep. But hey, there is a really good card there, as we do throw down the Lewis. Friendly Alligator giving Reckless
that's such a great play. That's such a great play to use Louis on the Chief Powhatan because he can't quest, and now he can't challenge because of Powhatan's like negative effect.
Right.
So
you
he
would
just
have to
gets
be
to stand there.
Unless you had a song, a Delisman Lullaby would allow that Chief Powhatan to then go ahead and exert and get that bodyguard effect moving, but
that's
instead,
a time walk. That's just a time walk on a Crocagator.
We play a tramp down, draw a whole bunch of cards, and now we get to discard 5 cards. So seeing what we keep here, Lady's probably a good choice.
Yeah.
Keeping.
Yeah, he's setting up for Lady.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Being able to keep that Lady, putting a Lilo into the discard, which we saw is an annoying card that it's a special tool that we'll use for later that will make you want to pull out your hair if your opponent has a Chromicon on the board. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4. So we need to discard one more card here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, we're discarding one more card. And
another one.
Wait, hold on now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I thought we needed to discard another card. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe there's another one over there off on the board that I can't see, but we will
1, 2,
draw
3, 4.
6 cards now and have to discard 6
Wait,
cards.
yeah, no, he's off by 1 card.
I don't know if we can't see it over there. Maybe production can let us know if there's just a hidden 5th card that didn't get discarded.
It's
It is
off
off
camera.
camera.
Okay, thank you, Larry.
There is a 5th card. It's a secret card that we'll probably see later. But we will go
Maybe.
ahead and
I
discard.
mean, I know one of them is Lilo.
Yeah, so we're going to discard a Bobby. We got 6 cards we have to discard here, so let's get that going. Now, the Della's Moon Lullaby is in hand. I am keeping that to turn that Chief Powhatan sideways. Get it exerted, doing a minus damage, minus strength from that. Now, we don't get to keep a ton of cards. I know we definitely want to keep the Shift Lady, so that is the Lady Park Avenue, to be able to get some of these things back. We are opting not to keep the Della Moon Lullaby, saying, hey, you can't continuously reckless my guy. Now, I don't know how that Bobby made it onto the board there. Bobby should be into the... There we go. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, Bobby's not on the board. Bobby's up on out of here. So we still have to get rid of, I think, a card. As playing 2 tramps in a row means that you're a villain. And it's just too many cards. It's too many cards. It's too many cards. So I think we...
Oh, he's trying to explain the trigger. Yeah. I mean, this really does not come up very often.
Which part?
The like he's pointing towards a Louis and then back to the Chief Powhatan and like back and forth. So I think he's trying to explain like, yeah, with the reckless, you can't quest, but then Chief Powhatan says you can't challenge. So literally, he is staying there.
And that's
I
why
think Sam did not realize that. I think that's what's going on here. Because I think he would have kept the Della's Moon otherwise.
And being able, but
That's
yeah,
unfortunate.
it is really a big bummer there. But it does have reckless, so it will actually be doing nothing. That sucks. Oh, wow. So we are actually going to buff that up over there and challenge in, keeping the Chief Powhatan, and just opting not to quest here is probably the best option.
This is basically a time walk. Like, yeah, I mean, he did develop a big board. Like, he does have, like, double Tramp 7s out. But, like, not being able to draw a card off the Eleanor does hurt. You do want to be trying to, like, keep that engine going every single turn.
Yeah, now we are. Thanks for the Raiders here, JDZ. I hope you had the best day. We are in the finals of Raven Forge games. It is the last round of a 50-person set champs. So this is game number 2. We have Sam versus Dominic and potentially about 6,000, but we are going to send... We actually did. We had the Elsa 5th spirit and coming in, exerting that Eleanor, taking her out, being able to double challenge. Now we did lose our Royal Guard. And now we are actually apparently just going to go ahead and full send it on a quest here.
He has to. Oh, he got a second Eleanor. Oh, okay. No, now he's okay. He's fine.
Eleanor off the top, being able to draw a card and also gain a lore. Now we do have a Chief Powhatan hiding underneath the Wilds Unknown, but that snow fort means that our
diabolical if it was another freaking see.
Yeah, as
that would have been perfect 8 right there.
Absolutely. So we will actually go ahead, boost the Cheshire Cat, do the damage to the Chief Powhatan, and clean that bodyguard up on out of here, freeing us up for a little bit more some favorable challenging due to that snow fort on the board.
I don't know if I don't think he can get enough off the board though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
And
8,
we
9.
will
it doesn't matter.
Scooping it up
Yeah.
and going to game number 3 here in the finals. A Ravenforge game. I did make a joke earlier that it was like a 3,000 person set chance, but it actually was. About 50 people showed up and showed out at this North Carolina set champs to make sure that they could win all of this stuff. Actually, I think it was sent into the chat earlier how they have all of this extra prizing, all of this stuff going around. So the North Carolina community really showing that, hey, if 50 of you are going to show up and play, we're going to make sure that it means something. If you made it to top 8, you're going to get more than the Woody promo. And actually, I thought I had that link pulled up here, but it was a bunch of really cool stuff. And apparently the trophy is a boot. It's a little cowboy boot. And you
Yeah, I
also
love
get a
that.
little, and you also get a little sheriff's badge. And I'm sure there's other prizing as well, but like that was stuff that I was excited about.
Did Bo show you the picture?
Yeah, I was actually trying to find the link that way I could throw it
I
down
was about
into
to
the
say I could
chat.
probably find it pretty quick. You know,
Um,
or yeah, I got it right here. I'll send it to you. I'll send it in the production chat.
There we go. As
Do-do-do-do-do.
we are shuffling up here, going on to game number 3. Dominic on the tear of his life here with his Emerald and Amethyst strategy. Sam also demonstrating that, hey, just because you are playing this deck that is built to beat me doesn't mean you're gonna beat me.
There you go. Got you, fam. There you go. It looks so good.
All right. Not really sure. I'm not really sure where you sent it, but I'm sure it was sent somewhere. But yeah, if you have the link to that, I could send that in the chat. That way everybody can take a look at how North
Bo.
Carolina goes and decides to help out their community. But yeah.
Bo
Shuffling
over
up
here saying 106 viewers thanks to the CCQ ending right before the set champs did.
It's
Because we had
definitely
6,000 players. Come on.
I was gonna say the DCI lasted less time, I think, than this set champs, and it's insane to me. I don't know how many players were at the DCI, but we had 6 rounds of Swiss into this top 8. The DCI, of course, 8 rounds of Swiss, and top 8 is tomorrow. So more Disney Lorcana coming back at you, but we're here for the long run. I like to get a progressively more dramatic, where I'm like, there was a 50% set chance, 80% set chance, 300 people stormed the gates of Ravenforge today to go ahead and play for this 1,000-person tournament. It is now 2 a.m. on the East Coast, and we are still here in the finals going.
Okay.
Dom.
I have one thing I do want to say real quick before they get like super locked in. Sam is one of the best players in North Carolina. He's one of my favorite people that like I've known since we started playing this game. Unfortunately, this is his last set champs in North Carolina because he is actually moving out of the state after the set champs. This is his last weekend. So he is making quite a bang, you know, making an exit, making finals at one of the biggest set champs in North Carolina since this game has started. So Sam, with all the love, brother, because the game would not have been as enjoyable as it is without you. Wishing you the best when you head and move out next week. And
where's he going? Are we gonna get
for making
what set champs now have to
or something?
No, I was gonna say, what set champs has to worry about him? Who is adopting this man, and who do we have to be worried about Sam in the future? The Bucky token,
truly,
toter. Which state is it gonna be? Florida? Because I can't take it. Keep the Bucky tokens out of here. I can't do it, Sam. I can't take it. I don't have the mental fortitude to watch Bucky ink tokens across from the table from me. Oh.
Yeah, that's right, Gio. Everyone that's in the YouTube side, you know, all the North Carolinians watching, yeah, give him all the hearts, you know, send him all the love that you can while he's still around. You know, if you see him at the LGSs, you know, give him the fist bump, you know, give him the hug on the way out, you know, because Sam has always been the GOAT. He's been one of the nicest players I've ever played with. And yeah, I'm gonna miss him a lot.
All right, and we're getting into the action here. Let's
Let's
see if
go.
Sam can take down his last North Carolina set champs as he moves on to a different state to terrorize other people. But hey, we have Louisa into Lyle, which, by the way, just kind of feels a little bit better than Bobby. The more I see this Lyle, the more I'm digging the strategy.
Yeah, man, the Lyle's just really good. It's just good. It's nothing flashy. It's nothing like, explosive like Dogs has, but you know what? It doesn't need to be.
It
He's
doesn't
just a
need to be.
villain plotting in the corner. He's gonna make his victory like 10 turns from now. Just watch. You're gonna be at 19, I'm gonna be at 20. Watch.
And then Lyle's going to come in and steal one of those lures from you. But we will go ahead and ink the tramp playing the Ursula. Take a look at this hand, see what you got going on. And it's pretty much the worst thing that Sam could see, as we do have that Louisa shift target available to us. Demona probably going in the inkwell quite soon. But look, there's also a snow fort, which makes that Lyle even worse.
Yeah, that's ooh.
That's exactly what I want
Ooh.
my caster to say when they take a look at my
I'm
hand.
sorry.
Is,
Yeah.
ooh, gross.
Yeah.
But looking down to the path of their own demise, there is Sam was like, "Hey, you're
Yeah,
just gonna
like
play that snow fort,
it's
aren't
like
you? Sick."
yeah. Too bad
It's the
that's not a
snow
Mowgli,
fort.
right?
Yeah, yeah. The Mowgli
See,
would have.
that's where I see a lot more. I see a lot more Dogs players doing like that 3-2 split instead of like the 4-1, because everyone was like, "No, you have to snipe under the sea. You always gotta get that under the sea. You can't afford the Mowgli to not get it." And it's like, yeah, but there's other decks out there, right? Like sometimes you just need to hit like an item or just a normal action.
And dogs players are like, no, it's oops all dogs. What do you mean? As we think about inking this Della Moon Lullaby, now it could be a super useful card here in the future. The Bobby into the Ursula is not a very fast start here, being on the draw. If any deck can do it, dogs can, but maybe in a position where you're unfavored, I think we're trying to potentially get to this under the sea, but there's not much we can do with the snow fort on the board.
Yeah, it's yeah. Once that Snowfort comes down, I think you have to almost abandon that play line like altogether, because like at best he's gonna get like one or two characters. Like you're just exposing your whole board at that point, right?
Abandon all
Like
hope,
to do
ye
it.
who Snowfort here, unfortunately. But the Delamoon Lullaby is such a good card in this situation. So maybe we just establish, go a little wide, inking that, playing down the tramp, and just seeing if we can get to a tramp 7, potentially getting that street start dog down. We don't have the
Well,
shift
and
available for the
here's the thing with
lady.
Dogs, right? You said it earlier. They have so many ways to win. They have so many avenues. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll just play Tramp 7, draw like 14 cards, discard 14, and one of the cards I kept was like the exact card I need to have. Like it's always like yeah, Under the Sea is useless now. Well, that's okay because I'm gonna get Chromacon or I'm gonna go get Eleanor or something like that, right? Like, or I'm just gonna
Mhm.
drop like, or I'm just gonna drop 6 tramps to get DQ'd. Yeah.
That is cheating, as we did see the Cheshire Cat being established onto the board here, along with a strike a good match being played, being able to filter our hand. This deck is really bent on filtering. Now, those are ink tokens, and if Dominic does get a little close to losing, he can call a judge and have his opponent DQ'd for cheating with the ink tokens there, but it's okay, as we do see the Eleanor coming down, being able to trigger if you so choose, but at the same time, you are going to lose your entire board. But just kidding, Isis Vanderchill will exert the Eleanor and
Bye
allow
bye.
the Cheshire Cat
Bye,
to
Felicia.
challenge in, as that is basically going to be that.
And what's crazy is that yeah, that cat has 3 damage on it. It's not dying. It's
Will
not
not
dying because all of them
cast.
have 1 strength, and he's got resist 1 now thanks to the snow fort.
Yep, as
So
that Snowfort
unpunished.
will not be able to challenge back unless you have a Tramp 2, which is that enterprising dog in your hand, being able to buff up one of these characters and take out that cat. If not, like you said, we're going to see a whole lot of pain coming in. Now you could actually challenge in with the tramp. It doesn't really do anything, but you could shift back with the lady and get
Yeah.
that back. And then it is such
I
a
think he's going
bummer
for
of
it.
a play to have to do, but it's okay. We'll ink play that
Yep,
and go
there it
ahead and
is.
play down the lady to then shift on top of the lady to then get back the tramp to then ink play. Well, yep, that's how that works. Good lord, that's a lot of ink reduction. So being able to get
Yep.
rid of that cat, but it put us into really horrible ink situation where we have one card in hand and just a hope and a dream left on the board.
Yeah, you're right, Gia. I'm sorry. Cat was not dying. He's getting banished. I'm sorry. Yay. Whatever.
I was
Anyway.
gonna let them come at you, man. I'm hey,
Oh, trust me.
hey.
No, listen, I get it every week. Um,
Okay, we are.
Iago. I haven't seen that Iago at all. That
Wait, hold on,
must be a
hold on,
one of.
hold on. I think we have a Demona that did come down. All right. Demona coming down, exerting everything, being able to challenge
Let's
and feed,
go.
cleaning up the board here as well.
You
I
don't
was
have chromacons
wondering,
to protect you this time.
absolutely not. I think that is going to be hit for us, but let's see what we can come back from after that massive play. Demona is such a problem. But she's the scourge of the Wyvern clan, and now she's the scourge of Sam's finals in set champs.
Yeah, truly. She's the scourge of dogs. Royal dogs before rotation. Like, yeah, all right. You draw like one or two cards, and I'm gonna exert your whole board and swing everything into it, and everything goes into the discard pile. And I have a snow fort, so 9 times out of 10, everything's dying or getting banished, whatever. Let me see here. What was Dom's hand here? Oh yeah, no, we got a full evasive package with a Dumbo. Let's go.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
we are. Oops, all answers and
evasives.
just like oops all evasives, oops all problems, oops all everything. Unfortunately here as we are just going to exert everything sideways in the face of this board and not enough. We got the four cost 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, we do have the ability to sing under the sea. If you got it, you got a Della's Moon Lullaby. It's not really doing much here. But here's the thing, Della's, what are we going to get rid of? Really?
I don't know. Like, I don't know what.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're gonna Della's the White Rabbit because that's about the only thing we can reduce the strength on enough. We sing Under the Sea, get rid of Louisa and the White Rabbit, leaving Demona and Lyle,
that's gotta feel
and
pretty
that's
bad.
the worst Under the Sea of all time.
Yeah, yeah, that's not doing it, brother.
You know what? We're doing what we can. Sam is here in the finals. We are fighting for that mat. There
Yeah,
is no second place mat, and I've been here for 9 hours, and so have you, Sam. Play down to the end, man. Get what you
yeah, play it to
can.
the end, brother.
Hades looking for the deal. I don't know. I'll give you the cards. Do you have no cards in hand? That's fine, I guess. I was like, maybe the Demona might not ready, but we're just sort of fine with this situation that we have
No,
here
but see,
as
that's why Dom did it in that order though, because he wanted to see like, okay, if he does like send that card to the bottom, then I get to quest freely with the Demona. If he lets me draw cards, then I'm just gonna change my game plan. I mean, that's how flexible Amethyst Emerald is. Uh, it's just it's probably the most flexible color combination. It has so many different avenues of game plans and how to operate the turns, but you have to do it in the proper sequence. That's like the high skill floor of the deck. It's just learning all the sequencing. Yep, we gotta get those cycles back because golly, man, we are desperate. We need to find cards.
my goodness, trying to get back in this game just a little bit now. We are at 8 lore. Sam is at a whopping 0 lore going into this next turn. I think I'm just gonna say it's the curse of the Bucky Ink tokens. You
The
can't
curse of Bucky Ink
you,
token.
you can't put those anywhere near the board and expect to do Well, I'm just kidding. Anyway, no, this deck is actually tuned especially to beat the dogs. Like Emerald and Amethyst is the
Yeah.
deck to play. If you know how to pilot it, you will win. If you run into Ruby and Sapphire, you will probably lose. But Dominic picked the right deck for this tournament tonight, and it seems like it's paying off pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, dogs, I will say, has picked up quite a bit in our area. I'm pretty much on all sides of North Carolina, because North Carolina is a pretty big state. I mean, I usually, like, when I talk about the state's, like, Lorcana community, I kind of, like, break it into, like, 3 different segments. You got, like, the western half, where, like, Dominic is, with, like, the Ohana crew. You got Sam over in the capital area, where I'm at. And then you got, like, the eastern Carolina, where, like,
Wait,
like
Ohana's
Wilson, Greenville area.
Ohana's Western Carolina?
Yeah.
Which
Yeah,
what
over
is
in
what is
Greensboro.
Oh, okay, okay. I was like, I'm from like the Asheville
Greensboro,
area,
Asheville
so
area. Yeah.
okay. I was like, Greensboro is like that's like central. I'm just kidding. So it's so funny because
Yeah.
all right, we do actually play down a
Yeah.
tramp, and now we play down a second tramp, buffing up some of these characters here, being able to get some challenging power going forward. Now, if we have the evasive on the Mrs. Incredible, we will not be able to challenge, but we could get this Demona off the board, potentially buffing up something. If it's the Bobby, then we're probably really only going to be able to take the Hades, unfortunately. But do we just go full send? Doing, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you'd have to throw the other Bobby just to get rid of the Demona. So you're basically 2 for winning yourself.
Yeah, at this point, it's like you said, the Amethyst Emerald deck is kind of the deck to play to beat this, because like they just put like all the advantages that like dogs can build kind of like up under its head now, because like it just gets everything gets flipped, because now they have to 2-for-1 everything just to do anything. And they have to basically get the right answer at the right time, like a Chromacon, a Under the
second
Sea,
tramp did
before
it.
they get a Snowport.
Well,
Yeah, like a tramp.
like a double enterprising dog will do it for you, but at the same time, we still have that Dumbo
That's double
available to
enterprising
us.
dog, though.
Yep, and which sometimes they have it, and Sam did, but we will be able to get 2 Dumbo triggers, one from Dumbo himself and one from Mrs. Incredible, being able to pay 1, gain 1, and draw 1, and play out Royal Guard, playing out. Oh, we're just gonna ink the Adiago. We're gonna play Elsa Fifth Spirit, because why wouldn't we? And we already
my
had the Royal
gosh.
Guard on the board, so we'll actually be able to just boop bop. I
Yeah.
don't know why. Why did that Elsa do so much damage to that tramp?
Snowfort.
Yeah, but did it already have like
3
quite
and
a bit of
3.
damage on it? Oh, we double challenged. Got it.
Yeah.
Ew. That's
Yeah, because
all.
he had the Royal Guard from last turn, and he
Right,
just played another one.
Ew is basically what I want to say about that.
Holy cringe. That is so much damage off just 2 characters.
I
All he
am
needs
paying
now is a
attention,
cat and it's over.
but here is the deal. We also have a bunch of hidden characters underneath that Wilds Unknown set champs thing. So
I know, I'm sorry.
it's so hard. Yeah, there was actually a snow fort under it earlier, as we get
There
the
it
flip off the
is.
top and the handshake goes out. The longest set champs in history goes to Dominique here. Our finals winner, Woody. Like, I haven't seen people play hard for a Woody playmat literally ever. But let's go. Dominic picking the
Truly.
right deck, piloting it like a champ, seeing some under the seas where they needed to, seeing some DMs when you don't need to, as we get woo.
Nope.
There
There
we
he is.
are.
There we are. Woo!
Listen.
Yo, show me them DMs. No, not really. Please don't.
Anytime we get to see Emerald and Amethyst do its thing is a good day. Anytime we get to see dogs and a Bucky enjoyer take the L is a good day. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I've heard that you're a very nice human being, and I wish you well on all of your ventures. But I also hope that you lose your Bucky tokens in the move. So, it's okay. Just misplace them. It's fine.
Just misplace them in the wrong moving box. It gets shipped to like like
Anywhere else.
Albuquerque or something. Like,
Yeah, anywhere else. But no, I mean, super well played games. It was amazing to watch and see that Emerald and Amethyst strategy. It is definitely one of those decks that it takes the right pick and the right room for it to pop off, and it also takes the right run to make it go all the way. And sometimes it does, and we've seen it win DLCs because of that, but it is usually against all odds that a deck will kind of
Yeah.
get that type of finish. So shout out to Dom on that, and shout out to Sam for playing the longest set champs in human history.
yeah, truly, guys, y'all did fantastic today. Love to see these matches. Y'all put
Absolutely.
on a fantastic show. You know, everyone was playing all to their outs. No one like early scoop in, no nothing like that. Everyone's playing with great sportsmanship. Love to see it. You know, I got to listen for like 4 hours of driving. Some of the best set champs matches I've ever listened to. Seriously,
Yeah,
it was
and if
fantastic.
say if you're out there, I am delusional enough to just go ahead and ask for it. I've been here for 9 hours. If you have been lurking for any of those hours, hit me with a follow. It is super, super ultra appreciated. I will I'm not above it. My filter's gone. I've been here for 32 years. I'll ask for follows. And so if you're not following, follow me. I need it. I need the validation. Help. I'm just kidding. Anyway, but thank you to Uninkables. Thank you to Ravenforge Game. Thank you to Unplugged Games. There's so many people that came together and made this set champs really amazing. I didn't know what to expect when you guys were like, "Hey, do you want to like cast the set champs?" And I was like, "Sick. I mean, I love casting. We'll see what it is." It ended up being the longest set champs ever and some of the best games that I've seen in a long time. So thank you again to everybody that came together and make this happen. Bo earlier casting with me for the first half, you casting with me for the back half, production out there on the ground, making everything happen and getting everything together. So shout out to a really amazing community, and shout out to Liam for being like, hey, you should talk to these guys. They're trying to do a cool thing
Yeah,
because you
Liam,
guys really
thanks,
are.
man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Y'all have been like a true blessing for our community. Like, I mean, we've had you before, kind of way early on.
I
Everyone
remember.
loved it. Yeah, everyone loved that. Um, you know, Liam always like kind of happy to pipe in our chat. Everyone gets excited to talk to Liam, and you know, JDZ making that surprise visit thanks to you, and
Oh yeah, that was such a fun time. Yeah.
yeah. Like, dude, everyone loved that one. That was
You guys,
crazy.
that's what I'm saying. You guys have been doing some amazing stuff. I know the first time I ever got to cast with Willoughby's was because of you guys. One day, yeah, there was
Yeah.
like a day where JDZ, I was like, hey, what are you doing today? And he was like, I don't know, man. I'm kind of like bummed. There's so much Lorcana going around, and I just want to get out there. And I'm like, come with me. We're gonna cast, some matches in North Carolina. And so and also being the state that I'm from is always just kind of like special. So, shout out to
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I remember
all
that.
that. So yeah.
But I do want to like give a shout out to Colors community. Thank you for hopping in on Twitch and watching the set champs here. I can't see the chat, but I do want to give them a shout out. If if
Oh man.
if you do like what you watched today and want to see what we're doing, we do have our YouTube channel of Team Uninkables. It's on YouTube. It's doing well. And sorry, there's some knocking behind me. There is a studio going on. Anyway, where was I? But yeah, if you like what you saw, we're gonna be doing more. In fact, we have some actually pretty big plans in the works for a more permanent thing. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so I was
please.
gonna say if you
Anyway.
as I say, yeah, if you have any shout outs or anything, if you want, you can throw the link into Twitch chat. I'm insane and allow links in my Twitch chat as of now, because the only thing that's bad that's happened is that I've just only thing bad that's happened here is I've gotten rickrolled 300 times. So if you have the link and you want to throw that into the Twitch chat, you can go ahead, and that way everybody that wants to follow you guys can absolutely follow you guys, because we like what you're doing, and oh, we're stretching. Oh, my bones. Okay, shout out to Linser there for the stretch. Thank you, Trevelin. So go ahead, click on that, follow him. I'm gonna be really embarrassed if I'm not following him. Sick, I am. All right. So again,
All right,
thank
cool.
you. Yeah, we're probably gonna wrap it up here. If I don't know
Yeah.
if production wants to come on and do a little song and dance. If not, you guys, I will be back on Monday. I'm gonna be working in the morning and then taking down a set champs. I'm not taking it down, but I'll be playing in a set champs tomorrow. So
Let's go.
maybe I'll slap together some emerald and amethyst and then promptly lose in 2 rounds. We'll see. But follow if you like what we're doing. Come hang out. I do stream pretty much every day. It is a nice little typically Monday through Wednesday. We dance. We say really messed up things, but we also build decks and talk about Disney Lorcana most of the time. Most of the time.
I do love the Chaos Crew whenever I can jump in there. as Bo has called it every time he references y'all's community. Which
Yeah.
honestly I love that. Keep it up.
Yeah. I mean, I've listened to the Crab Rave at least 4 times this week, unironically. So, yeah, we have a good time. And I'm trying to think. I'm not going to be at Gen Con because the world is hard, but I will be at D23 and I will be at PPG coming up. So if you see me, come say hey. I will probably say something really weird and awkward, but that's just who I am as a person. So if you want, you can do some
Hey,
shout
we love it.
outs. Yeah. Tell people where.
I think we usually call it quirkiness.
Oh, God, I
Yeah,
hate
we
that
love-
word. All right.
Really? I'm okay with quirk. I'm weird though.
He's just a little quirky. But yeah, any
Yeah.
shout outs that you want to do before we get out of here and let production go home and probably get some rest?
Truly. Poor Larry. Yeah, big shout out to Larry for getting all the camera stuff put up at like 11 o'clock in the morning. 2 hours before the stream even started. Making sure everything was set up. Oh yeah, no. If it wasn't for Larry, like we would be running on like string and like cans or something.
That absolutely is there. But yeah, shout out to that. So follow the Uninkables, follow their YouTube, follow me, and also have a good night,
Yes,
you
please
guys.
follow Color as well.
And then I'm gonna
For
see if there's a
all the
little bit of
North
a
Carolinians.
raid. If North Carolina, come on and raise up, hit the follow button. I don't know. I had more. Not that you guys wanted to listen to PD Pablo ever again, but yeah. So I think I'm gonna hit Malfurion with a raid, and pray that he's doing everything above board. No, I'm not. He's doing. We don't talk about Bruno things. So sorry, dude.
Oh, yep.
All right. So no raid. Sorry. If you want to raid, you can't be doing Bruno things. But see you guys on Monday.
We'll catch you around.
Bye-bye.
And remember, getting you prepared for your next game. We'll see you on Sunday, Gio and I. Happy questing.